That's my.
I enjoyed it. Although a little bit I think for like meaningful things, like it'll take yeah, I mean it's like what I don't understand is like we like people can't just have like so like we're comfortable with regulation. I don't know, and as technology is like accelerating, lines between your hunting rifles and street guys very blurred.
All right, good morning. Let's go ahead and get started. Today, I think, is day 2 of Law and Economics. So we're joint crime and law and economics. Since this is day 1 of crime, Rob Shannon at NBER asked me to remind all the crime people that there is an NBER code of conduct. Please remind yourselves of what that is and abide by it. I think that's what he asked me to do. And then during Q&A, please make sure you use a microphone because there are people watching on Zoom. And I think Christine will moderate the morning session. So I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jens. And we are delighted to start off today with Nikhil, who is presenting Measuring Discrimination Using Natural Experiments. Thank you, Nikhil.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks to the organizers for having us in the program. I'm excited to kick the day off with this work called Measuring Discrimination Using Natural Experiments, which is with James Reeves, who's over there in the audience. One thing that I want to say is that most of this talk is going to be methods focused, but I'll try and keep it as intuitive as possible. I'll try to use running examples, and I'll eventually connect them to an empirical example that I'll spend the second half of my time talking about. So with that, let me begin. So we see large disparities between social groups in many contexts where high stakes decisions are made. So for example, we might see disparities by race, gender, or socioeconomic status in decisions made in the criminal legal system, educational system, as well as contexts of hiring and employment. Of course, the classic issue is that we can't just observe we can't just interpret the disparities that we observe in the data as evidence of discrimination, because there might be important unobserved differences between the groups that you're trying to compare. So for example, let's take discrimination in hiring. There might be differences in labor market productivity between the two groups that we're trying to compare, which could be down to a whole host of factors like the schools people went to or the neighborhoods they grew up in. But at the end of the day, what we often want is some way to think about discrimination that controls or adjusts for key unobserved differences. And that's useful from a policy standpoint, because then we can begin to think about how to sort of address any of the disparities that we do see in the real world. So we've made a lot of progress on this. Recent work by Arnold, Dobby, and Hull has shown us how we can directly adjust or control for important unobservables in a particular type of setting. So, for example, you might need a setting where people are randomly assigned to decision makers, and some decision makers sort of are very lenient or very strict. To intuitively think about why that's useful, let's go back to the hiring example. So say you were working in a setting where job applicants were randomly assigned to screeners, and some screeners hired all of the applicants that they saw. That's really useful because then you can just look at the sample of people hired by the supremely lenient screener and you'll be able to observe the true distribution of productivity for people in each of the groups that you're trying to compare. And what these authors do is they show you how you can use that information to rescale or adjust the observed decision rates so that you're comparing people who are similar on these unobservable. So for example, hiring rates between similarly productive people. But I think there are many places where we want to think about discrimination or unwarranted disparities like this, but we can't because we don't have a setting where you have randomly assigned decision makers, or you might not even be able to see who the decision makers are in your data set. And so that's where we come in. In this paper, what we try to do is we show you how to measure discrimination or unwarranted disparities when existing approaches don't work. The first thing that you need for this is a natural experiment that shifts the decision that we're interested in, and I'll be calling that the treatment decision today. So for example, you can think about that as the decision to hire an applicant. We then set this up in a binary IV framework and estimate how the potential outcomes associated with the treatment decision vary with the likelihood of receiving the treatment in the first place. So going back to the hiring example, this amounts to measuring how the productivity of really likely to be hired workers differs from that for the marginally hired worker. We then borrow behavioral assumptions in the marginal treatment effects literature to sort of extrapolate the relationship that we estimate in the second step to learn something about people whose outcomes we don't observe at all. So in the context of hiring, that would be the productivity of people who are never hired. We can repeat steps 1 through 3 within each group that we're trying to compare. So for example, within racial group, and that's really useful because that gets us exactly where the prior literature was trying to get us, which is we now have a sense of how the distribution of this important unobservable differs between the two racial groups. And we're then just going to follow, that's useful because then we can just compare the distribution for the two groups and see if they're different. And if there are, we're just going to follow prior work, rescale the observed decision rates so that they're conditional on this potential outcome. What this gets us at the end of the day is a measure of differential treatment of people who would experience the same outcome if they were treated or if they were not treated. In the paper, we also provide some extensions for you to condition on the treatment effect instead, as well as simultaneously condition on two potential outcomes at the same time. So for example, you can think maybe there are two important dimensions of labor market productivity. You could try to control for both when you're thinking about gaps. So we applied this to study unwarranted disparities in 2 settings. We're using a different type of natural experiment in each. I'm only going to focus on the first one today, which thinks about racial gaps in misdemeanor prosecution in Washington state. Misdemeanors are the most common way that people interact with the criminal court system in the US. There are around 13 million misdemeanor cases filed per year, and they make up 75% of all criminal cases. So we're going to use a difference in difference design generated by an unanticipated policy reform that occurs in one county and use that variation to estimate unwarranted disparities. The nice thing about the diff and diff is that there is going to be time trends inherent in sort of the design, which allows us to unpack how a reform influences unwarranted disparities in this context. But the time trends also sort of pose a challenge. They're going to clash with some of the IV assumptions that we need. And in the paper, we show you what assumptions you need to adjust for that challenge and map the diff and diff back to a simple binary IV framework and use that to estimate the average potential outcomes in a population. In the paper, we also use an RD design to measure socioeconomic gaps in the decision to promote 3rd graders to 4th grade in Michigan public schools. I'm not going to focus on that today for the sake of time. But one thing that I want to highlight is that decision makers are not randomly assigned in either of these settings. So we couldn't have used the prior work to understand unwarranted disparities in this context. And whatever we find in both of these settings are telling us something new about unwarranted disparities here. So we think that this paper contributes to a few different literatures. The first, of course, is to the large literature on discrimination and its measurement. What we bring to the table here is we show you how to use a binary IV to directly condition on potential outcomes or the treatment effect. We also add to this nascent literature mapping diff and diff to IV by showing you how to use selection into who's an always taker, never taker, or complier to estimate average potential outcomes in a population of interest. Moving to our applications, we provide new evidence on unwarranted disparities by race in misdemeanor prosecution that accounts for a few different dimensions of key important unobservables. There's been a lot of work, a lot of it by people in this room, thinking about discrimination and disparities in prosecution. A lot of that work is really focused on felonies, which are a much less common but much more severe type of interaction with the criminal legal system. As a byproduct of this analysis, we also add to this growing literature on understanding the causal impacts of interacting in the criminal legal system for relatively low criminal interaction. And then in the application that I'm not going to focus on today, we also provide new evidence on socioeconomic gaps in student grade promotion that directly condition on unobserved differences in ability. So let me tell you a little bit about prosecution and the landscape of prosecution in Washington state. So as in most places in the US, misdemeanors are typically minor offenses. You can think things like minor shoplifting, small amounts of drug possession, or DUI. jail is a pretty uncommon sentence associated with a misdemeanor. In our data in Washington State, only 7% of cases are awarded any kind of jail time. And conditional on receiving a jail sentence, the median spell is around only 5 days long. Something that's unique to Washington and sort of the Western US in general is that the group of defendants who are not white is pretty diverse. And that's going to be the reason why I'll be referring to white defendants and a broad group of non-white minority defendants today. I'll talk a little bit more about this and how it relates to Washington State when I get to the setting in the second half of the talk. The key decision that we're interested in today is whether or not to prosecute a defendant. And what I mean by that is whether or not to dismiss all of the charges outright once they've been filed, or to whether to continue working on the case. And so not all of the cases that I call prosecuted are going to eventually end up in conviction. Some of them will be unsuccessful and fail and will not end up in a conviction. Even so, this is a pretty high stakes decision. Recent work by some of the people in this room, as well as some of our ongoing work, finds that misdemeanor prosecution and conviction can worsen crime and labor market outcomes for defendants, especially people who are young and have no criminal history. So I'm going to embed this prosecution decision in a potential outcomes framework. I'm going to be working with a population of people who've been arrested for a misdemeanor. People belong to two racial groups. They're either white defendants or minority defendants. Treatment is binary. So D equals 1 if you're prosecuted and D equals 0 if you're dismissed. There's going to be a potential outcome associated with each treatment state. So Y1 is the prosecuted outcome. Y0 is the dismissed outcome. For simplicity, I'll be focusing on binary outcomes today. So each potential outcome will be either 0 or 1. The estimand that we're after is a measure of the racial gap for people who would have the same potential outcome or the same treatment effect. And of course, the challenge to actually empirically doing this is that you only selectively observe potential outcomes. So I can't just directly control for Y1 or Y0. So naturally, taking a step back, a question we might have is which potential outcome should we condition on? Today, I'm going to focus on the racial gap in prosecution, conditional on Y1, so conditional on the prosecuted outcome, for a few key reasons. The first is that if you survey prosecutors, one of the things that they tend to sort of tell you that they care about is what happens if they decide to work on a case. And one key concern is what will happen to the defendant, how will their criminal activity change? And a second concern is, if I work on this case, how likely is it that I will be successful? So we're going to start with conditioning on the reoffense outcome if prosecuted, for a simple empirical reason, which is that we think that that's the thing we can most reliably measure in our data. But we're also going to think seriously about the second factor, the likelihood of sort of successful conviction, in two different ways. The first is data-driven. We're going to use sort of pre-period sentencing rates to try and split our sample into a subset of cases that are high quality and are typically likely to convert into a successful conviction if prosecuted, and a subset of cases that are low quality for which this is not true. We're also going to use our framework to simultaneously condition on the both potential outcomes. So the potential reoffense outcome as well as the potential conviction outcome. At the end of the day, these estimates give us a measure of unwarranted disparities that account for both reoffense as well as conviction outcomes if prosecuted. But of course, I think people in this room could have different notions of what the most appropriate potential outcome to condition on in. And admittedly, prosecution is a very complicated sort of setting where there might be multiple competing factors. And I think that type of feature is also potentially a feature of many other settings where we might want to think about unwarranted disparities, but we haven't really done so because there isn't a clear way to think about conditioning on multiple factors. So in the spirit of this, what we do is we also provide additional exercises in the appendix that condition on Y0. So that compares people who are similar in terms of a baseline risk of reoffending if they were dismissed. And we also provide some exercises that get at conditioning on the treatment effect. One thing that I want to highlight off the bat is that any of these exercises that are simultaneously conditioning on two potential outcomes are going to involve more assumptions or more extrapolation because there are going to be moments of the joint distribution that need to be they're not identified, so we have to deal with that somehow. So I just want to be clear about that. If there are no questions, I'm going to push on into how we estimate what we estimate. Okay. So I think in order to formalize the estimate that we're after, I think it's useful to think of a simple example and then build up from there. So let's start with the racial gap in prosecution among a type of defendant who would reoffend if prosecuted. This is a simple difference in two expectations: the prosecution rate for white defendants who would reoffend if prosecuted, minus that same expectation for minority defendants. We can write down a gap like this for each value of the potential outcome. Since we're working with binary potential outcomes, there's going to be only two such gaps. We take a simple weighted average of the gap to get our estimand of interest delta, which captures average discrimination or average unwarranted disparities that are conditional on this potential outcome. And of course, I can't exactly compute this because I don't observe the potential outcome Y1 for everybody. But we can make progress on understanding what we need to estimate this by rewriting each of the conditional expectations as a function of stuff that's in the data and stuff that's not. So in this example, on the left-hand side, we have the prosecution rate for white defendants who would reoffend if prosecuted. You can just rewrite that to be the function of two things that we see in the data in blue. So the reoffense rate among white defendants who are prosecuted and the share of white defendants who are prosecuted. The thing in the denominator is what we don't observe. That's the reoffense rate we would see if all white defendants were prosecuted. And this is exactly the type of object that the prior literature was trying to target by using random assignment to the most lenient or the most strict decision maker. So if we had some way to estimate the average outcome you would see if everybody of each group were prosecuted, that'd be super useful. We can just plug it into this expression, estimate each of the conditional expectation rates, plug that into the expression from the previous slide, and then we have our estimand of interest. One thing that I want to highlight here is that the one nice thing that we point out in the paper is that you can estimate the expectation like this for each potential outcome. So y1, y0. The fact that we have a bounded potential outcome allows us to sort of borrow tools from the statistics literature to bound moments of the joint distribution of these potential outcomes. And that's sort of the intuition that we use to simultaneously condition on both potential outcomes or the treatment effect. So that's what I'm going to use when I'm thinking about comparing people who have the same reoffense likelihood if prosecuted and the same conviction success likelihood if prosecuted. So we want this average potential outcome for each racial group, but we can't get it in this setting because we don't have randomly assigned decision makers at all. So what I'm going to need for this is a natural experiment that shifts treatment rates. So shifts the underlying prosecution rate. I'm going to need to make the standard IV assumptions of relevance, independence, exclusion, and strict monotonicity of the instrument. And then I'm going to borrow tools from the marginal treatment effects literature to estimate bounds for this average rather than a point estimate. I'll tell you a lot more about the natural experiment and the setting when I get to it in like 5-6 slides. But for now, I want you to keep this in mind. So I'll be using a budget cut that hit one county and reduced prosecution rates in that county. I'm going to set this up as a difference in difference design. And as I mentioned in the intro, the time trends that are inherent in the diff and diff are going to violate the IV assumptions. So we basically, in the paper, we show you that if you make some assumptions that are in the spirit of parallel trends, particularly putting these parallel trends assumptions on the potential outcomes, you can basically use trends in the control counties to adjust for these time trends and map this single adopter diff and diff back to a binary IV framework. So I'm going to sort of proceed with the binary IV language where z equals 0 before the reform and z equals 1 after the reform, where z is the instrument. But I'm happy to talk a bit about it more or talk about it after. So the procedure is basically going to proceed in 2 steps that need to be implemented within each racial group. The first step is basically taking the IV assumptions and using that to partition the population of a racial group into 3 subgroups that are ordered in the likelihood that they would be prosecuted. So this is fairly standard, but I'm going to walk through it because the reform sort of works in the opposite direction. So always takers are the group that are the most likely to be prosecuted. This is a type of defendant that's prosecuted both before and after the reform. Compliers are a type of defendant that are prosecuted before the reform, but they're shifted out of prosecution due to the reform, and never takers are never prosecuted. Of course, I can't tell you at an individual level whether somebody is an always taker, never taker, or complier, but we can learn something about these subgroups on average. So since the only type of defendant prosecuted after the reform is an always taker under the IV assumptions, the prosecution rate of people after the reform pins down the population share of always takers. Second, since the only type of people prosecuted after the reform are always takers, we can use that similar logic and we get that the average prosecuted outcomes for always takers is just the share of people, the share of the reoffense rate after the reform. Moving to compliers, since they're the type of defendant that's shifted out of prosecution due to the reform, the size of the first stage pins down the population share of compliers. And since the only type of people prosecuted before the reform are always takers and compliers, we have all the information we need to back out the average outcome for compliers. Never takers is where it gets a little tricky. So we know the share of the population that never takers make up because they partition the population of this racial group, but we don't know the outcomes they would experience if they were prosecuted because they're never prosecuted. And so that's the missing piece. If we had some way to estimate the average outcome for never takers, we would be in business because we could take an weighted average of the outcomes for each of these 3 subgroups, and then that would give us an estimate of the average outcome for everybody in the population. So I'm going to use this graph to show you exactly how we estimate the outcomes for never takers. Where on the y-axis, we have the reoffense rate you would see if each of these subgroups were prosecuted. And on the x-axis, I'll show you the share of the population each of those subgroups make up. So in this hypothetical example, always takers make up 70% of the population, compliers make up 20% of the population, and never takers are that final 10% towards the end of the right y-axis, x-axis that we need to learn something about. So you'll notice in this hypothetical example, always takers are less likely to reoffend if prosecuted than compliers. And one reason you would expect to see a pattern like this is if prosecution was targeted towards people who would be most likely to reduce their criminal activity as a result of prosecution. The assumption that we're going to make, which I'll call weak monotonicity, is basically saying that this relationship in these averages are weakly monotonic across always takers, compliers, and never takers, who are in turn ordered in terms of their likelihood of prosecution. And what that's basically saying is that never takers, if they were prosecuted, should be at least as likely as marginally prosecuted people to reoffend if prosecuted. What this is, I want to highlight, this is not saying that the only thing that prosecutors care about is this Y1. Rather, what this is saying is that whatever complicated decision-making model prosecutors are using, the output of their decisions should be consistent with this average ordering. The second thing that we're going to use is the fact that we're after a proportion, right? We want the share of never takers who would reoffend if prosecuted. A proportion has to lie between 0 and 1, so that this gives us a natural upper bound on the outcomes that never takers would experience if they were prosecuted. And so we have all we need. We have point estimates for 2 of the subgroups that partition this population and bounds for the third. We can just take a weighted average of these, and that's going to give us bounds for the average outcome if everybody were prosecuted, which was the key piece that I needed to plug in to estimate our discrimination estimand of interest. One thing that I want to highlight here is that if you did not want bounds and you wanted point estimates for all your objects, you could make a stronger assumption and assume that the potential outcome, if prosecuted, is linear in the underlying likelihood of prosecution. And that is a very strong assumption, but it gives you point estimates for everything you need. And sort of that is also useful in its own way. Yeah.
Super interesting. But one thing I'm struggling to keep track of a little bit is how I should think about the contribution here specifically.
Mhm.
I mean, the idea, first of all, that sort of definition of discrimination exists, MT extrapolation bounds exists. Like everything on this slide would apply to an experiment as well as a natural experiment. So I'm just trying to, is the idea here that you're going to take this machinery and apply it to a novel context, or is there something I'm missing about the way you're operationalizing this? Maybe it's in the DID framework that I should think of as the methodological delta.
Right. So I think in terms of the methods, I think what we're basically doing is initially taking 2 things. So taking this discrimination estimand, thinking about people who have similar potential outcomes, but showing you using the tools from the binary IV-MT world to sort of tell you how you can get back to that in many places where we don't have random assignment of decision makers. I think that's one aspect. I think while we do this, we also have to, like, if you have a simple RCT, I think it's very straightforward to map the 2. But if you're using a diff and diff, I think you have to think a little bit more. And we show you sort of, that's one aspect of the innovation, to show you how to use a diff and diff to map to the MTE tools. I think it's not necessarily straightforward to think about what assumptions you need for that. But I think the third aspect of that is a lot of the work thinking about unwarranted disparities conditional on potential outcomes has often focused on settings where one of the potential outcomes is censored. So Y1 is essentially the treatment effect. And I think what we're doing here is sort of branching out to spaces where that's not true and show you what assumptions you need to condition on the treatment effect in settings like that. And something that pops out of that is that you can also think about conditioning on 2 potential outcomes at the same time. But I think as you sort of, when you think about conditioning on 2 potential outcomes at the same time, you're going to have to do a lot more bounding, and you'll have to like layer on additional structural assumptions if you want informative bounds. Great. Thank you. I should have said that earlier. Okay. And another component, and the thing that I'm moving to now is I will be talking about the application, which is novel. So in the 2 steps that I've talked you through, that gives us a method to bound the average prosecuted outcomes for each racial group. And that's useful because then we can compare the outcomes for each racial group and then formally test for whether there are differences in this underlying potential outcome. If there are differences, we're going to need to condition on that potential outcome. And the way we do that is that for every combination of the prosecuted outcome for each racial group, we compute the discrimination estimand of interest and then take the minimum and maximum over that. And that gives us estimates for the average, gives us bounds for the average discrimination or unwarranted disparities, conditional on this potential outcome. So next, I'm going to show you how we implement this approach using a natural experiment that shifts prosecution rates. So we'll be applying this to study misdemeanor prosecution in King County, which is basically Seattle and the surrounding metropolitan area. We're going to use the universe of court records from Washington State. We'll be focusing on a subset of this, we'll be looking at cases disposed between 2008 and 2012. And we'll be focusing on King County as well as the current counties around it. But one thing I want to highlight is that when I talk about reoffense or recidivism, I'll be capturing whether somebody shows up in our data anywhere else in Washington state within 1 year for any type of crime. So it's not just misdemeanor reoffense. We can also capture felony reoffense. We can also see people who are reoffending elsewhere who are not in King County or the surroundings. Another thing to highlight is that I'll be looking at prosecution gaps between white non-Hispanic defendants and a broad group of defendants that I'll be calling minority defendants. The reason for the definition of this broad outgroup is that King County, sort of the non-white population, is quite diverse. In our data alone, 20% of the non-white sample are Asian and Pacific Islander descent, and people from this background also tend to face disadvantage in Washington state and are typically overrepresented in the criminal legal systems, not just in Washington, but in the Western US as well. Having said that, our results are robust to sort of omitting them and looking at white and Hispanic and Black defendants as well. So the natural experiment that we're going to use is going to be an unexpected cut that hit the King County budget cut that hit the King County Prosecutor's Office in the fall of 2010. So in September, the county announces a large budget cut of almost 10%. This represents around $4 million, around 30 full-time staff. If you read the reporting around the time, the prosecutor's office is quite stressed about this. They're discussing having to lay off a lot of full-time staff, including prosecutors, and having to prioritize serious cases at the expense of more minor cases. Given the nature of this reform, we should be worried that other things are also changing in the county at the same time. So we do our best to try and get at this. We don't really see evidence of changes in sort of the number of arrests that police make or police staffing. And we also don't really see changes in key economic fundamentals like house prices, unemployment rates, or population. We also have a more direct test that sort of looks at whether the types of people coming into the prosecutor's office, like the types of cases that are filed, are changing as a result of this reform. And we don't really see large shifts there. Yeah.
Is the outcome.
Are you thinking of a situation where there's a stock of cases that are filed and the budget cut means that I'm going to have to work on cases more quickly? Is that instead of disposing something, instead of dealing with the case and making a decision 30 days later, I make it now? Yeah, so that is something the thing you would have to believe for it to violate our assumptions is that I think a key thing about this is that there are only two treatment states, right? You're dismissed or you're prosecuted. If you add a new treatment state, which is dismiss quickly, dismiss slowly, prosecuted, I think that would break so if you think that's, I think, along the lines of you're thinking of, what you would need for that to not be an issue is that there should be no treatment effect of dismiss slowly versus dismiss quickly. And that's the underlying assumption here. And in this context, I think a lot of these are fairly minor crimes. So I wouldn't think people are necessarily being held in jail while their case is being worked on. But yeah, thanks. So we set this up as a difference in difference design, sort of looking at changes in King County relative to changes in other, yes.
It seems to me that a budget cut is the opposite of natural experiment. Political decision probably motivated by somebody thinking too many prosecutions. They would have had food subsidies, any number of things, but someone made this decision wasn't because the fight was strong. So policy is not a natural experiment at all.
I take that point. If you read the reporting around this time, it just seems like they were struggling with how to deal with the Great Recession, and there were cuts across the board, but it disproportionately hit the prosecutor's office. But I think that's sort of given that it was not a targeted thing necessarily only at the prosecutor's office, it does raise the question of, are other things around the county changing at the same time? And we don't really see evidence of that. And I don't think I think you might see if it was sort of the story of we think there's too much prosecution, you might see evidence of prosecution rates going up and then coming down after this due to its budget cut. And we don't really see evidence of that. I can try and click on. So this, I think we seem to be seeing sort of stable prosecution trends that sort of drop quickly as a result of the budget cut. And I think if sort of there was something more complicated along the lines of what you were saying, we might expect to see a different pattern, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, I'm not persuaded. I'm not the referee for the paper, but I think you're swimming upstream here, and you have 6 quarters, 7 quarters of data there, but you do see political interventions sometimes driven by elections that say, you know, this office is out of control, and it's been out of control for a long time. And yeah, it's not a natural experiment. It's something that politicians, when they had discretion to raise taxes, at some other line item, whatever it might have been.
Yeah, I take that point. It seems to be inconsistent with anecdotal evidence that it was sort of really politically motivated, but I think we can do better to sort of front load that and put that in the motivation.
One thing you may want to say is like currently there's a lot of discussions around prosecution, but I don't think in 2010 people were really paying attention to prosecutors as much. So that could be a response to that point, which is to say, yes, recently they're more politicized. I don't think they were in 2010.
Yeah, this is thank you for that. This is before all of that. And like, yeah, this just seemed to be they needed to find some place to cut. But I think we can motivate that better. Yeah, Romaine, the back.
Turn on the mic.
Okay. So 2010 is when the new city attorney takes office, and he had the like objective of reducing racial disparities in minorities in sort of misdemeanor prosecution. So like, how does that fit into your model? And also the change in police activity and stuff like, so 2011 DOJ investigation, police activity sort of drops for this group of for this type of prosecution, the cases that would result in this for the next 2 years, right? So how does that fit with your model, and like what do we learn given some of that?
Right. So that's definitely useful to bring up. So taking the first thing taking the first comment first. So this new city attorney does come in January 2010, I think, with the explicit sort of goal of reducing racial disparities. But the city attorney, to my understanding, clearly has jurisdiction over the municipal courts, and we don't use municipal courts in our data. So we just have district courts. Sorry, did you have a follow-up?
Municipal courts are the ones that handle misdemeanor things.
No, so basically we've talked about this. So basically in some of the arrests that Seattle Police Department makes goes to the municipal courts, and some go to the district courts. The district courts handle a lot of the cases that occur in King County that are not necessarily in Seattle. And so the city prosecutor does not have jurisdiction over the majority of the cases in our data. And the second thing is that given that this reform happens in September 2010 and the city attorney sort of takes charge in January 2010, if their sort of decisions were impacting our caseload, we might expect to see some wonky pre-trends, and we don't necessarily see that like in the couple quarters before. And to the second point about the SPD investigation, one thing is that a majority of the SPD cases don't actually end up in our data because of what I was saying earlier about them going to the municipal courts. And the second thing is our sort of results are robust to excluding a lot of the period where the investigation was active. Like if we cut off, so if I do that, I'm basically going to have like 2 to 3 points in the post period, but we have fairly identical first stage and reduced form results, but we lose a lot of power because I'm dropping like most of the post period.
So just as long as people are going to, I don't understand why, because your objective or your criterion is just a version of a fairness test. And we know that we can write down models where people are making optimal Bayesian decisions with no racial bias. And if the distributions are different by race, they will mechanically fail your test. And so what I don't understand is why this objective function as a way to define discrimination, because it's very easy. The Russell Sage paper that Sean and others have an example where you write down a court that's doing colorblind optimal decisions, and they will always fail this test. And so I don't understand the point.
Okay, I had a feeling this would come up. So basically, so I think that, and basically, the way I think about this is that the way we are thinking about the paper is that, let's say you are interested in thinking about the test that you don't like, which is comparing two people who have the same potential outcomes or treatment effects. Are you treating them differently? And let's try to do that in more places. But yeah, that's sort of my take on this. So we set this up as a difference design and comparing changes in King County to changes in counties out in the surrounding area. When we do this, we find that the budget reform had large impacts. It reduced prosecution by 20% in King County and reduced recidivism by 15% in King County, which is the sign and magnitude of these estimates are broadly in line with sort of other work on the impacts of avoiding record for low-level crimes. So we're going to use this natural experiment, the King County budget reform, to estimate racial gaps in prosecution, conditional on people who would have the same outcome if they were prosecuted. What I'm going to show you next is I'm going to show you bounds with the average outcome you would see if everybody of each racial group were prosecuted, and then use that information to see whether there are underlying differences and then adjust for them. One thing that I want to point out is that you're going to see a series of bounds on the next few slides. And what that's telling us is, okay, given the assumptions that we've been willing to make, the true parameter that we're after must lie within a particular range. But that doesn't account for sampling variability. And so what we do is we also construct a 95% confidence interval for the true parameter of interest around each of those bounds. And so you'll see that as well. So what I'm showing you here on the y-axis is the reoffense rate you would see if everyone were prosecuted. And on the x-axis, I'll show you this for white defendants as well as minority defendants. So when you look at white defendants, we see that 24 to 29% of them would commit a new offense if prosecuted. This is markedly higher for minority defendants. 32 to 37% of them would commit a new offense if prosecuted. And this gap could be due to a whole host of reasons, either upstream or downstream of this decision. But what they're telling us here is that there are underlying differences between the racial groups here that we might want to adjust for. One thing that I want to highlight, though, is that we did not have randomly assigned decision makers in this context. So we couldn't have used the tools from prior literature to establish this fact, let alone adjust for these differences. So I'm going to do that here, where on the y-axis, we have the white minus minority gap in prosecution, conditional on the reoffense outcome if prosecuted. And I'll show you this both before the reform as well as after the reform. We don't really see evidence of unwarranted disparities before the reform. So 0 is well in the middle of these estimated bounds. Interestingly, after the reform, we find that white defendants were 1.3 to 4 percentage points more likely to be prosecuted than minority defendants. So it seems like prosecution rates were falling overall, but falling by more for minority defendants, conditional on this prosecuted outcome. Before thinking about why that's the case, I think it's also useful to sort of benchmark this against what you might have got if you just adjusted for covariates. And that's what these little green circles are showing you. In both periods, the covariate adjusted estimates are outside of the bounds that we estimate. And in particular, we can reject in the pre-period especially that they're within the bounds. So we're seeing this gap open up after the reform. And why might that be the case? So I told you that one thing that prosecutors care about is reoffense outcomes if prosecuted. But another thing that they care about is sort of successful conviction, as well as winning as many cases as possible. So one potentially plausible story is that before the reform, prosecutors were trying to prosecute as many cases as possible in a bid to just win everything, or as much as they could. And they might even do this for low quality cases. This type of behavior becomes much more difficult after the reform, when a budget cut hits and they have fewer resources, and they might have to prioritize those resources in their time to really focus on high quality cases that they think they're more likely to win. It's also plausible that minority cases might be lower quality to begin with, potentially due to discrimination in previous stages of the criminal legal system. So for example, discrimination in the policing decision or discrimination in the charging decision. And as a result, minority cases might be backed up by weaker evidence to begin with. If both of these things are simultaneously true, we might expect to see a larger gap open up among a likely subset of cases that are low quality. So we're going to do two things to try and get at this. And I want to say both of these are only going to provide us suggestive evidence. So the first that I'll focus on is we're going to use pre-period sentencing rates as a proxy for case quality. When we do this, we're going to split our sample into cases that I'm going to call high quality, that typically convert in our data to conviction at a higher rate, and low quality cases where that's less true. The high quality cases end up being things like drug, DUI, property, and weapons violations. And low quality cases tend to be things like traffic, violent, and other miscellaneous cases. As an alternative, what we can also do is use our framework to condition both on the reoffense outcome if prosecuted, as well as the conviction success outcome if prosecuted. As I said earlier, we're going to have to do some extra bounding to bound the joint distribution of those two potential outcomes. We're going to get much, much wider bounds, but they're qualitatively consistent with the takeaways from the first test. So focusing on the first test, I'm again showing you the white minority gap in prosecution on the y-axis. And on the x-axis, I'll show you this separately on the left panel for high quality cases and for low quality cases on the right panel. Focusing on high quality cases, we don't really see evidence of any gaps in this set of the caseload. Both bounds are much more muted than the full sample ones, and both of them contain 0. Looking at the low quality cases, we see a pattern that's very much similar to what we saw in the full sample, which I think is suggestive, but definitely not definitive evidence that this is sort of the story that I was walking you through on the previous slide. So taking this together and synthesizing it, what are our results telling us about how budget constraints affect racial gaps in prosecution? So the patterns that we saw were that a budget cut reduced prosecution for everyone, but especially more so for minority defendants. We saw some suggestive evidence that this occurred more among a subset of cases that are likely low quality. If the reason that minority cases were low quality was due to some sort of discrimination in previous stages of the criminal legal system, these patterns are very suggestive evidence that this type of response to a budget cut might offset any pre-existing disparities that occurred before this decision point. But I want to highlight that this is not to say that if you cut budgets for other actors in the criminal legal system, you should expect to see a similar thing. In fact, there's other papers out there that show that when budget deficits bind, police adjust their behavior in ways that increase rather than decrease racial disparities. Overall, I think what these patterns are trying to highlight is that it motivates thinking about the criminal legal system as a multi-stage institution that are linked, especially when thinking about discrimination and disparities. Yeah.
Could you clarify this sort of line of thinking feels very similar to you could interpret it in sort of a more traditional Becker outcome style test, where when you sort of have a marginal change in the selection threshold and you look at the difference in outcomes for the group sort of at the margin, and you see a difference, right? That sort of suggests that there was a difference in the selection criteria. And usually you have an inframarginality problem, but here you have an incremental change. And so why isn't that a way to sort of interpret that? And then you sort of avoid the need for all the extrapolation stuff.
So the prior work by Arnold, Dobby, and Hull basically shows how, so I think the outcome test basically is really good at distinguishing racial bias from statistical discrimination. But this recent innovation in this unwarranted disparities literature is trying to think about so the outcome test tells you whether or not there's bias relative to statistical discrimination. And this type of unwarranted disparity estimate is moving a little more beyond that and is able to quantify discrimination that's from a taste-based component, statistical discrimination component, or from sort of incorrect beliefs. And so we're trying to show you how to get back to that type of estimate. But it is right that you could also do an outcome type test here, just by comparing sort of the lates for the two groups. We could do that as well, but I think it would tell us something different. Okay, so the patterns that I've shown you today are sort of robust to doing things many different ways. We see similar patterns if we condition on the outcome if dismissed instead. We see similar patterns if we redefine our definition of prosecution or redefine our definition of recidivism. In particular, we see similar outcomes if we redefine our reoffense outcome to only focus on cases that are less likely to involve police discretion, which we might worry might have also changed due to the budget cut. And we see similar patterns if we exclude Asian and Pacific Islander defendants from our sample. So with that, let me conclude. So in this paper, we show you how to estimate unwarranted disparities when existing approaches don't work. We do that by combining a binary IV framework with insights from the marginal treatment effects literature to directly condition on potential outcomes or treatment effects. In principle, all you need is a binary instrumental variable, but we show you how you can use a diff and diff or an RD to get back some of these moments that you need. We apply this to study unwarranted disparities in misdemeanor prosecution in Washington State. And in our findings, we find that a budget cut increased the white minority gap, conditional on potential outcomes if prosecuted. We find suggestive evidence that the pattern is driven by prosecutors prioritizing easy cases and potentially offsetting pre-existing disparities. In the paper, we also use this design and this method to measure socioeconomic gaps in the decision to promote third graders to fourth grade in public schools in Michigan. Overall, I hope I've convinced you that what this paper really does is it broadens where we can think about unwarranted disparities, conditional on potential outcomes. Thank you.
Is there time for another question So the thing I've been thinking about when people are asking about the event study is at first I was sort of reacting negatively to those comments in part because when you're doing an event study, we can call it a natural experiment, but really it's a situation where there's an event and we have a set of assumptions that if satisfied, we can compare the affected to the non-affected group. And we have a bunch of empirical evidence we can collect to support that.
Mhm.
But to some extent, I think the questions go to one of the fundamental assumptions of the IV,
Mhm.
which we're normally not worrying about when we're doing an event study.
Mhm.
And that's the monotonicity assumption, right?
Mhm.
So if there is some type of decision that's made, like a budget cut, and then people get together and they say, well, how are we going to manage this budget cut? You could imagine that they could say, well, we're going to do the following things that might not land on one tail or the other tail of distribution, right? That there has to be a relatively stronger assumption than if we were simply doing a diff and saying, yes, the control and the treatment group look like they were parallel. And if there'd been no event, they would have remained parallel over time. But did the treatment affect did a treatment affect some people in the middle of the distribution and therefore sort of violate not the diff and assumptions, but violate the IV assumptions of monotonicity?
Yeah.
Just briefly before you answer, Jens had a great suggestion that people say their names before they ask a question. So it'd be great if people could do that going forward.
Steve Ross.
Yes, so I think in other words, you might be worried that there are defiers. Some people are becoming more likely to be prosecuted. Some people are becoming less likely to be prosecuted. So we were worried about this. And so what we tried to do is we tried to like re-estimate our first stage for multiple different cuts of the data. And this is, of course, not definitive evidence that there are no defiers. But I think given that these are fairly stable and we don't have wild changes in the size of the first stage, I'm a little more comforted. But I think that is definitely an assumption that's fundamentally untestable. But yeah, that's a fair point.
So the second observation on why is we could have defined the objective based on Y0.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee that we'd get the same delta. There's no guarantee it'd be the same sign. And so we have a criterion that to me seems arbitrary. And the only thing we know for sure about it is that if we had an optimal decision maker that was colorblind, and we had differences in distribution of risk by race, we would always conclude that there's discrimination. And so at some point, if it's, the economics of crime, I think we've got to move away from saying, well, if we define it this way, then I know some econometric tricks so that I can show you how to do more with the estimator. And we've got to start with, from first principles, economically, does this make sense as a way to define discrimination? And so that's my speech. People want to see there's a Russell Sage paper. People want to see the whole thing.
Is your criticism about our choice of using Y1, the outcome if prosecuted, or a criticism of this estimand in general, or both?
It's a fairness test.
Mhm.
And fairness tests don't make any sense to economists as a way to judge discrimination, because if you have a decision maker that behaves optimally, they will always fail a fairness test in this situation. So why is the fairness test what we're focusing on other than the AER published a paper on?
So
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
that's yeah.
Derek, that's Derek Beal, if you don't have. Just quick reminder, there are people on Zoom, so if you're gonna go back and forth, just make sure.
All right. Sorry about that.
I think it's a fair point. I think we personally think that this is an interesting estimate, but I think I would not necessarily always call this legal evidence of discrimination. I think there are many contexts where it might be interesting just to think about what are the difference in treatment for two people who have the same potential outcomes. And personally, I think that's an interesting estimate, even if you don't call it discrimination. And what I'm hoping to provide is a toolkit that allows us to measure things like that in more places. But I take your point that you can't just always call this discrimination.
Hi, this is Amalia Miller. So I guess I just kind of take the point about, is this the only outcome we'd want to look at, the reoffense rate, is that the right measure, conditional on prosecution? But I guess I'm wondering just if you could tell us more about how to interpret what you're finding and the difference between the pre and the post. Because the story, I mean, it looks like your test is failing kind of against white offenders, and but you're not telling a story about racial discrimination against whites or why that would change. And the story in the background is about discrimination happening at the police level that prosecutors are offsetting, which is not something you're observing directly or measuring.
Yeah.
So it's sort of, but even in that story, I guess it's unclear to me, why would the budget cut cause the prosecutors to do more about that offsetting when they always had the flexibility to not prosecute, right? Why would this constraint in their budget shift that? And so I guess I just wanted a little more richness on that mechanism, if you could.
Okay, that makes sense. So this is highly suggestive, but what we think could be going on is some of that, what's at the top here, which is that prosecutors might be just trying to burn through their caseload and just try and convict or have some sort of successful sentence for as many cases as possible. And as a result, in the pre-period, like even though they had the ability to drop some cases, they weren't doing this. But then they had to use a lot more discretion and think about which cases that are really worth their time in the post period. And that's sort of like, it happened to be intentionally or unintentionally that they were dropping the cases that were lower quality, which disproportionately were among the minority cases. But this is definitely not, I don't think I can say that for sure. It's suggestive evidence.
You know, one other thing you might think about is that if they laid off a bunch of workers, maybe it changed the distribution of prosecutors.
Yes, that's a fair point. I agree. It would be interesting to think about what types of prosecutors were sort of laid off as well. Yeah.
So Kevin Lang, some of the discussion makes it sound like monotonicity is just the continuation of the IV assumption, right? Which it's not. Right? You're making a monotonicity assumption on outcomes, right? And I think that, especially given the complexity of the decision making that you discussed, needs a lot of defense, right? And what's well defined here, whether Derek likes it as a metric or not, is the difference in the marginal outcomes, right? And trying to project that to the inframarginal outcomes based on some monotonicity strikes me as a very, very strong assumption.
So that's a fair point. I think so. There's two, as you pointed out, there's two types of monotonicity assumptions going on. One is the strict monotonicity of the instrument, which is what allows us to split up always takers and compliers and learn something about this. But over and above, there's this weak monotonicity on outcomes that I'm assuming, if we're working in a setting where you think that that's going to be unlikely. So for one story, why that would be violated here is, let's say that all the never takers, so never takers are people whose cases are never prosecuted. Let's say all the never takers were not prosecuted because they had really, really bad evidence. And let's also say all the never takers were at the lower end of the risk distribution and would never commit an offense. That would mechanically violate this. And so if we were worried about that in this context, we could also sort of just take worst case bounds and say, so we're still bounding a proportion. So we're using the IB monotonicity assumption to split up into always takers and compliers and sort of learn something about the marginal and some inframarginal people. And for that final inframarginal group of never takers, the bound would be at 1 and 0. And we'd still be able to sort of plug our machinery. But in contexts where you have a lot of never takers or a lot of people you want to bound, you're going to start getting wider and wider bounds. So we can relax the weak monotonicity assumption as well.
Is this working? Yeah. This is Orly Oos, and my question is with respect to understanding what was happening on the ground. I know 2010 was not yesterday, but is it possible for you to try and just ask people what was going on, what the policies were? Because I think this will help understand, is this a turnover story of different people working in the office? Did they have specific policy or grouping of crimes? It's a grouping of crimes, but maybe they actually had, memos that described what prosecutors were meant to do differently. I think this could be helpful for you to just define your policy a little bit better, may give you ideas about alternative comparison groups potentially.
Okay, that's useful. We can definitely do that. Thank you.
So I'm Paul Hayden. So I guess my question kind of follows Orly. So I'm thinking about the managerial model of prosecution, and it seems like one logical response here, and to me, this raises a little bit of a reverse causation question, right? Is that one thing I might do is just defer a bunch of cases. Like, I don't really know if people are high risk or not. So let's just defer the cases, use it like kind of a quasi diversion. But what I do is we just wait a few months. And if the person picks up another arrest, then it's like, oh, okay, let's go ahead and go. We already have a case ready. Let's include that case. And if we go for a certain amount of time and they don't pick up another arrest, then it's like, okay, we'll drop the case at that point, right? So is that something we should be thinking could be happening here? And if so, does that worry you or not really?
So the answer is twofold. So one is that we empirically don't really see that. We see what really happens is that a lot of cases just get dropped outright. But sorry, what? So we have like we can use some of the disposition codes to try and split that up, but I agree that it's not perfect. So under what conditions should we worry is like a second part of the question. So I think this goes back to Peter's comment. It's in the same flavor of that. So like now, if you think there's three treatments, like there's dismissal, there's diversion, and there's prosecution. And then the story you were saying is some people are shifting from prosecution and dismissal to deferral or diversion. So if that's happening, you would need to believe that there's a treatment effect of diversion, which there is. And so that would be problematic, but we can sort of dig into a little bit more and add sort of our results on what we can, like empirically, what we can see about whether that's happening or not. So we can add that. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Andy Jordan. So my impression of what the reform is buying us in terms of identification, actually, it's great that we're on this slide now, is that instead of the lower bound for the never takers, who outcome is censored, being at the compliers, it's at the average between the always takers and the compliers, right? If we just had data and we didn't want to think at all about any kind of like changes, you diff and diff, IV, whatever, we could still do that bounding exercise, right? So I mean, I know it's going to be application specific, and maybe there are going to be some applications where it's really impactful, but in your case, if you just ignore this reform, what do you get?
Yeah, it's interesting. We haven't done the pure Mansky bound, which is we take the average, and then for the people, we just assume 0 and 1.
So you don't necessarily have to do that. Would be that the lower bound's at 0. I'm saying that the lower bound could just be at the average outcome for the people in the pre-period, right? You could assume that people who are getting prosecuted in this period where a lot of people are getting prosecuted are probably have higher, potential outcomes than the people who aren't. That's still an assumption, but then you get to set your lower bound at somewhere between A and C.
I see. So it's an alternative. We still are making the strict monotonicity assumption, but we're not making the weak.
You get rid of everything else.
Okay. That's a fair, but we haven't tried that, so we can do that.
Yeah.
I think an answer to your question though is we can look at the empirical version of that graph. So to answer your question, if we were to do this, the lower bound would be somewhere between always takers and compliers, right?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be that different, I think. So I think to the section of your point is that the IV assumptions are not buying us a whole lot in this setting. Is that right? Okay.
Can probably have one more question if there are any. Otherwise, I think we can say a huge thank you.
Great.
To
Thank you.
Nikhil and And next, we're going to hear from Will presenting on the role of beliefs in driving racial discrimination.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'll give 30 seconds for everyone to get their wiggles out.
Okay,
Garden teacher.
Will is generously giving a short wiggle break. Okay,
All right.
we're ready to go.
So as the extended back and forth in the last session kind of highlighted, economists have traditionally thought about bias and discrimination as coming either from taste-based preferences or accurate statistical discrimination. But within the last 10 years or so, there's been an increasingly widespread view that that is incomplete. Now, this is still contested territory. I'm very much excited about the back and forth to come. But again, within the last 10 years, there's been a push to say that's incomplete. We need to think about other forms of discrimination that may manifest. And in particular, there's a growing view that inaccurate beliefs may be a main or key driver of discrimination in many settings. So this view within economics really started with Andre Schleifer's work, showing that the types of systematic biases and stereotypes that we think are present can lead to bias and discrimination that manifest much like other forms of discrimination that economists are more used to studying. Empirical work, including Amanda's work with Sonia Starr, is consistent with that. In that context, it's showing that it seems like employers are exaggerating the risk that Black males have criminal history. And then most directly, there's a series of very influential online experiments where the authors have shown that disparities seem driven by inaccurate beliefs. And critically, if you provide information about average group differences, you can reduce or completely eliminate those disparities. Now, this is a very promising view from a policy perspective. If we think that discrimination is driven by inaccurate beliefs, that's just, well, let's provide accurate information. We'll get at least some updating, and this can be a very direct way to tackle disparities we see in a variety of contexts. The problem is it's unclear if these findings are going to translate to the field. The online experiments are purposely very streamlined. They're kind of, making sure we don't have the complications we tend to have in the real world. And it's not clear if that simplification is load-bearing, so to speak, or if the frictions that kind of happen in real-world settings are going to attenuate or even reverse these impacts. So that's what we're going to do in this paper. We're going to take a real-world setting of the bail system, and we're going to ask, first, do we think that inaccurate beliefs could thrive here? And second, if we provide objective information, can we reduce those disparities? So there's a couple different reasons that we like the bail system for this setting, or for this study. Judges have a very clear legal objective to release as many defendants as possible while minimizing failures to appear and new criminal activity. We also measure that objective reasonably well. So this is an area where we can provide objective feedback on what the judges care about. Second, release decisions are usually made in just a few minutes with limited feedback on release and misconduct rates after decisions are made. So most jurisdictions have no formal way of giving back information. And so judges would sort of have to piece together what they think their release rates are, either overall or across groups. And with misconduct rates, it'd be incredibly hard for the typical judge to have any real sense of what those rates would be across individuals. And so it's going to be very hard for them to try out different strategies and figure out how to reduce their own disparities. Third, this is very high stakes for defendants. Prior work, again, by many people in this room, has shown that if you're detained before trial, even for just a few days, you tend to have much higher conviction rates, and you also have lower non-employment rates in the median run. And then finally, we see large white and non-white disparities in the vast majority of jurisdictions. And it appears, or at least it's consistent with these models of inaccurate beliefs. It looks like these disparities are largely driven by something about inaccuracy in how the decision maker is approaching the decision, rather than the more standard story of taste-based preferences or accurate statistical discrimination. So what we're going to do is we're going to implement two large-scale experiments, testing interventions to correct the judge's beliefs and reduce these release disparities. Our focal experiment is going to be a collection of two cohorts that we work with over several years. We're going to measure both baseline and inline beliefs using both online surveys and phone surveys. And then we're going to measure actual release and misconduct rates using the standard administrative case data. We're then going to test whether if we randomly provide a subset of the judges with objective information on their own release rates and misconduct rates, whether that changes their behavior at all. And that's going to provide one of the first tests of whether this kind of belief correction can work in the field, or whether there's a gap between what we're seeing in the online experiments and what we're seeing in real world settings. Now, the second experiment is going to take the same basic idea, but it's going to apply it in a much larger sample where we don't need to work with the courts to gather the data. New York City just publishes all of the release and misconduct rates by judge. And so we use that information to create dashboards of what the judges were doing, and then we sent that out to a random subset. And that's meant to probe the external validity of our first experiment. So what do we find? At baseline, the judges have extremely limited knowledge about their own release and misconduct rates, both overall and by race. The judges don't know their own release rates. The correlation between their actual release rate and their believed release rate is close to zero. They also significantly overstate the probability that they release the same number of white and non-white defendants. The vast majority think that they have no disparities at all before adjusting for covariates, when in fact the vast majority do have pretty large disparities between white and non-white release rates. Yeah, Christine.
I mean, how would they not have a that's like saying like roughly how many A's do you give? I mean, I like
I
just came from Harvard, so
But do you think you would have been I mean, would you have been much more accurate than they were about their release rates?
probably not.
Really? Okay.
Now, the analogy I like to use after talking to the judges is imagine that you're driving in a car. It's dark out. There's no speedometer. And I ask exactly how fast are you driving? And if you're driving 50 miles an hour versus 60 miles an hour, I say that's a huge deal. That's how they feel about this, is that, a gap of 5 percentage points is a lot. It's very important, but that's relatively few individuals. Like if you're making a handful of decisions a day over the course of a long time, or let me maybe do it in terms of academia. If I ask you, what fraction of the time do you call on people on the right side of the room, center of the room, and the left side of the room? And I actually measure that in objective data. Do you think that you would be able to be within 1 or 2 percentage points? Because I would be nowhere close.
Well, in law school, we have a whole. I would know the answer because it's done systematically. But I mean, maybe I misinterpreted significantly overstate, like you're saying statistically significantly overstate, but maybe not by a huge magnitude. Like I'm not saying people would be right that if they said they gave around 60% A's, maybe they're at Harvard and they gave 68% or something. I interpreted you'd need a wider variation.
I mean, we'll show the actual results, but it's a fair point. And that's why we want this first step of just showing what the beliefs are. I think that one way to think about the world is, well, we have basically accurate beliefs. I mean, certainly that was the starting point within economics and associated fields, is to say like, hey, we basically know what we're doing. We have basically accurate beliefs, give or take. I think another view of the world is, the world is noisy and messy, and it's really, really hard to know what's going on. We're going to try to provide direct evidence by showing these stats. And at some point, we'll figure out how to get that thing to disappear. Second, judges also don't know their misconduct rates, and they significantly overstate the probability that both white and non-white defendants will have some form of pretrial misconduct before trial. So the differences across race are not enormous. It's more of a general overestimation that they view the world as much riskier than it actually is. And then finally, the judge's misconduct beliefs are pretty strongly correlated with their actual release decisions. So if a judge perceives defendants as being much riskier, they tend to release fewer defendants in the real world. If they perceive defendants as not being particularly risky, at least within sample, they release more defendants. And so if we just stop the paper here, we could sort of write a paper that says, this is great. Bail judges look like they're suffering from inaccurate beliefs. It looks like the theory should work here. And if we provided objective information, we should have pretty big impacts. First, we should increase the overall release rate because we're going to pull back that exaggeration of risk among judges. And second, we think we're going to reduce racial disparities because we're highlighting that actually their real decisions are not what they think they are, and they need to recalibrate. Yeah.
So
and I think you're supposed to say your name.
Yeah, Yotam Shemtov. It could be nice if you can ask them also an outcome that there's a disparity. For example, is there a gap in felony arrests between black and white defendants? And then see maybe they have some aversion of ever saying there's gaps.
No, it's very fair. We didn't do that. It would have been a good idea. What we did do to get in that same spirit is we asked, what do you think your colleagues are doing? Do you think your colleagues have gaps? And we have several versions of those questions. They're much more willing to report their colleagues are bad at making decisions and that their colleagues have large racial gaps. And that'll be something that we exploit later. Qualitatively, whenever we talk to the judges, there's universal agreement that their colleagues are terrible at their jobs, but they themselves are quite amazing. We have a stat somewhere, I think it's 96% of the judges believe that they're well above average. John.
John Donahue. When you were talking about risk, you're talking about the risk of reoffense, but the judges are concerned about the risk that things will blow up for them. So it's a very different risk calculus that they're going through.
Give me a couple slides. So we're going to have a slide where we explicitly say, this is what we'd want to do in an online experiment. And these are all the things we want to shut down. And then we're going to have a second slide that's going to say, and here's all the ways that even this pretty simple real world setting as far as decisions go is going to differ. And first bullet on that list is going to be what you talk about, which is that judges, while they do care about misconduct risk, there's sort of this larger notion of they don't want to get called out in the press. They don't want to get called out politically. They want to get reelected. Both of the areas we're looking at, there are competitive elections. And actually, we do have judges in our experimental sample that went through the political process, let's say. One that got called out by the more right-wing politicians and one that got called out by the more left-wing politicians. And so it's exactly right. And so it may turn out that one of the reasons we find, bullet point 2 is that the real world's not quite as simple as our models are going to imply. Absolutely. Now, we're going to have limited variation, to be clear. We're not going to be able to experimentally manipulate judges' incentives. And so that's going to be a more suggestive part of the paper. All right, so I've already given away the second result. Of course, it's up there. Despite this being, kind of that exact setting that you'd want heading in to think that correcting beliefs would have a large impact, we find a very strong null that the treatment did absolutely nothing when it comes to either overall release decisions or the white versus non-white release rates. If anything, we find a decrease in release rates and an increase in white versus non-white release rates. So the opposite direction of what the kind of classic theory would have predicted. And as a result, our 95% confidence intervals are going to rule out the effects that we had in mind when we came into the experiment. We're also going to, we sort of throw p-hacking out the window and just say, let's look at every possible group and every story. Virtually every subgroup has exactly the same pattern I just said. Now, there's of course going to be one or two exceptions. If you have strong views, write them down now so you can hold yourself accountable. You'll see if the one group you picked out of the 20 available is the one where we see a different pattern, but it wasn't the one that we pre-specified. And it really felt like you can p-hack the heck out of this, and this is the result. We also confirmed the results in the second experiment in New York City, which again, much larger sample of judges. We find nearly identical point estimates, both on the overall release rate and the change in white versus non-white release. So it doesn't seem like an artifact of our sample or any of the particular decisions we made along the way. And so the last part of the paper really dives in and says, why did we find this result that was at least surprising to us and surprising to this recent literature? We don't think this is because the judges didn't change their beliefs. We find, all of the changes you might expect. The judges are more likely to know their own release rates. They're more likely to report racial gaps in their own release rates, and they're more likely to know their misconduct rates. So we don't get full updating, but the judges are much more accurate in their stated beliefs after receiving about 2 years worth of information. So that seems like it's probably not the right explanation. By comparison, we find suggestive work that it looks like there may be backlash effects, this generating reverse effects or kind of the exact reverse effects of what we might have expected. So among the judges who are most skeptical to the idea that there could be racial disparities in the court as a whole, those judges significantly pull back their release rates and they increase their white versus non-white gaps. So, and this is something that the social psych literature has pointed out, that if you make people aware of their own behavior, they can either, correct that behavior, so to speak, or they can double down on it and sort of justify it and just do more of it. And at least in this context, it looks like those backlash effects are dominating. And overall, that's leading to a null result. But if anything, we're kind of moving in the wrong direction.
So behaviorally, what I was thinking about when I was reading bullet 3 of cheating and reading ahead was that if we think about the causality, right, people are going to report their beliefs and then you see their release rates prior to the experiment. And the question is, what caused what?
Yeah.
Did my desire to be a stringent judge and have high release rates cause me to report these beliefs as opposed to the other way around, right? And so now I can't confirm. And I think there's psychology. I think that idea of that, thinking about that causality is valuable in unpacking this, I think.
I completely agree. And we're going to be limited in our context. Sort of the set of decisions we made in this study is to say, let's move to a context where we have less control, right? So there's only so much we can do with the real world judges, and there's only so much data we have in the real world, but it's a context we truly care about. What we're going to give up is we're not going to be able to nail all of the mechanisms that the social psych literature has discussed. I think the one that you're flagging is top of my list. Motivated reasoning would be one in particular that's in the spirit of your question. You could absolutely imagine that there's sort of a back and forth between beliefs and actions that's much richer than I'm going to show you in the model or we traditionally think of. So I think Derek was up first, and then.
So Derek, Neil, I believe this 100%. But I would frame it up in terms of if you do professional development for public employees or people in large organizations that have no incentive to respond to the professional development, we can fill this room with papers where people don't respond. And in 2017, the chief judge in Cook County did this reform where he said, we're going to take, for felony, we're going to take 15 minutes. We're going to get 3 reports. We're going to take it very seriously. And the other thing he did was he fired all the bond court judges and replaced them. And I saw him once at a fundraiser. I said, did you do that because you knew the old guys wouldn't listen and wouldn't follow your order, even though you were the chief judge? He said, obviously. It was not going to be enough to change the way we did it and give all this information unless I put people there who I knew were willing to operate under the new system. And so I think this is very believable, but it's kind of a broader principle about accountability of public officials.
Yeah, I take the comment in the same spirit as John's comment that incentives are richer in the real world than we often model, right? I think it's fair to say, I know because I asked, every single judge will say they are trying to minimize misconduct and release as many people as possible. And yet within that stated objective, which I believe is genuine, there's a richer story. I think what you said, Derek, is consistent with what we see, which is it's a little bit more than that, which again, I think is John's point. And to us, that's why we have to move from the lab and from the theory models to the field, that we have to get these rejections of the theory in order to make progress. Yeah, Betsy.
So it's super interesting results, but I want to distinguish between some people double down and some people take the information and go the other direction, and that would of course give you a smush.
Yes.
Put everybody together, and that's if you have people reacting differently, that's very different than nobody reacts. And
yes,
when I think about like the world and psychology, this is like a general phenomenon that if you give some people feedback on their behavior, they don't like feedback, and they become incredibly defensive, and or the feedback is a disaster. And then there are other people who see that as a way to get closer to their goals. And so that would be very consistent with that. Aside from all the racial stuff, it's just some people are defensive and some people are, sort of searching to root. But then there's another thing. Your example of looking on, calling on people on one side of the room more than the other. Like that's actually a problem I have.
I use it because I know a lot of schools have that information and a lot don't. So it generates this very interesting, like, oh, I of course know that. And then the people who have gotten the feedback are like, no, you don't.
But so I get the feedback. I know in the classroom that I have a harder time because I just tend to look one way. I have a head tilt bias. But correcting it is hard, even when I'm given the information. So it's like Christian, I had the exact opposite view of you. I was like, well, people are like, yeah, 5% of the time you call on the right more than the left. I'm like, okay. Like, what am I gonna do? Count it in the middle of a lecture? Like sometimes correcting your biases are really, really, really hard work, even when you're given the information.
I just meant that in law schools, I don't really call on people except when I'm cold calling people. And that's assigned in advance. So it's just random. I just call on my random list. So it's fine.
And let me quickly touch on your first point. There used to be a third bullet, and in the interest of moving quickly, didn't succeed there. It basically says there is one subgroup where we see people move in the expected direction. We'll kind of get into that in the mechanisms. I'm going to move pretty quickly through the middle part of the paper and then really spend a lot of time in the mechanisms and try to dive into your point. Our sense is that, briefly, a much smaller subset of judges are receptive to feedback than we expected ex ante. And so that's why we're getting sort of the null overall. There's a small subset that respond in the expected direction, and then another, slightly larger subset that go in the reverse direction, and probably some that we're not categorizing correctly. And so this result comes back as basically a null, but it's exactly kind of as you're alluding to in the social psych literature. Yeah. And my sense from that literature, you should say more if you're more familiar with it, is we haven't made a lot of progress on what to do with the fire, so to speak. I think the social psych literature is actively working on it, but my sense is we don't have a silver bullet yet for what to do if you're not receptive to feedback. Felipe.
Yes, Felipe Gonsalves. So some of the previous literature on inaccurate beliefs argues that if you do a standard test of discrimination, you assume people have perfect beliefs, inaccurate beliefs are going to show up like taste-based discrimination. So I'm thinking to back to your AER paper with David and Peter, you have judge-specific estimates of taste-based discrimination. So could you stratify your sample by your estimated taste-based discrimination and say, do the people who we estimated previously to have big taste-based discrimination, do they respond more to these interventions?
I feel like you're just trying to get me in trouble with Derek by bringing up that paper, but we don't see heterogeneity in people's baseline gaps. Now, a quick aside, we're not going to try to use our fancy econometrics to differentiate between raw gaps and gaps adjusting for potential outcomes. We're going to be underpowered in this context. So we're just going to focus on raw gaps, and we're leaning on my past work, again, controversial past work, suggesting the raw gaps are highly correlated with the discrimination estimates. All right, let me push on. I'm going to move relatively quickly through our conceptual framework. This is essentially, I'll slow down in the two key slides I've alluded to and responding to John and Derek, where I talk about the decisions we made and also highlighting why moving to the real world is important. We don't view these as oh no, this is a place where things are messy. We instead say, this is exactly what we need to do. We need to allow the messiness. Otherwise, we're not actually predicting things in the real world. And the disappointment will be we can't experimentally manipulate any of those things. I'll then move pretty quickly through the baseline beliefs, which I've already discussed, the null results in section 3, and then I'll try to spend more time in the mechanisms in section 4 and get some suggestive lessons that we can use moving forward. So leading up to this experiment, Crystal and I spent an enormous amount of time just visiting judges and trying to get a sense of how they viewed their decision-making process. And one of the themes that came up over and over again, reflecting this quote from a judge in Wisconsin, is that the judges feel like they are given absolutely no information whatsoever. And it makes them mad. They think it's ridiculous that collectively they're being held to account when there's no possible way in their minds that they could know what's going on. So yeah, please.
But
Christine.
again, I'm sorry to harp on this, but
Yeah.
that's a little bit annoying if he or she is not keeping track of his or her own approximate release. I'm seeing 4 people a day. If I care, just keep a little tally on my phone or something. So anyway, I mean, because they don't have the misconduct information, but they're not retaining something that's super simple for them to know.
It's a fair point. But I'm, my role is to keep a tally for them. And yeah, and again, all fair points, but from their perception is they're not given data in a way that they can use it. Either they're not given data at all, or they're given data in such a way that they don't feel equipped to actually use it in an actionable way. And again, this came up just time and time again. There's broad agreement on what their objectives were. There's broad agreement on what their colleagues' problems are, if not their own problems. But they just felt like this was an unfair test, given that we weren't giving feedback and information. So how would we think about this in the standard model? We're just going to take the workhorse model and show how would this lack of information and lack of feedback manifest in different types of disparities. We'll let Y indicate whether a defendant engages in misconduct if they're released. So you want to only release people who have YI star equal to 0. And DIJ is a binary indicator if a defendant is released by a particular judge. For everything I show today, I'm going to abstract away from the money bail decision. Happy to dive into that afterwards and kind of go through how we think about that. Now, each judge is going to use all available information, potentially including race, to form a potentially inaccurate prediction of misconduct risk. So step 1 is they get all of the case and defendant information, and they try to say, this is what I think the individual's probability of misconduct will be. Judges are gonna, we assume that judges have perceived type 1 and type 2 error costs, so they only want to release people who will not commit misconduct, and there's some error associated with making a mistake in either direction. And given their risk tolerances, they're going to have some sort of release preference that can be summarized by tau. Judges will then make release decisions where what they're trying to do is release all individuals where the expected risk is below some threshold, detain all individuals whose expected risk is above some threshold. Now, there's at least two ways that inaccurate beliefs can come into this model. The first is they may have exaggerated or underappreciated risk across different groups. So economists have traditionally measured or thought about inaccurate beliefs by saying, well, we think that you probably exaggerate the risk of minority defendants relative to non-minority defendants. A second form of inaccurate beliefs is more prominent in the social psych literature. That's where you have beliefs about your own action rates. So you may be unaware even of your own implicit biases, and as a result, you may be releasing more white or non-white individuals than you intend to. And so either forms of those inaccurate beliefs could lead to disparities in practice. And to Felipe's point, those are going to be very hard to empirically differentiate. When we move to the treatment, we're going to try to just address all inaccurate beliefs and move judges towards a more accurate sense of what they're doing, regardless of the exact model that they may be using. Yeah, Romain.
Campbell. So I guess I'm trying to think through like how actionable your information treatment actually is, right? So if you're saying to me, you're getting these things on average wrong, and there are various things in the model that I'm putting weight on differently by race, but you're not telling me what exactly I'm like upweighting that I shouldn't be, or like I guess like there's a version of this world where I will say, sure, that seems fine, but it's not actionable. Like I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And so I just revert to doing what I was doing before. Like, do you have any thoughts about something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's two different things that we thought about in that spirit, but I'm sure more could be done. The first is after each round of feedback, I know I haven't described the intervention yet, after each round of feedback, we would offer to meet with the treated judges one-on-one. Between half and 2/3 would take us up on that. That was myself or Crystal, most often myself. And we would just go through the data with them. And often that would be, I'd go case by case, and we talk about how they could have made different decisions. And so that's an attempt, at least in a backwards looking sense, to say like, hey, this is maybe the case where you could have made a different decision. It's debatable how actionable that is, but that's, in the sense of like sports, that would be like, look at your last at bat, be like, you swung at that pitch you shouldn't have, you didn't swing at this pitch and you should have. That's the attempt. The second thing we do is it turns out within our two courts, one has access to a predictive algorithm that gives them case-by-case recommendations of what they should do, and one court does not have a predictive algorithm. Now, again, that's not randomly assigned, but we can estimate the effects separately for those two jurisdictions, and we see no difference in the results. In a companion paper that we wrote while the experiment was ongoing, because we had to do something during the 5-year experiment, we also find that the judges in that jurisdiction largely ignore that algorithm, and they make pretty inaccurate decisions when they do so, both reinforcing or just reinforcing all the negative patterns we see. So at least in this particular context, even when the judges sort of have a ready-made recommendation, that doesn't lead them to make better decisions. Yeah, Burley.
I was curious, but maybe you already answered this, why you chose to do it on average and retrospectively instead of prospectively giving them, and maybe you already answered it, was that they don't use risk assessments and therefore we wanted to try something different.
Yeah, I mean, again, multiple experiments would be possible here. I think we wanted one to like step outside the algorithms debate. At the time we were implementing the experiment, sort of algorithms were seen as like the answer. There were many high quality RCTs that were started, and we thought, great, let's look at other ways of addressing disparities, whether algorithms work or don't work, because we hadn't seen the results yet. The second was we thought of this as a complement to algorithms, not as a substitute necessarily. And then the final would be that the existing literature really did focus on the cross-group differences as being the key information to give. Now, we didn't want to limit ourselves to just what those papers had done, but that really was the policy recommendation of like, great, just tell people what misconduct risk is by race and ethnicity and gender and other protected characteristics, and then you can go home. And so we wanted to be in the spirit of that literature in our intervention design. All right, so this leads me very well into like, what is the idealized lab experiment? So if we were just going to take the same setup, but then say take law students and have them make simulated decisions, how would we design that experiment in the lab? Well, first we'd elicit incentive compatible beliefs on release and misconduct rates and compare that to the truth. Second, we'd provide a random subset of participants with objective and easily understood information. Easily understood is a loaded term, but we're going to do our best by defendant race. And then finally, we'd measure both inline beliefs and another round of decisions. And this would typically happen in a very short time frame, often in just one sitting. And if we saw people change their simulated release decisions, we would say, great, that's evidence that inaccurate beliefs are driving discrimination in this setting, and providing objective information can help. What we're going to try to do is take this idealized lab experiment and then map it to the real world, knowing that there's going to be some friction points. So, John, this was the long promised slide. So what are some ways that judges differ in a way that this experiment could break down, but in a productive sense? The first is that judges, by and large, are highly professional and highly motivated public servants, with many facing election and political risk that's not present in lab settings. I've already alluded to that in both of the courts we work with, they turned into political landmines during our project. I can't say too much more because I'll give away what the courts were, but they were in the national news cycles for decisions that they made. And that's not necessarily something that easily goes into the models that we've kind of written down. Second, the decision-making process is more complex, and outcomes are observed over much longer periods than these stylized one-shot lab experiments. So even just taking misconduct, something no one's really asked about is, well, over what time frame do you want to measure misconduct? This isn't something that realizes itself within the first 5 minutes after you make a decision. Even a very short-run measure of misconduct is about 3 months. And then thinking about noise with, you've got lots of decisions, it's actually going to be many months from when you make a decision to getting any feedback whatsoever. And time is going to be the enemy of making actionable choices, right? So it's bad enough if you have this very hard problem saying, oh, you got a 25% misconduct rate when you made that release decision. Now I'm saying, okay, decisions you made 9 months ago that you probably don't remember, here's what your misconduct or release rates were in a totally different context. Third, misconduct is only going to be observed among released individuals. So we are never going to have a truly unbiased measure of misconduct risk. We're only going to have the selected measure. And then finally, and this maybe goes to the inside baseball within economics, judges view financial incentives as a way of eliciting accurate survey responses to be disrespectful. And that would be putting it very mildly. So we got universal feedback that, that would just be a terrible idea. The judges sort of rejected every possible version of what would look like an incentive compatible beliefs. This is consistent with other work eliciting beliefs in real world contexts. So Harrington et al., for example, elicit beliefs from prosecutors. They had a very similar back and forth, is my understanding from the paper, where the prosecutors just said, like, no way are we going to be taking incentives to make guesses about our behavior. That's insulting. So you can already see we're going to have to change our intervention materials and our study design quite a bit from the idealized lab experiment to take the theory to the field. We're not going to be able to do just a one-shot experiment where we get instantaneous feedback. We're not going to be able to do the standard incentive compatible beliefs. And we're going to have to live with the fact that a lot of the frictions come in this very complex political environment that the judges are in. That there's just a lot going on that they're kind of concerned and worried about. So the basics of the study are going to look a lot like the idealized lab experiment. We're going to recruit a bunch of judges. We're going to enroll them in the study. We'll have a baseline survey, and this is where the changes will start. The baseline survey will not be incentive compatible in the traditional sense. We're just going to ask what judges believe. We'll then randomize them in the typical way, but then instead of a one-shot intervention, we're going to do a 2-year intervention where we provide constant feedback and guidance. We're meeting with the judges pretty regularly. So it's much more intensive in terms of time and the amount of energy we're putting into each participant. And then finally, we'll do the end-line survey and have case outcomes for all judges regardless of their survey response. So I'm going to move relatively quickly. Happy to talk afterwards about
one quick question about
please.
that. So you would think if there was backlash that you wouldn't have take up on that continual feedback. shouldn't you have information over this several month period about judges that essentially said, I don't want to meet with you anymore? And wouldn't that be helpful in thinking about backlash?
Give me a couple slides.
Oh.
It's absolutely. So we recruited 2 court systems. We did everything possible to ensure their confidentiality, in part to avoid the political risks that they might be feeling. We successfully recruited 47 out of 55 full-time judges at baseline, and then 4 of the 10 judges who joined after the project started. When judges kind of rotate out or rotate in, we include all available case outcomes, and we try to always have a 2-year experimental period with the new judges that are joining, and I think we managed to actually get that exactly right. The baseline survey asks about kind of your usual gamut of possible outcomes. So we asked release and conditional misconduct rates for all defendants, white defendants, and non-white defendants. And we gave a lot of details on like exactly what do we mean by white, exactly what do we mean by non-white, and so on. We also elicited preferences for hypothetical release increases to compensate them for fixed misconduct increases. This is attempting to get at their type 1 versus type 2 error rate preferences. In practice, I think what we uncovered with this is that some judges prioritize release over pretty much any level of misconduct. Another subset prioritize misconduct over pretty much any version of release. And only a very small subset of judges actually change their mind as you increment these prices up and down. That's going to get to our mechanisms later on. We're basically going to take the subset of judges who look like they're actually weighing type 1 versus type 2 error rates within the reasonable range and ask, did these judges respond in the way we expect? We then administered an IAT test and asked about pure practices to elicit potentially more truthful versions of what's happening within the courts. And then we matched all that to administrative case data, which again is available for all judges regardless of survey response. Okay, so the main training session and materials. At the kickoff of the project, we had a 1 to 2 hour training session. This ended up being on Zoom because we were still in COVID era. We were just kind of headed out of it as we started implementing the experiment. And so we had online sessions with small groups of treated judges where we walked them through the intervention materials and kind of explained step by step what they were going to receive. The judges then received individualized feedback every 3 to 4 months, showing their own release and conditional misconduct rates, both overall and broken down by race, as well as how that was changing over time. Finally, we also gave them court statistics that aggregated across all judges, also on release and misconduct rates, and what the hypothetical release rates would be across race if they treated all individuals similarly based on observable characteristics. Now, it turns out in both of the courts that we are working in, the release differences should have been approximately 0 between white and non-white individuals because they had very similar observable characteristics. Now, it's not true in every court, but it made the presentation of the training materials very simple. Essentially, we could say, if you treated white and non-white defendants the same, you should release the exact same number. In practice, you have about a 5 percentage point gap in the court as a whole. And so all of that 5 percentage point gap seems due to things that you probably shouldn't be doing, essentially. Again, we're not controlling for unobservables, but that was deemed to be the most straightforward to understand. Now, going to the question about take-up rate, we provided the feedback every 3 to 4 months. 96% of judges verbally or via email confirmed that they received the materials. Let me zoom ahead. I'll go back in a second. 85% at Endline reported that they actually used the materials. And 70% of treated judges said they wanted to keep getting feedback after the experiment. So they essentially said, like, yes, keep sending this to me. I find it super useful. Feedback we got in our case study sessions was it was extremely helpful to see the race gaps in particular. They really wanted to understand if their perceptions matched the reality of their decisions. And they really highlighted the fact that they had this kind of very important selective problem with who they would find out about. So if you're a judge, you make an initial decision, and then people go out in the world. Some months later, a subset have some sort of subsequent misconduct, and they come back before the court. But the probability they come to you specifically is pretty low because they may just go to another judge. And the judges were really aware of this. They knew that they were getting this very selected and very salient sample of individuals who had pretrial misconduct. And so they were really worried that the actual rates of pretrial misconduct were going to be very, very different than what their guesses were. All right, so let me just very quickly show what the feedback looked like. I'll just highlight a couple of the slides. The simplest one that we always led off with every quarter was just the raw rates, showing the pretrial release rate, the appearance rate, and the arrest-free rate, both overall and by defendant subgroup. We then would show how this was varying across time, so they could see what had happened in the past. And then we'd compare this to other judges in the same court, as well as if they followed a predictive algorithm. And all this was meant to provide actionable information where they could try something new and see if that actually changed any of their statistics. All right, and then we did the online survey. Take-up rate was reasonably high. We had 40 out of 51 judges take the online survey. It was balanced by treatment status. And again, we're going to have case outcomes for all judges. So our main outcomes are going to be non-selected as far as attrition. When we get to the survey outcomes, we're of course going to have to subset to the 40 that actually took the survey. Last point on the survey is we allowed for non-response on all questions, and the judges were meant to do that if they truly didn't know and they just didn't feel like they could guess. One thing that came up a lot was the judges were embarrassed by not knowing their own statistics, and they just really didn't want to guess. They kind of perceived that as being really, really costly. And so we allowed non-response, and all of our regressions are going to allow non-response as a key outcome in the surveys themselves. All right, let me pause. I know I went very quickly. Any questions before I show the baseline beliefs, the null results, and then get into mechanisms?
So there's a lot of focus here on race. There are other dimensions you can consider. Are their beliefs accurate by violation type, by past history? Is there a reason why race is the kind of one we want to be focusing on here? Do they correctly rank by violation type? Which ones are more likely, less likely?
I think there's other groups you could have focused on. Racial disparities are obviously very prominent within bail setting, and it's a focus of political effort. In practice, we didn't feel like we could cut the data too many different ways before it become too complex to be digestible. So we did focus on overall and then white versus non-white. Judges, certainly the one-on-ones, judges asked for more information and we did provide that. So for example, many judges had a particular interest in domestic violence cases and wanted stats really broken down by that. Other judges were focused on different racial breakdowns, and they would have particular things they wanted to see or they wanted to interact. They wanted to look at gender as well. So those were all statistics we provided on request. Probably about a third of treated judges would ask for some sort of bespoke report that we would produce for them. But yeah, we started with race given the focus of that in criminal justice. Yeah, Dan.
Dan Herbst. I'm wondering, you might have mentioned this, but I'm wondering if you do any sort of sanity checks to see if they kind of understand conditional probabilities. So for instance, if like conditional release rates like match up with their reported unconditional release belief, assuming they know the share of defendants that are white or black.
We did a little bit, but not a ton. We did a lot of pilot testing, and then we did a lot of testing on Mechanical Turk just to see if people understood the questions and could report back the statistics we provided. In the survey itself, we only have a handful of sanity checks. I think one could do more in the spirit of like Mandy Palis and Alex Moss's work. Mike?
Well, this is Mike Mueller-Smith. Have you, in talking with the judges, gotten any sense the degree to which there could have been control contamination? Were they talking to each other? This seems like a pretty intensive intervention that they might discuss.
We were very worried about this, and before we went through the pain of recruiting courts, we were like, oh, we should clearly recruit like 100 courts and randomize the intensity. That quickly ran into practical concerns. So we did ask about friendship networks and all the rest, but again, we ended up just being underpowered. We have 51 judges split between treatment and control. My sense is there was some modest control contamination in the sense that like the judges do hang out and are friendly, but in relatively small groups. So I do think the control judges will be broadly aware, and that's just going to be one of the issues we have. Yeah. Now that's not going to explain why the results would go the wrong way, which I'll show you in just a minute. But yeah, it was sort of a known risk with this experimental design. All right, I'm just going to highlight one or two key results, kind of like highlighting questions that have come up, and then try to get to the mechanisms because I think that's where a lot of the action is. So this is just we asked the judges, essentially, do you ask the same or do you release the same number of whites and non-whites? The objective outcomes are in the kind of orange color. the actual, or what they state is in the kind of greenish blue color, or at least greenish blue to me. And I should have picked an easier color to label. What you can see is that the vast majority of judges, 75%, say they released the same number of white and non-white defendants. Now, I can't separate out, do they truly believe this in their heart of hearts, like, infinite penalty if you're wrong, or is this just they can't verbally state that it's different? But we see that overwhelmingly judges say, yes, I treat everyone equally. Only 12.5% of judges report that they have positive release gaps, so release more whites than non-whites. By comparison, 80% of judges actually have positive release gaps. Now, we spent a lot of time thinking about noise and like, are these real gaps or is this actually a statistical zero? Any reasonable version of this is going to yield the same basic conclusion. And the reason for that is that the courts as a whole have a pretty big gap. So any sort of empirical Bayes adjustment is going to pull those gaps towards a basically 5 percentage point gap. And so the judges are just wrong here. They kind of overstate the racial fairness. Let me show one or two other quick results and I'll take a round of questions. We see a similar kind of story when we ask about failure to appear risk and new criminal activity risk. There's just a kind of a big right tail of judges who think the world is much, much riskier than it is. So a non-trivial share of judges think that more than half of defendants that they release will fail to appear when the truth is closer to 11%. And similarly, there's a chunk of judges, this is less extreme, but there's a chunk of judges who think that a very high share, 20 to 30% of defendants will have new criminal activity when the truth is closer to 10%. And so the judges, if I could summarize, would say, I'm racially fair and the world is incredibly risky. And neither of those facts is true in practice. All right, so let me take questions because I saw a couple hands. Yeah.
Andy Jordan. So I'm curious. It seems like there's been a lot of focus on release gaps, and maybe it's just because I've spent too much time in the space. But wouldn't it be more natural to focus on outcome gaps? And even if judges are thinking like I treat everyone equally, they might implicitly be thinking like I have a zero outcome gap, right? If someone has the probability to offend, that I'm gonna detain them and not otherwise, right? That seems more like kind of the intuitive fairness, and that would be better measured with the outcome gap.
Well, this is where it was lucky for us, and it was just pure luck, that in practice, white and non-white defendants have extremely similar observable characteristics in our two courts. And so adjusting for observable risk measures essentially gets us exactly back to the raw gaps. And so now the judges' perceptions, of course, can be richer than this. We do have a little bit in the survey of trying to dive into that and like doing the adjustments and not. For simplicity, I'm just focusing on the raw gaps.
Okay,
yeah,
and
I'm as you can guess,
and this opposite, because within a judge you might have because it seemed like there's a lot of noise within like each judge's report. Do we find that they might have kind of coherent responses to outcome gaps, even if they seem to have incoherent responses to release gaps, just from the can exploit the noise there?
We should talk more later, but the short
Okay.
answer is no. Sure. I saw, man. So, Derek.
So you went fast with this descriptive statistics, but I thought you had more whites released, but then conditional release, you had more failure to appear in the black sample and about the same violation rate.
These are beliefs, just to be clear.
No, way back when you were doing the descriptive statistics for the whole sample. So
that was a made up example. It was just a hypothetical, like this is the type of information we give to judges.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Apologies for moving fast. And I'll take one more question, and then I'm basically going to plow through until I get midway through the mechanisms, and I'll slow down and take another round of questions.
Thank you. Justin Holtz. So I'm wondering, how do these baseline misperceptions compare to the other papers on statistical discrimination? Because it strikes me they're not that off, right? A very large share of the data is within 5 percentage points of the truth. And I mean,
it's a very glasses half full view. I like it.
Because like your treatment effects are going to be, weighted by the amount of correction that there is. So if a lot of people are, because when they say these things, they have a lot of noise in the statements that they're making. And so if they're already pretty close to the truth, there's just not much room to change their beliefs, and then not much room to change their actions, which is a function of their beliefs.
Let me reframe the point, and it's one I basically agree with, which is the overall gap is about 5 percentage points. which is extremely important from a social perspective. You know, a 5 percentage point white versus non-white release gap is not okay. And that's the same type of gap that we've been presenting papers in and have been accepted at lots of publications as being important and too large. And yet 5 percentage points is not a lot of people if you're a typical judge. You know, if you're dealing with, say, 100 cases, that's a handful of defendants each year. If you have, about 300 a year would be typical for the judge. So we're really not talking about a lot of people for judges, and you can forgive them for having noise in their beliefs. I think both of those things are true at the same time. And this might be why providing objective information is going to be a very challenging way to address disparities. It may be that this is not a high frequency enough decision, even with several hundred cases a year, to allow judges to change their minds. So I think that's how I would interpret the point. All right, let me go relatively quickly. Let me show the null results and then get to the mechanisms. So first, overall release rates. Under the standard model, we'd expect the treatment group to release more people than the control group, because hopefully we've corrected their beliefs and they now have a less exaggerated sense of how risky the world is. That didn't happen. If anything, they're releasing about 1.4 percentage points fewer people. Now, it's not statistically significant, but because the effect goes in the, quote, wrong direction from what we expected, we're going to be able to rule out any reasonable size impact in the increase in release rates. Sorry, stumbling a bit. Now, what about white versus non-white release rates? Within the control group, we see about a 3.7 percentage point gap. So that's slightly smaller than at baseline, but not a huge change. That could either just be a time effect, or to Mike's point, this could be a spillover onto the control group. We still see a pretty sizable white versus non-white gap. Within the treatment group, if anything, the gap got bigger. So we went from 3.7 percentage points to 4.8. And so again, this is going in the, quote, wrong direction from what we would have expected from the theory. And so we're going to be able to rule out any reasonable decrease in the racial gap from what we would have expected. Now, you might reasonably say, what about my favorite subgroup? Was there a big impact there? So this is where hopefully you pre-specified your beliefs at the beginning of the talk. As you can see, there's very, very few point estimates that are even on the right side of this graph, or the correct side if you think that people should increase their release rates. So unless you guessed Republican judge, you are wrong. And we definitely have not adjusted for p-hacking here. And so those confidence intervals should be quite a bit larger potentially. So there's no real indication that any particular subgroup or any of either judges or defendants responded in the expected direction. Same thing for release rates. Again, Republican judges being the one outlier, though the confidence interval is enormous now. We're just not seeing any evidence that any particular subgroup responded in the expected direction. Now, of course, we want to follow this up. These are kind of surprising results. So we ran a very similar experiment, but using publicly available data in New York City. So we took the publicly available release and misconduct rates from the New York City website or New York State website. We sent a random subset of those judges information that they hopefully could understand on the release rates overall and by race. We sent emails, but we also did FedEx, where we required signature and notice of delivery. Now, of course, we don't think the judges themselves are signing, but we did try to get someone on their staff, and we did follow up via phone and email. We did our best attempt to get this to the judges. Based on a subset of both happy and angry emails, I think a large subset of judges did receive the materials. Yes, everything was covered by IRB. This was publicly available information, so that's why we could talk to the judges after sending the information, just in case you were asking. And we find nearly identical results. The treatment group releases fewer people in New York City. Before we had a 1.1 percentage point decrease, now it's 1.7. So very similar across the two experiments. And the race gap, if anything, went up. It's a little bit smaller point estimate, but again, there's nothing indicating that there's something special about our first experiment. We're getting nearly identical results with a slightly different experimental design within New York City. Again, we could kind of say, let's split this by all the different subgroups we have. There's nothing that really jumps out where any particular group had the result we expected, either in terms of the release result or the white versus non-white release result. So whatever your favorite subgroup is, again, unless you guess Republican judges, we're just not finding anything to support the standard theory here. Okay, so let me take my last 5 minutes and talk about explanations. The first is maybe judges didn't update their beliefs. Kind of the simplest explanation is this was not understood. You provided something that was complex and the judges didn't update their beliefs. We don't think that happened. I'm not going to go through the slides in the interest of time, but we see belief updating in all the places you'd expect. They have less exaggerated sense of risk in the treatment group. They now report that they are likely to have white versus non-white release rates, or gaps, sorry, and everything kind of moves in the expected direction. The second explanation is that maybe the judges need specific guidance. I think this goes to Romaine's point. Here we split by the jurisdictions where they had the pretrial risk assessment and didn't. We also split among the subset of defendants where the algorithm suggests release versus detain. And in none of those subgroups do we see any indication that either the judges are following the algorithm more or that their results move in the expected direction. So telling the judges that they were not doing the job they thought did not make them trust the algorithm anymore. When we interviewed the judges afterwards, basically, all the judges think that their decisions are great, their colleagues' decisions are bad, but the algorithm's decisions are worse. Now, whether that's true or not, is a subject for another paper, but that was the perception among the judges, that they really felt like the algorithm was not a tool that would allow them to make better decisions. So let me go to the backlash, where we see some evidence of an explanation. So prior work within social psych has highlighted or has suggested that if you highlight group differences, that can increase prejudice and what they call reactance. And again, the underlying social psych mechanism varies across papers, but the idea is essentially that you might double down on behavior or have some form of motivated reasoning. So we're going to use two questions to proxy for a greater potential for backlash. This was something we did ex post. We didn't pre-specify this, so please keep that in mind. The first is whether an individual believes that there are racial disparities among their peers, and the other is whether they believe racial disparities exist in the pretrial system as a whole. Now, what we think this question is picking up is essentially whether someone just rejects the entire premise that there could ever be racial disparities. Roughly half of the judges fall into that category, where they say there is no possible problem with race anywhere in the entire pretrial system. Roughly half of the judges are on the other side of that, where they say, yes, other judges have problems, it's just not me. And that's going to be our two groups for this subsample. Both of these questions are highly correlated with anti-Black IIT scores, meaning you take longer to associate positive words with Black faces. We've had a bit of drop off in the IIT, so that's why we focus on these two questions where we have higher survey response rates, but we find very similar results if we split by the IIT instead. So what do we find? If you believe that disparities exist, you are moving in the, quote, expected direction, although it's not statistically significant. So these are the individuals that believe that potentially racial disparities are a problem, even if it's not their problem. And when you tell them objective information, they increase their release rate. I'll show on the next slide, they decrease their racial disparities. So while it's not statistically significant, we're at least moving in a positive direction, so to speak. Now, in the group that is just adamant that no disparities could ever exist, we see a huge pullback of about 5 percentage points in their release rate, which again is in the reverse direction. That effect is both statistically significant for that point estimate, and the difference between the two groups is statistically significant, again, ignoring p-value adjustments. And so this is consistent with this idea of backlash, that among the judges who just came, even though they consented to be in the experiment, they really didn't think we had anything to tell them. They seem to have moved in the opposite direction. We see something very similar for the race gaps. That same group increases their race gap quite a bit. That's both individually statistically significant and then right on the edge of being significantly different from the other control group. And then the final one that I'll just kind of talk through is because we also elicited these type 2 versus type 1 preferences, we can subset our judges to judges who seem like they're making trade-offs at the margin, where at some point they say, yeah, I'd stop releasing more people or start detaining more people, versus people who just keep with their same answer all the way through these hypothetical questions. So essentially have extremely strong beliefs to either release everyone, regardless of the risk, or to detain everyone, regardless of the trade-off. Within that, we see that the people who think at the margin, the way that our standard models would assume, they also move in the, quote, expected direction. They increase their release rate and they decrease the racial gap. So what do we take out of this set of results? I think looking back, we didn't appreciate first how large the group was that was going to suffer from these backlash effects. Yes, I know. This is where I get to say like everything we got wrong in our pre-specified beliefs. I agree. So we didn't appreciate how large that group was, that we're going to move in the reverse direction and move so strongly it would undo any positive results. And I think we underestimated how large the group was that was going to behave like the standard model. Now, of course, we didn't think everyone was going to weigh type 1 and type 2 error costs and behave the way that we modeled. But I think if you made me guess, I would have guessed, well, most judges are like that, and only a handful of judges are these kind of backlash-prone judges. And at least in these two courts, we were just dead wrong in that. So hopefully moving forward, we'll see more interventions like this where we don't just stop at documenting inaccurate beliefs, but we actually try to correct them. And then also, have more of a push to understand how do we minimize these backlash effects. So I think I'm right on time, or 1 minute extra if there's any remaining questions.
I want to sort of cite Derek's Russell Sage paper, and one of the big points he makes is sort of how much more important often the disparate impact of these policies are compared to these small levels of disparate treatment that we tend to find. And I would love to see in your paper some back of the envelope calculations. If you compare sort of the racial composition of the community to the composition of who are in the courts, how much cost is there to the minority community because judges are not simply releasing more people regardless of race, compared to how important the discrimination is in terms of those impacts? I think that's something you can really show us in this context would be valuable.
We do a little bit of, well, actually we do a lot of that, and the papers Derek doesn't like were published well, but our 2018 AR, our I forget the date, 2016 AR, 2018 QG, and 2022 AR. We do a bit of that. And as you expect, it's just enormous consequences for non-white individuals.
Go ahead, Carlos.
There's time. Carlos Aberancio. I was thinking whether or not judges were loading on other characteristics under which they themselves had incorrect beliefs that also were racialized.
Yeah.
And that's partly driving what's going on.
It certainly could be. For me, I categorize that under that sort of implicit belief category, that you can rationalize racial beliefs by saying, oh, it's because of this other thing. And so you've got exaggerated risk preferences across some characteristic that is correlated with race, but not race itself. I think that's absolutely a possibility. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Will. Okay, it's 11 o'clock, so we are very excited to hear from Jens, who is presenting Predicting Police Misconduct. So if people could take their seats, Hannah and others, take your seats, please.
Great, terrific. Thanks so much. So this is a paper with Greg Stoddard and Dylan Fitzpatrick, our computer scientists at the Crime Lab, and Anuj Shah is a psychologist at Princeton. And this paper is part of a larger theme of work that I've been working on for several years with my friend Sendhil Mullainathan in thinking about how you can infuse AI into economics, including the economics of crime. And when these machine learning tools originally came on the scene, the initial reflex, I think, of economists was to think about how you could repurpose AI to do the sort of thing that we typically do, which is a bunch of causal inference stuff. And I think the high level theme that what Sendhil and I have been working on is thinking about whether these are machine learning tools that are built for prediction. Are there other ways in which we can use those tools in economics rather than fitting them into the causal inference box? And we found one kind of useful metaphor that helped us, at least, to think about this is the distinction between rain dances and umbrellas. And here's what we mean by that. So, imagine that you're thinking about, you have atmospheric conditions that affect the likelihood of rain. And then when it's rain, that affects some sort of payoff function to individuals or society. And one type of question that you might be interested in this case is, should I pay someone to do a rain dance for me? Right? And that kind of question is all about whether the intervention of interest here affects the outcome, which is rain. And for that sort of question, the perfect tool is experiments and all the stuff that we normally sort of talk about here at NBER. But there's a very different sort of decision problem that we have, which has a very different structure, which is, should I bring an umbrella with me to go on and about my day? And notice you've got atmospheric conditions going to rain, going to some sort of payout functions. The umbrella does not affect, our goal is not to have the umbrella affect the likelihood of rain. The impact here from the umbrella is it affects the payout function if it rains, right? And here, the right tool for informing that sort of decision is not a randomized, this is actually not a good example because we know umbrellas do actually causally affect rain. But if you were not superstitious and you were willing to shut down that causal channel, this would illustrate the key point. And the right sort of methodology, the right tool here is machine learning instead of experiments. So what are the sort of interesting questions here? So let me just talk you through this in the context of the judge application that many of us have been working on for years, and then I'll pivot to what this looks like in the application we're going to talk about today, which is predicting police misconduct. So imagine we've got some outcome Y, which is like whether a defendant, were they to be released pre-trial, would reoffend. That's a function of both things that are captured in data and things that are not captured in data, okay? And in principle, what you can do is you can predict the likelihood of reoffense in that case with an algorithm, and a human can do that as well. Okay, so one sort of type of question that we're interested in this literature is, can the algorithm actually help the human? Could we build a machine learning decision aid that would help the human by predicting more accurately? And I just want to point out that conceptually, it's not obvious what the answer to that is, and the answer might vary across settings. So in a lot of applications, we see algorithms predict more accurately on average, but that doesn't mean it's unavoidably so. The algorithm predicts really accurately, but only the reason for that is both the human and the algorithm have their own comparative advantage. So the algorithm predicts really accurately, but only has access to the things that are captured in data. The human has access to all of the information, but behavioral science tells us that they predict with some error. So that's why this is an interesting question to study and why answering it correctly in one application doesn't answer the question for every application, because the amount of private information that's not captured in data is going to vary. And how people are or are not able to use that private information is going to vary. And the other type of thing that's interesting in these sorts of applications is it turns out not to be trivial to test whether the algorithm is predicting more accurately than the person or not. So in the judge application, we've got what we call selective labels problems. The judge detains someone. We have no way to know if the algorithm was right that this person was high or low risk. Notice, the usual approach in computer science there is that you impute what the person would have done had they been released. Makes perfect sense from a computer scientist's perspective. If your life is building cat detectors, there's no such thing as unobservables. But as a social scientist, if you ignore the possibility that the judge has private information, you are baking in a pro-algorithm bias in the algorithm versus human comparison. And similarly, like these algorithms, like in the judge case for pretrial, it is built to predict the outcome that the law says the judge should follow. Flight risk, rearrest risk. Okay, so we show that the algorithm predicts that more accurately than the judges on average, but who the hell knows what the judge really cares about? And if the judge cares about a richer set of things than just rearrest risk, you might mistakenly conclude that the algorithm is predicting more accurately than the judge based on seeing the judge's decisions, but that might be misleading. So we call that the omitted payoff bias. So assuming an overly narrow objective function for the judge, getting both of these wrong will both make the algorithm look better than it really is. And this is going to be something that we're going to pay attention to in the police misconduct paper. Okay. And then I think at least as interesting to me in these types of problems is trying to then understand, like, what are the people actually getting wrong? And for me, I think one of the interesting other ways that you could imagine using the algorithm here is a hypothesis generator or a cognitive bias reverse engineer, whatever you would want to call it. And one way that you can use the algorithm then to try and understand what the person is doing wrong is just by looking at areas of disagreement between the algorithm and the judge decisions. And then the other thing that you can do is actually build another algorithm that is not predicting in the judge application, for instance, what the defendant is doing, but building an algorithm that predicts what the judge decides. And what can we learn from that statistical object about what the judge is doing right or wrong? And then we can go out and we can test these things in follow-up research, including lab experiments. So this is sort of the playbook for this literature, and this is the playbook that we're going to follow here in the case of police misconduct. Okay. So this is our kind of canonical motivating example for everybody in Chicago will know exactly what this picture is. The picture of the kid in the graduation cap is Laquan McDonald at his 8th grade graduation. Just to the left in the backdrop is Laquan McDonald on Pulaski Avenue on the south side of Chicago after he'd been shot, I think, 16 times by the police officer in the right here, which is Jason Van Dyke. And this, as you can imagine, this really helped capture an enormous amount of attention. And we can then just talk through what happened in this case the way we normally think about cases like this. So this happened October 20, 2014. The video of this didn't come out for a couple years later. That's a whole other kind of story. Video eventually comes out. Jason Van Dyke winds up getting convicted and for murder and put in prison. Rahm Emanuel winds up losing, just doesn't run for re-election because of the political fallout of the city sitting on the video for a couple of years. Okay, so many people look at that and say this is a good outcome because we had accountability, and in some sense that's right. But notice there's another more fundamental problem here, which is that Laquan McDonald is still dead, right? Whatever the after the fact kind of accountability we have, you still wind up with the harm of the police misconduct. And so a different way that you could sort of think about this is, boy, doesn't it feel like we are under-attending to what is happening before these events happen in advance. And one of the things that gets you starting to wonder about whether these events are more predictable than we might appreciate is Jason Van Dyke and his wife were separated at the time of the shooting. She gives an interview to the Chicago Tribune, I think a couple of weeks after the video comes out. And she tells the reporter, like, I could tell, Jason Van Dyke's wife, I could tell that he was turning into a different person. He's working in a very, what they call a fast district in the Chicago Police Department, seeing all sorts of terrible stuff, turning into a different person. If she could have foreseen this, who knows who else in the Chicago Police Department might have noticed that something was going off the rails. Maybe we could have stepped in and done something to have prevented this. Alternatively, you can imagine using all of the administrative data that the Chicago Police Department has to try and build a prediction as well. Okay, and so that's part of the motivation then for thinking about why you would be interested in algorithm in this case. It's not necessarily that they're spending a lot of time thinking about, this is not a super active decision, as I'll show you in a second, of the Chicago Police Department. How can we intervene to prevent police misconduct? But in principle, it could be if we had a better sense for who's at elevated risk for this. Okay. And then maybe just also to point out, if we could have intervened, not only does it save Laquan McDonald's life, but this was not good for Jason Van Dyke as well, right? So if we could have stepped in and done something to really put him on a better trajectory, this would be a win-win. Okay. All right, so let me start off talking a little bit about what most police departments, or at least most big police departments, do right now to the extent to which they do anything preventive. They build these things called early intervention systems where, they talk about these as supportive services. They're usually part of officer wellness systems. Can we provide supports to officers who we are worried are having a hard time? So it's not Minority Report being punitive against officers for a prediction about what they're going to do. It's about providing them with, people are getting divorced. They've got substance abuse problems. They've got gambling addictions. They've got all sorts of other problems. Some people forget literally everything that they ever learned in the academy. Sometimes they didn't learn what was in the academy. Sometimes their field training officer steered them astray. And you can imagine the long list of things that might lead to these bad outcomes. Okay, so what they normally do right now is, this is about as undata driven as you could possibly imagine. It is a group decision-making process that usually, when cities have these early intervention systems, where you get police leaders, usually somebody from the city law office, and if this is being implemented as part of a Department of Justice consent decree, almost every DOJ consent decree requires an EIS as part of this, there will be some DOJ representatives as well. And usually there's a police union negotiator in there as well, and they sit down and they say, what sorts of indicators of trouble should we be thinking about as a flag for an officer that's on a bad trajectory? Okay, so it's like human judgment generated through this group process. It's also a political process, and then it's written down, and then they just sort of mechanically flag this and send people who are flagged off to whatever kind of preventive services the department might have. Okay. One thing that I want to point out that's a little bit subtly different, but I think importantly different in this application from like judges and doctors and some of these other areas where people have been thinking about how you use algorithms to understand and improve human decision making is, normally what we are doing is we observing like judges and doctors making case by case decisions where the decision making process is a total black box, right? So, and then the only way that we can really understand what the judge or the doctor is doing is we can build, as I said before, a statistical model of the judge to see what their rate of detaining or sending somebody for further testing is for different types of patients or for different types of defendants and that sort of thing. Okay, and then the judge or the doctors, they're doing that based on the X's and the Z's, the stuff that's in the data, the stuff that's not in the data as well. This is a very different kind of application in two ways. One is we have the advantage of seeing exactly what the human rule is, because the people get in the smoke-filled room, they write down the rule, and then the rule is a public document, and you can see exactly what they were thinking, or at least what they were thinking that led then to this operational rule that they follow. And the other thing that you will immediately see once you realize this is a written down rule is it is stuff that by definition then or by construction is encoded in data. So this sort of application, unlike judges and doctors, there's no real room for the EIS system to leverage whatever private information humans might have. So that's a downside if people are really actually good at using private information. The upside is then these EIS rules aren't prone to noise, if you've read the Kahneman, Sunstein, Siboni book about that. Okay, so this makes it a slightly different kind of application. All right. So our involvement at the University of Chicago Crime Lab on this project, we were asked in 2017, so this was right on the heels of the Laquan McDonald video coming out. We got asked by the monitor of the consent decree so the video comes out, there's a consent decree against Chicago Police Department, and the monitor asked the crime lab if we would build predictor of police misconduct. Okay. And the pilot went live in 2020. There are going to be some bad news or sad stories as part of this. The pilot went live in 2020 in one district. And after 6 years of having this deployed, it is now active in one district. So I would just point out, just to highlight how hard it is to change these big city police departments, that is for a district that is under a consent decree, right? So it has just been stuck in one district, and I would not call that an optimal deployment in that one district either. Very sobering. Okay. So what we have is we've got data from all the administrative data at CPD for 2007 to 2020. We're going to focus on 2010 to 2018. The data is a little wonkier before 2010. So for data reasons, we're going to do that. 17,000 unique officers, 100,000 person year observations. We've got use of force reports, complaints, low-level infractions, attendance by the officer, missed court events, arrests, performance reviews. So everything that you can, the NBER, I think normally we average between sort of a quarter and a half of the papers is somebody doing something with CPD administrative data. So you guys are very familiar with this data. And so the playbook here that we're going to do is we're going to partition the data in two ways: by officer and time. Okay, so we're going to have some holdout officers that the algorithm has not seen before, and some holdout time periods that the algorithm has not seen before, and train the algorithm on a bunch of officers for the 2011 to 2015 period using all of their prior administrative data. Okay, and where we've got their X's and their Y's to see how the model is doing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to show you results for the accuracy of that model with the out-of-sample officers in the out-of-sample time period of 2016 and 2017. Okay, so this is just, okay. And the two outcomes that we're going to predict are, we can have a conversation about what you should predict. These are the things that the consent decree process led us to focus on. Was on-duty misconduct. These are sustained complaints. A modest share of complaints in Chicago get sustained. Excessive force, wrongful arrests, other enforcement-related actions, and then off-duty misconduct as well. Okay. And so then this is just a different way to kind of see the playbook. We've got risk factors and misconduct measured for the training data set. We run that through gradient boosted decision trees. We've got a risk predictor out of that. And then in the 2016-2017 period, we're going to run the officer records through there. We get some predicted misconduct rates, some y-hats, and then we can see how accurate those things are out of sample. Okay, and in terms of the out-of-sample accuracy, the AUC for on-duty misconduct is 0.752. This is sort of in the range that you see when you try and predict, say, defendant behavior or, and then a little bit lower for off-duty misconduct, 0.682. I think partly, AUC is area under the, so one way, this is area under the curve. It's like the likelihood that a randomly selected positive case has a higher prediction of being 1 versus 0 is one way to think about it. So an AUC of 0.5 is no predictive accuracy. AUC of 1 is perfectly predictive. So we're kind of right in the middle, which is what you see when you predict rearrest risk or something for defendants in a judge setting. Okay, a little bit lower for off-duty misconduct, I think partly because so much of that goes unreported. These are like drunk driving, domestic violence cases, things like that. Okay, so the first result, yeah.
That AUC is from predicting a few years out though, right? Like it looked like in your sort of diagram, you're predicting misconduct like several years into the future. So like the things you talked about, like divorce or like a gambling thing, if those sort of like quickly turn into misconduct, you're sort of missing all that. So do you think you could get even more predictive accuracy by sort of predicting sort of more proximate outcomes?
Yeah, I think that we have toggled around with the follow. It's a good question. We've toggled around with the follow-up prediction window, and the AUCs don't swing all that wildly. I might have thought something similar to you. I think maybe one candidate explanation is it the sort of the accumulation of whatever it is on the heels of a traumatic event maybe takes longer than you think. Yeah, Roman.
Have you used any, like done this again, but including not sustained complaints? Because prior to 2016, nothing was sustained. It was 10%. Jason Van Dyke was only sustained on 2 complaints.
Yeah. You see, you get basically the same thing when you predict on unsustained or all complaints rather than just sustained. You look.
But how is that possible when so few?
So one way to think about it is the likelihood. Like imagine that whether this thing is sustained or not is random. So think about what the predictor is doing. The predictor is rank ordering officers by their predicted risk. Okay. And so like the predicted odds of the Y variable being equal to 1. And so one way to think about it is the people who are at highest risk for having a sustained complaint are also the people who are at highest risk for having any complaint or lots of complaints.
Right, if those things were random, but getting a sustained complaint probably means that you were complained by somebody who is also a police officer, right? 50% of fellow officer complaints are sustained, 2% of civilian complaints are sustained pre-2017.
Yeah, well,
right?
we can have a separate conversation about why that empirical pattern holds, but that empirical pattern holds. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the first set of results that I want to show you is a horse race between the machine learning algorithm and these EIS systems. And we're going to do 2 different types of things here as the EIS benchmark. So we've got the Chicago data. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to run all of the officer histories through the Chicago early intervention system and see who those people would be that the Chicago EIS flags. But it occurred to us, it's not obvious that the Chicago Police Department is the model police department that one might want to look at. You might look at a horse race there and say, maybe this is a bum horse that you're comparing it to. So we got data on something like, we got a bunch of other EIS systems that publish what they're using from other departments around the country and applied those to the Chicago police data. So you can basically get the predictions. It's on Chicago data, but it's the EIS models from these other. So it's not perfect, but it gives you a flavor of to what degree is the Chicago EIS potentially an outlier in a good or bad direction. Okay, so let me just quickly talk you through this. So on the y-axis, we've got fraction of officers with future misconduct. So on average, 1.9% of police officer years have a sustained misconduct. Okay, and then on the x-axis here, we've got the fraction of officers that are flagged by a given EIS. These EIS systems vary a lot, not just in the predictors that they use and the accuracy, but in what the flagging rate is. Okay, and so this is future misconduct. And so one way to think about this, I'm going to show you accuracy here in a way that the computer scientists call precision. So one way to think about this is if I flag like the highest risk 1% of officers, if I look at them 1 year out and 1.9% of them have had misconduct, and I'm telling you that they're my highest predicted risk, what you've learned is that my risk model is basically just noise. On the other hand, the larger the share of the high risk people actually have the outcome, the better the prediction model. So it's just rank ordering people more accurately by risk. That's one way to think about this. Okay. And in terms of the x-axis, we've got flags, EIS systems that flag just the highest risk to the left and flags that are reaching deeper into the predicted risk distribution on the right. Okay. So, all right. So with that said, here's the Chicago early intervention system. So this is a good news, bad news kind of story. The good news is that it is above random. The bad news is that it's not tons above random. Okay, so that's our sort of first kind of data point here. That's what CPD has been using for quite some time. This is, in the interest of, we've got Detroit, we've got New York, we've got a bunch of other EIS systems. We can talk more about what goes into those if you're interested. But let me then just plot some, these other EIS systems applied to the Chicago data on this graph. And, you can see here, maybe it's not to be taken for granted that an EIS system would be better than random. There is one that is exactly random. And maybe more generally, one thing that's kind of interesting with these early intervention systems is how much variability there is across them in their predictive accuracy, not just their flagging rates, but at a given flagging rate, their level of precision, that is their accuracy level. That's kind of interesting right there, right? And then the other thing that I think is interesting here is then to compare how these different EIS systems compare to a machine learning algorithm. And so what we can do, just to preview what I'm about to show you, what we can do with the machine learning model is we can simulate what the precision would be at any given flagging rate. So I'm going to show you a curve that traces out precision at every possible flagging rate. Yeah, Andrew.
So for the officers in the STAR, did they receive an intervention? Do we think the intervention did anything? Because presumably that could be dropping the value on the y-axis here.
Yeah, great. You're previewing one. So in this application, your question is getting at, this would be the version of selective label. I'll just answer this now. So this would be the version of selective labels in this application. So it's not that the judge is detaining someone and you can't observe their outcome. It's that the Chicago Police Department is in principle flagging people and, quote, treating them in a way that might reduce their risk, right? And so another way to say what you're worried about is, I'm telling you that the CPD EIS system is not very good. Maybe it's amazing, right? Maybe it's amazing. Maybe they really have identified high-risk people and they've given them super useful support services. And so maybe just two things to say about that. One is, sadly, they're not really delivering any services over this time period. Consistent with the idea that our prediction model has been stuck for 6 years in one police district. So there's really not much label contamination or whatever you would want to call it in practice going on here. And the second thing that I would just note is, again, remember we're using Chicago data. The flag rate with the EIS system is quite low. So at best, you have just a tiny share of Chicago police officers who are treated, even if they were doing useful things, which sadly they're not. Most of the data here is untreated. So if you're like comparing the algorithm to EIS systems with higher flag rates, you're in a part of the distribution where nobody in CPD is getting anything. Yeah, great question.
Matt Ross, I just have a quick question. So my perception has always been that there's like one monopolist that dominates this EIS space. So I'm sort of surprised that there's this much variation across the board in these systems. Yeah. I mean, is it just a function over some negotiation process like you were describing, or is it like a function of the quality of
the great question. Let me clarify. There are two. So most of the EIS systems that the big cities have been using are the result of negotiation in a smoke-filled room. And recently there is a commercial vendor on the market that is trying to get cities to use a statistical model. And I think what this is telling you is that their market penetration, at least among the big districts, is not super high right now. Yeah, great question.
I'll just add one other comment. I'm a little bit shocked that you haven't gotten more bite from Chicago, considering the number of these that have they had to issue municipal bonds for misconduct. You'd think there would be a financial incentive for them to do this quite well.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we've been talking about. I think part of I'll just spend 30 seconds answering that. This is a term that I learned only a couple of years ago when I was visiting a friend of mine who was working on the Domestic Policy Council, where they referred to something as the wrong pocket problem, where the part of the government that makes the decision is not the same part of the government that accrues the benefit or the cost savings. And I think the challenge here, I've started to talk to people inside city government or survivors of working in Chicago city government and asking them, isn't there any way to get the Chicago Police Department to internalize the costs of the lawsuits and this stuff? And Right now, they're clearly not. And it feels weirdly, we could have a conversation after about why it's surprisingly complicated. But if you could do that, boy, does that seem like that could be helpful. Yeah. Yeah. Harold?
Just, I appreciate this point about the precision. Do you have a sense of the sensitivity of this algorithm? If you look at all of the people who actually committed misconduct, how many of them in some way was there an indicator in the EIS, hey, we should be worried about this guy?
Oh yeah, we have that in our NBER working paper. I don't have the recall is the statistic that you're looking at. Yeah. I don't think the recall is
we call that sensitivity.
Partly because the flag rates are very low. That would be one way to think about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So now here's what the machine learning algorithm looks like. And you can see that the machine learning algorithm sits above, that is more accurate than every one of the EIS systems apply to the Chicago data. And as a way to think about the magnitude, suppose that you're doing this in Chicago and the counterfactual is the status quo CPD system, you're getting something like a 400% increase in precision or accuracy at the CPD chosen flag rate of 1%. We could have a conversation about whether their flag rate should be higher or whatever, but if that's the status quo, you would get a huge delta in prioritizing. And if they were to actually prioritize intervention resources, you'd get a huge delta by doing that for the officers that the algorithm flagged rather than the EIS flagged. Okay. So that's sort of key finding number one. And, Sendel and I and John Kleinberg had a paper that came out a couple of years ago that said you shouldn't take this as evidence alone that the humans are mispredicting. And so we've already talked about the selective labels problem. Okay. A different kind of, so now let's turn to the problem of omitted payoff bias. So maybe we think that the humans are mispredicting, but they've got other objectives besides accurate prediction. And the algorithm is not necessarily predicting more accurately, but the algorithm just has a narrower function of predicting rather than whatever the humans are doing. So the most obvious kind of, or maybe the most obvious kind of alternative objective you might have here is maybe these smoke-filled rooms that are designing the early intervention systems don't even really want accuracy, right? Maybe the police chief and the head of the FOP, the police union, and the corporation council is like, wouldn't it be better if we're not flagging a lot of officers? And so one kind of test that we thought of for this is to exploit the fact that some of these early intervention systems are homegrown by cities on their own, and some of them are done under the supervision of the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division because the city's under a consent decree. And our hypothesis is that there would be more motivation for accurate prediction when this is being done as the result of the Department of Justice. So we've color-coded the other EIS systems by whether they're part of a consent decree or not, and you don't see a pattern there of the EIS systems being more accurate. So this is one kind of data point against the idea that the cities are actively trying to tank the accuracy of these things. Okay. A different kind of thing that you might worry about is the EIS systems might be worried about racial bias in the officers who get flagged. And so here's what I can show you on that. So we've got all officers and then officers by race and ethnicity. We've got the flagging rate by group, and then you've got the rate of future misconduct among the flagged officers by race. Okay. And what you can see there is that if anything, the machine learning model is flagging Black officers at a very slightly lower rate than what you see for white and Hispanic officers. And you can see that the misconduct rate among the flagged is, if anything, a little bit higher. So if you, under the usual kind of outcome test kind of logic, you would not look at this and say the algorithm is biased against Black officers, right? Okay. So a different thing that you might worry about here is, in terms of omitted payoff bias, is you might think, well, maybe the problem here is that the people designing the early intervention systems are much more worried than the algorithm is about disincentivizing officer activity. And we get have a conversation about what officers should be incentivized to do. But whatever the people running the police department want cops to do, maybe they're worried that if they flag super accurately, they'll disincentivize that, whatever that is. Okay. So what we can do is we can basically take officer risk, residualize out what we assume different plausible measures of activity that cities might want, arrests and guns and drugs confiscated for starters. And then you can refit the algorithm on those residualized misconduct outcomes. That's the yellow line here. And you see even residual, we're also residualizing out the district that you're working in and the job assignment. Are you doing patrol, TAC team, whatever, right? Are you working Englewood in the middle of the South Side on the midnight shift versus the Loop or the North Side or something like that? Okay, and you can see even residualizing out activity, the algorithm is much more accurate. You might worry, okay, so it doesn't seem like, yeah, Evan.
To make sure I understand what you're saying about the residual model, like wouldn't the relevant test just be to omit those characteristics from the prediction if you're worried about incentivizing response? Like, why do I want to kill that variation? That variation is always going to be there when I'm trying to make.
Sorry, what we're doing, one way to think about what we're doing here is we're so the overall algorithm. Sorry, say your question again, Evan. That's.
I flag people based on arrest, they'll change their arrest activity. Right?
Yeah.
And so the question, I thought you were trying to assess, well, let's suppose we don't use arrests. How accurate can we be? Is that, maybe I misunderstood the exercise.
Yeah, so set aside, imagine assignment. I'm working at Englewood versus I'm working on the North Side. You can think about this as basically taking out the Englewood versus the North Side fixed effect and thinking about the relative rankings of officers by risk.
Therefore, that Englewood versus whatever is not useful for explaining the residual variation, but not the overall variation. It may still be
the overall variation using the Englewood versus North Side assignments. And then the orange line is how you do the relative risk ranking net of the Englewood North Side fixed effect.
Yes.
Race life is that essentially if you don't make this orthogonal stops, and stops ends up being correlated with use of force, then even if you just include use of force, officers sort of know that they make a lot of stops, there's more likely use of force, that makes them more likely to be flagged. And so they're going to make less stops because that will reduce their use of force. So you try to only get an estimate that it's orthogonal, so you can sort of get productive activity care of, right?
Yeah, I mean that is I think that's in the Englewood North Side analogy, you would not want officers to avoid being assigned to Englewood for fear of being flagged if they think this is stigmatizing. So the orange version is basically taking out the Englewood North Side fixed effects. Yeah. Okay. All right. So a different kind of omitted. So just two more types of broader objective function concerns you might have, and then I'll turn to what might the people be doing wrong. A different thing that you might worry about, this comes up all the time. We built a version of a judge predictor for the New York City court system, and one of the things that was a big priority to the city government there was we want a prediction model that people can understand, and we think that that's important for legitimacy. There's some computer science research that suggests that normal people don't understand anything remotely statistical or involving data. So it might just be a futile exercise to think that you can come up with something interpretable. But usually government partners have some intuition about what may be more or less interpretable. So maybe that's what's going on here. So the thing that we did here is we said, well, there is the simplest possible I think this is getting a little bit in the direction of Roman's question from before. The simplest possible risk predictor that you could build here is simply, remember, we're just in the business of rank ordering officers by relative risk here. The simplest possible risk rank ordering here would just be to add up every officer's total prior complaints whether they're internal, external, whether they've been sustained or not sustained, whatever, just rank order officers by past complaints, ignoring anything else more complicated about the complaints. This is as simple as it is, right? Evan's got 20 prior complaints. I've got 3. Evan is higher risk than me. That is the risk predictor here, right? And you can see that doesn't do as well as a machine learning model that uses the other information about the type of complaints, the patterns, and whatever. But you can see even that does better than a bunch of these EIS systems, right? Yeah, Christine.
Yeah, I mean, maybe race would be a really simple thing, but they wouldn't want that in their EIS. Like, I think when they want it to be explainable or legitimate, it's not just that it should be simple. Maybe I misunderstood what you're saying, but it should be like something that we feel comfortable with the criteria.
Yeah, sorry. So here's the potential omitted payoff bias concern that I have in mind here, right? Is you go to the police department and you say, look, we can build a machine learning algorithm that's really accurate. And they're like, we cannot deploy something like that in practice because no one's going to know what the hell that is. They're not going to understand the mapping between the X's and the Y variable.
Yeah. No,
and so we've got our crappy EIS system because at least we can explain it to people. And so what we're arguing is if you really wanted something that is easy to explain, you can come up with something that is as simple as what Chicago Police Department has come up with that's more accurate and is ranked by complaints.
No, I understand. But when you said it was explainable, you also mentioned legitimacy. And so I'm saying you could have things that would be very easy.
Yeah, sorry.
So that was all.
Sorry, what I mean is the city believes that explainability is important for is a key thing for legitimacy. I don't know if that's true or not, but when we talk to them, Bentley.
Are there actual things that the office is doing that lead to conduct? So then we become training on behaviors, just the way they approach individuals, how they act. But those be actionable items that can modify behavior. Everybody is a good target with high risk.
Yeah. So we don't have access to that data now. I think, remember, we started this project a million years ago before there was such a thing as body-worn cameras. In a world of body-worn cameras, now you have many more opportunities to try and understand police behavior that's leading up to the events. Yeah, Derek. Yeah.
So I think an economist would go in and say, well, if I was the dictator, we would just say that the CPD has a copay, that every time we have a wrongful suit, that a fraction of it comes out of the officer's pension. And then, like the personnel literature on profit sharing plans, workers start to police each other. We know that's not politically feasible in Chicago. And then I look at this graph, and the best you can do is a situation where the people you flag, 80% of them, maybe it was a false flag. And so what worries me is the best is still not anything you can ever act on, because the Fraternal Order of Police is never going to accept any kind of costly training requirement for somebody if you admit to them that there's an 80% chance that I'm misflagging.
Yeah.
And so that it's nice to do better, but I'm not sure, given the politics of Chicago, that this is better enough that you can still make any reforms.
Yeah. So one way to think about this is what is Chicago's willingness to pay? Like, in hindsight, if you went to Chicago and say, what would you have here's a button that you could push that would undo the Laquan McDonald shooting. That's worth a lot to the city of Chicago, as you and I both know, right? So the costs of these outcomes are really, really big. And, in a world in which I can provide costly services to people with a 3% misconduct rate versus a 12% misconduct rate, basically it's super low cost because it's just a statistical targeting model. That's a big non-trivial delta. at low cost to the city. So of course you would want to do that. Is this going to solve the problem? No, this is Harold's point. But then the other, I think, part of it is like, are you even going to be able to do any interventions? Are there any interventions? I wouldn't think of training myself as necessarily the most important part of this. And the most kind of surreal meeting that I've been doing the crime lab now for nearly 20 years. The most surreal meeting that I was ever a part of was me, Ron Kessler from the Harvard Medical School, who's one of the guys who is one of the leading like mental health prevalence measurers and treatment providers, and the head of the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police, where we were trying to get the union head to see if he'd be interested in having a more robust kind of set of intervention services. And Ron Kessler describes to him, like, Ron has done a bunch of this stuff with veterans coming out of the Iraq and Afghanistan war theaters. And he's like, this is what we did for the military. And here are all the problems that they have. It sounds a lot like the sort of problems that Chicago cops have. Would you be interested? And the head of the union by the end was like Ron Kessler's best friend, and it was the police superintendent. Maybe this makes your point about the dysfunctional Chicago politics in hindsight. The police superintendent at the time wound up killing it. But like, we were close, at least. We were close to getting this to go. So at the very least, sorry, let me just also say, and now we'll get to the mechanism. Like, one way to think about this is, are we designing an intervention that can be helpful out in the world? Maybe because of crazy Chicago politics, who knows if that'll go. There's another way to look at this and think, is this some leverage to better understand what the humans are thinking and what they're doing wrong? All right, so let me turn to that next, but go to Ben first.
I was just curious, whether the sort of low quality of the existing EIS systems is in part a function of the low quality of the interventions. Like, just anecdotally, is there any relationship between how well they perform and your sense of how well cities actually intervene?
That's a great question. We should, I don't know how, like, we have not spent a lot of time looking into data on the quality of intervention services, but we can see if we can it's much easier to find the written down EIS rules than to get information on the downstream interventions, but it's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Well, and my impression is that might be the point, that having a set of rules that require people to pull paper records and put stuff together, and then maybe there's an intervention, might be preferred to one that is constantly spitting out numbers and logging them.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
Maybe the disconnect here is that what cities want is an intervention system that people can just kind of ignore and not actually do the interventions and not keep track of the stuff they need to keep track of because it was made by hand in a smoke-filled room, and not something that's running on their computer systems and actually making.
So another version of that, maybe they really don't want this thing to work, and then I would just maybe point back to the DOJ non-DOJ version. Yep, is that a?
Yes.
And then let me take this, and then I'm going to try and show you what we can say and can't say about mechanisms.
Okay, NBER Extra. I'm wondering if part of the pushback is that you're doing a good job or a better job of predicting misconduct, but not necessarily preventing misconduct. Like, what are they supposed to do with this information? Are there effective interventions? Or are you asking, or functionally, are they thinking that they just have to sort of suspend with pay all of the flagged officers in order to prevent misconduct?
Yeah, maybe I would go back to the Ron Kessler, John Catanzara conversation point, which is like, there is an insane amount of turmoil in the lives of these Chicago police officers, right? Like, the divorce rate is super high among Chicago police officers. The suicide rate is super high among Chicago police officers. The PTSD rate among Chicago cops is super high. The rate of substance abuse among Chicago cops is super high, right? So there's just like, that to me feels like the first order thing. And, one of the reasons that we were excited about trying to get Ron Kessler to come to Chicago and do this is, like, if you think about treating returning veterans, you've got a similar sort of problem where you've got a huge super traumatized population to treat and not a lot of money. So he's been doing a bunch of like machine learning personalized treatment stuff to figure out how you treat as many people as possible, at scale at lowest cost. I do think, and I think that the stuff that Kessler has been publishing suggests that he's having a lot of luck with returning veterans. My prior would have been, if you can do that with guys coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, there's no reason to think that you couldn't have some success with Chicago cops as well. Would have been my guess. We can't test that hypothesis because the city hasn't been willing to do it, but that would have been my guess.
Jens, can you take a quick question from Aaron Chalfin? He ended up not being able to travel here today.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go for it, Aaron.
I'll be really quick. I know you're running out of time. I think it would be really useful to see a version of this where you're using data for just the probationary period, like the first 18 months in the job, because there really is an intervention that you could potentially use, which is to fire the person, right? Because I'm not sure what you do, right? It's just so hard to figure out how to intervene. So just curious to know how much predictability is lost if you're only using that data.
Yeah, it's a great question. We might have done that. We might have done that once. I can't remember, but we can definitely bring. I'm embarrassed that I don't have that result here with me, but it's a great idea, Aaron. Thank you. Okay, let me show you then what we can. Let me just tie this off first. So are we sure that the machine learning algorithm is accurate than the human? Oh, sorry. The one last thing that you might be worried about is maybe the EIS system is more worried about off-duty misconduct, and the algorithm predicts more accurately all off-duty stuff too. Okay. So are we sure the algorithm is really predicting more accurately? I think pretty sure. Everything that we could think of to test, it looks like it's misprediction is an important part of the story. Okay. So what are the humans doing wrong? And one of the things that's interesting about this is it's not obvious that you could even ask the EIS developers what they're getting wrong because they might not know themselves, right? If you sort of think about the Danny Kahneman thinking fast and slow, system 1, system 2 way of thinking about cognition. And so here we can then start to think about the algorithm as a source of insight into understanding what the people might be getting wrong. Okay. So what are the human rules getting wrong? How could we figure that out? And one thing that gives us some leverage in this case is that we can see the human rules written down. So for starters, what I'm going to show you is some of the empirical assumptions of the human rules. And then I can show you which of these specific human rules assumptions wind up really mismatching what the data suggest. And then I'm going to offer a hypothesis for what ties these things together, and I'll show you a little lab experiment, and then I'll let you get to lunch. Okay, so most of these things have the following flavor, which is how many misconducts of type X has the officer engaged in over the last 6 months? Some are 12 months, most are 6 months. Okay, and notice one interesting feature of that is it's assuming that stuff literally just within the last 6 months. So 6 months and 1 day ago, this is a graph that, think about this as it's a Shapley value that I'm gonna, some machine learning, think about it as like a standardized regression coefficient on the y-axis. So implicitly what the human EIS is assuming is like all of the predictive signal is just on what happens in the last 6 months. And then there's an insane amount of immediate decay. Like 6 months, 1 day ago, that misconduct has no predictive signal at all. And maybe you're not surprised to see that does not fit with that. So then when we take all of the city EIS systems and their predictors, and then we say, what happens if you go back 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. Those are the blue dots here. And then the red line is the average across the cities. You can see there's actually a huge amount of signal in misconduct that happens beyond 6 months ago. Okay. Another example, so just to say, nature is much less discrete than the human EIS rules seem to assume. A different example of that is there's a huge amount of discreteness in almost all of these EIS systems. And now this is a different way to get back to Roman's question at the beginning. A huge amount of discreteness in around the threshold for whether a complaint against an officer is sustained or not. Okay, so if you imagine there's some latent probability that this thing is ruled sustained or not, it's like, the cases that are sustained have a huge amount of signal, the way these things are built. If you are sustained probability minus epsilon, it's like these EIS systems say there was no smoke there at all to worry about, kind of thing, right? And so sustained and unproven is assumed to have all of the predictive signal here. Anything that is, for instance, open and uninvestigated has no predictive signal. And when you look at the data, it's clear that that's not the way nature actually works. All of this open stuff, the stuff that the investigatory agency decided not to investigate, the reason that it has more predictive signal is just there's so many more of those events, right? So it's not that each event has as much predictive signal as a sustained event, but to Roman's point, there's just way more of those things, right? There's a lot of smoke that does not rise above that threshold that still has predictive signal. And similarly with the seriousness of the past events, right? Imagine some seriousness threshold. Like for instance, there's two different types of complaints that can be filed against an officer. One is from an external citizen. The other is from someone inside the Chicago Police Department, often a supervisor, right? So this is, you're late, your sergeant says, Jens, you're late again. I say, fuck you. I get, in the Chicago Police Department, it's called a SPARS. And that's an internal complaint. And as Roman noted, the sustained rate on that is way higher than the sustained rate for external. But in these EIS systems, they're like, the serious stuff is the stuff that comes in from the outside. The internal complaints, we're going to put no weight on at all, which is super weird because you can see here that these minor internal complaints, again, add predictive signal. Okay, so I think our sort of thinking about what might be going on here is that people are engaged. There's a huge behavioral science literature that suggests that people are prone to coarse or categorical thinking. And our hypothesis for what's going on here is people are engaging in coarse or categorical thinking that's leading them to doing some thresholding and throwing out a bunch of information. So Anuj is in the middle of running some lab experiments on Prolific to try and get at this with normal people. But let me just show you some preliminary results from a lab experiment that is going in this direction. This is around the discontinuity in severity of or seriousness of past misconduct in terms of how predictive it is. Okay, so our hypothesis is, what people should be doing when they're writing the EIS rules is trying to form an F hat of future misconduct. Like what pattern of any sort of prior misconduct of any sort is most accurate using all the information we have, where's the signal of future misconduct? And what we're worried about is what they might do instead is they think we're predicting misconduct, they form a mental representation of misconduct, they use a heuristic that says like begets like, and then like with that category, anything that's not in that like category, they dismiss as relevant information, if that makes sense. Okay, so the lab experiment that I will show you in my last 2 minutes is 3 minutes, is we can capitalize on the fact that NYPD makes a bunch of information public about their police officers online, their prior complaint histories. And then we can also observe lawsuits against them in the future, which we're going to use as a proxy for misconduct. And then we can calculate the actual predicted risk of each of these officer types. And so then we get prolific workers and we show them pairs of officer prior records. So this is the first example that we did in the prolific experiment. And you can see officer A. So we start off by saying which officer is at highest risk of serious misconduct. Officer A only has one prior complaint, 3 allegations, but 1 complaint event. But one of these is really, really serious and really salient. When you say serious misconduct, our expectation is that this is going to be the sort of this is like Jason Van Dyke shooting somebody. We think this is going to be a really salient, is going to lead people then to really fixate on the serious misconduct outcome is going to lead people to focus on serious misconduct as the like begets like predictor. That officer is in the 83rd percentile of predicted risk distribution. And then we show them this other officer that has more complaints, including a bunch of serious complaints, but not something that is quite as serious or salient as misconduct using a gun. And that officer is at highest risk, higher part of the risk distribution. And most of the study subjects wind up choosing the lower risk officer who's got the more serious salient thing. So another way to think about that is that they are throwing away all the minor misconduct because of this sort of categorization or thresholding. And then we can show that when you change the outcome variable, either minor or all, our hypothesis is that's leading subjects to have a broader mental representation of what is in the misconduct category that they're predicting. They wind up using more of the prior information, and they're less likely to predict to predict the lower risk officer as being higher risk. Okay, let me just close by then saying, this seems super interesting to me in making progress and understanding both what the predictors are of police misconduct and what you can do about it. So it's really helpful in thinking about policy interventions that may or may not be possible in Chicago, but surely are possible in some cities around the country, right? Surely there are some cities where you can actually implement these things well, and we're missing opportunities by relying on the smoke-filled room early intervention systems. And I think this is interesting in giving us some real world information about the consequences of this sort of coarser categorical thinking that we've been seeing in other behavioral economics applications about how people choose to buy the luxury jam in the grocery store or the regular jam. So thanks very much. And maybe the thing that I will end with is lunch is in ballroom B, which is right across the hall. Thank you.
And that yeah, you don't remember me. Yes. I know you. I saw you. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you again. What do you want to? So I'm working on a paper with Barry about anyway. He's fine. I really did back. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. The first thing we want to show the. Where the first paper of the afternoon is presented by Yafit, who I say law enforcement officers.
Thank you everyone for first of all accepting the paper to this group. That means a lot. Second, I want to apologize on behalf of Sophia, who really wanted to be here and present, but her flight kept getting cancelled until today, so she couldn't commit, but I'll try to match her passion. So this is a joint work with Sophia, Girija, Maria, Michaela. It's about debiasing law enforcement officers. This is in India, different setting. So, do I get few extra minutes? Do I get few extra minutes? Or
Few extra minutes?
we started late. Or I'll try to. Okay. Okay. So just to kind of motivate what we are trying to do here is this is about police officers and public service delivery. So when you think about police officials, whether it's India or elsewhere, there are formal rules. For example, there are rules like you go to a police station, you should be able to file a case, but that depends a lot on other factors like attitudes, biases, lots of discretion, and this is especially true in the context of policing. So when we think about policing, like it's where this gap is one of the highest and the failure is the sharpest, because the state holds a monopoly in most places. And when you look at some of these numbers from India, I'm citing some of these numbers from India, and I kind of bring in some of the context from other places as well. There's a poor provision is costly. It kind of erodes public trust, suppresses demand, and Sandeep and a few other people have worked on it. But the second number is quite starking. Like, for example, like there's a high share of women who face different kind of violence, gender-based violence, but very few approach the police. And I think this is where we try to come in. And officers' own attitudes towards gender-based violence drive both reporting and kind of enforcement. We have another paper in a different state. So when we started thinking about this project, we realized that it's not necessarily the number of officers. I mean, clearly, I'll show you some numbers. It's not as high, but still despite the low number of, say, officers in the context of India, a lot of things can be fixed in terms of their attitude. So because what happens is when women go to a police station, a lot depends on how you're treated. So we felt like the way we wanted to motivate this was you can fix an attitude, and because these officers are pretty much like the front line, that's the first point of contact. So the core problem, police are the first point of contact for gender-based violence victim, yet officers' attitudes can deter reporting and kind of undermine justice. Now, this is going to, and I'll try to kind of spend some time talking about what is not the experimental design, but what exactly is the curriculum, because that's a novelty here. So there has been lots of reforms, all over the world in the policing. And, but it's also a very peculiar context because even if you take many countries, a large share of the officers in the police are male. It's very male dominated, has a very strict hierarchy. You have to follow orders and lots of discretion. At least in the context of India, these officers are tenured. They literally cannot be fired. They can be suspended, but firing becomes really, really difficult. So they have full protection, which makes it really hard in terms of implementing any reform. And there has been approaches to address this problem of gender-based violence and women police station. I know some of the authors are also here. which has shown kind of very encouraging result. So in the context of the US and India and a few other countries in Latin America, they have gone with having more female in the police, having all women police station, justice center, and they all kind of have shown meaningful impact. People have tried out these classroom-based training program where basically you have these officers coming in a room and somebody's gonna do a presentation, tell them what to do. It ends there, and that has have had kind of mixed results. And then there are these different diversity programs, including like, even at the university level, we take some of these sexual harassment training, have shown mixed results. So what does work, at least there has been limited evidence, like 2 recent papers talks about immersive and experiential learning, which has shown that it can shift some of these biases. So we are going to focus on that. So the setting is Bihar. It's one of the poorest state in India with very high gender-based violence, extremely low reporting, very male-dominated and kind of very hierarchical police force. We partnered with Bihar Police. This intervention is called Expressive Art, and I'm going to talk a lot about that. It's in 419 police stations spread across 12 districts, roughly around 2,500 officers, with covering 42 million people. And we also got in beyond the endline data, we collected data on female constable who are kind of the lowest in the hierarchy to also see what's happening at the workplace. We have decoys, we send fake victims to the police station, and we're going to analyze this admin data, which is called the first information report data. So several research questions. First, like, does this kind of a training, do they work? Does these attitudes, empathy, victim blaming, does it change? What's the possible mechanism? Is there any spillover within the police station? So for example, if you're targeting senior officers, does the working of junior officers change? Means if so in the context of Bihar, they have really gone ahead and been recruiting a lot of female officers at the entry level, which are called the police constable. So the idea is, if you have more and more female within the station, does this training make any difference to their workplace environment? And then do these attitude change have anything meaningful beyond these self-reported data? That's where the admin data and the decoy comes into play. So what do we find? So in a very short run, 4 to 6 months after the intervention, we show that attitude and skills improve, higher empathy, lower victim blaming, and that's being driven by their identification of gender-based violence cases, legal knowledge. It all improved among the officers, which we call as the skills. The mechanism, we find that attitude effect persists even when these officers are transferred in and out. Yeah. Gender-based violence. Sorry. So when officers are transferred out, we see that some of these preferences persist. And when the new officers come in from the control to the treatment, we see that they learn what happened at the police station, which was treated. After 8 months of the intervention, we find that female constables, who are the lowest in the hierarchy, they show lower harassment by senior officer and their anxiety goes down. And then we look at decoys and we find that these officers are less dismissive of the case. They kind of follow certain procedures, better guidance and referrals. And we also look at admin data and we see that the time it takes to file these cases goes down by a lot. So, okay, so I'm going to kind of move a bit fast into on certain aspects. So this is literature on public service delivery. So we feel we kind of contribute here. And what we show that in this case where we have this kind of innovative or more experiential learning training program can shift some of these pretty strong bias, especially in the context of gender-based violence. And there has been studies and also by people who are in the room and kind of who work on this literature. And then this is about behavioral intervention, experiential learning. So this is about perspective taking. And there are these studies, especially in the context of education and with the teachers. So that's where you see more papers and which have found that some of these things have positive effects. We kind of take it to this context of policing and gender-based violence, which are kind of much harder to change. So that's where we like second contribution. So just to give you a bit more on the context, I mentioned a bit about Bihar, which is one of the poorest state. It's 75 officers per 100,000 citizens. It's kind of much lower than the national average, which is 152. A lot of these male officers exhibit substantial bias towards gender-based violence versus non-gender-based violence. And total gender-based violence report is around 22% of the total registered case in the context of Bihar. So this comes from our baseline survey. So 84%. So women complain are perceived as more credible when they go with someone. And it could be a husband, it could be in-laws, it could be a friend. So they're more perceived as kind of more credible. So that's kind of like the first thing that kind of really surprised not just us, but also officers, like senior officer, when we presented some of these findings. Women traveling alone are blamed for incidents like chain snatching and molestation. 83% of the officers think that. Women are harassed or raped not for conforming to socially acceptable behavior. 53% think that's true. The burden of proof falls on the victim in cases of violence against women. So these are kind of fairly large numbers. And this is just to show you the variation across police station. Okay, so what's the implication of this? So the first is underreporting, and I think that's not just, yeah.
So I just want to ask a question because you were talking about the women being more believed if they go with their husband. And so that naturally made me think about the types of gender-based violence you're looking at. Is it like, rape from a stranger or sexual assault on the street, or is it domestic violence where the husband is the abuser? And how does that kind of?
So in majority of the cases, basically, if you go by yourself, like they're not going to take you very seriously. They want to see someone to even make them believe that it's credible. So,
but I'm curious about the biases. Did you investigate whether the bias was more for crimes committed within the household, or more of the bias was for, or if it was the same across the perpetrator is known to the victim or a stranger?
So I cannot tell you answer based on the data, but I think based on like whatever knowledge I have about working with the police in India, I think it's largely to do with outside when you're blaming others rather than inside. So those who, yeah. So underreporting is kind of a fairly big problem. I can give you some number. So in the context of Bihar, 40% of the women who are 18 to 49 experience some forms of gender-based violence, yet reporting is pretty low, like just 2% report to the police, 11% sought any kind of formal assistance. The global trend, much better than Bihar, but I would say it's still kind of a lot to catch up. Now, there are implications and barriers to reporting. Obviously, they hesitate because of there are retaliation, family pressure, stigma, and there has been papers trying to address this, but more from the side of like having more access, like women police station, access to justice centers. So that has been the approach. Now, there are costs of gender-based violence, and people have studied at least in different contexts, and mobility, that's one of the big one that you feel like this is like back in pre-2005 in the context of Bihar, most of the like restaurants, movie theaters would shut down around 6 p.m. So people will not go out because of the fear overall law and order. So like the moment you think about law and order, the large share of women, they feel kind of more threatened to go out. So in this particular context, the first is the mobility is restricted. Educational choice. One of our collaborator, Girija Borkar, has a pretty fascinating paper in the context of India and Delhi, where she finds that it affects educational decisions and attainment. There are more papers on labor force participation. Like we also have another paper about women police station, where we find that having women police station also improves labor force participation. And there are these long-term implications on trauma and intergenerational harm. So just to kind of go a little quickly about what we do, and especially on the curriculum, we have another paper which was in India in Hyderabad, where we show that when you have street patrolling and which are unpredictable, means where we randomized whether officers are in uniform versus undercover. We show that it reduced sexual harassment in public space by 27%. But what we also learned is officers with more progressive views, who are kind of care more about some of these issues on gender, that's kind of play a key role in effectively reducing sexual harassment. So that was kind of an important learning for us. So we kind of take that work forward in this case. And I'm going to skip this, but here kind of just to kind of tell you that this was a pretty large collaboration and something pretty difficult to pull off with the Criminal Investigation Department in Bihar and Ministry of Home Affairs. We had to go through several years of back and forth in terms of permission to do this. So a bit about the policing system, like at the very top within the police station, you have someone called station house officers. They are the key people who are of the rank of inspector and sub-inspector who are in charge of the police station. They are the one who would register the FIR, conduct investigation, evidence, and make arrest. And they're the kind of the co-decision maker, and that's where we focus on. Then you have kind of constables and head constables. So they work in close supervision of the senior officers, and they will like go and help them in making arrests and things like that. But they are not directly responsible for most of the important tasks. So that's why our focus was on the officers who are responsible for these key decisions. The training and curriculum, let me take like little bit some time on explaining this. So this was kind of a pretty long exercise in figuring out what's going to work. And we did start with thinking about training. Like most of these departments have their own training. So we spoke to them, we understood what they do. And, you know, it was kind of pretty usual training. You have presentations, they come once in few years to the district headquarters, they would do the training, go back to their respective police station. And when we started talking to them, we realized that, okay, this might not be as interesting to them. It's more like, okay, checkbox, we have done the training. So we spend time talking to officers, talking to civil society members, NGOs, and figuring out what's kind of right. And that's when we learned about this theater of the oppressed, which uses a lot of experiential learning. So that's kind of the bit of the background. So this the traditional classroom-based training, at least in most cases, proves ineffective, and which made us approach this organization called Mythica, based in Delhi, and people who are theater expert, to help us design this special kind of more tailored curriculum for the police. So that's the expressive arts training program. Now, how does it work? So I'll be honest, I had no idea about this training program, like in terms of this theater of the arts. But when we met these organizations and we went through what they do, it's quite incredible. It's very engaging, to say the least. So where participants kind of do a lot of role playing, and including victims, kind of makes it very emotional. There is active participation and iteration, and it's like basically try, fail, adjust. Officers recognize the gap between their action and kind of what it and their self-image. You have observing colleagues' behavior shifts their beliefs about what's acceptable conduct. So there's a lot of role playing and kind of also a bit hard to make officers do things, and I'll show you some pictures. Like, you know, in one case, we had an officer, we had to kind of make them dress in Indian sari, which is kind of an Indian dress, kind of, and cover and act like a victim. So it's quite intense. And this pedagogy, guiding officers through this, like, make them reflect on gender roles, what are their responsibilities, recognize women as equal members, you know, creating safe space. So, and I'll show you some pictures which might be maybe much more kind of fun and clearer. Okay, so I'll show you this. So this is kind of one of the very day one you go in, and just some of these anecdotes. These are officers who are roughly like, you know, more than 40 years old, being in a society where it's very regressive in some sense. And a lot of our trainers were female, and they were like, oh, you're going to teach us what to do and how to do our job. And day three, they left very emotional. In some cases, they were like, crying and saying that, oh, you really open our eyes. It's kind of very engaging curriculum. So day one, they sit in, they think about what is an ideal police station. They will write things and they would like discuss with each other. So that makes it very interactive. There are lots of activities. So this is like snake and ladder, which is nothing about telling what's good versus bad, like, telling about best practices and common pitfalls. This is another one called web of relation, telling them that, okay, everything is kind of connected with each other. So kind of using a lot of these tools to enforce or kind of reinforce some of these ideas. Now, this is kind of one video. It's pretty short. And let me see if I can play this. Okay. Maybe I cannot. Okay. So it's a video where we show like how this training was done. Now, this is another exercise you can think about. This one, these are all in Hindi, but what it means on day one, a lot of the traits. So for example, who earns money? So that's this word. They put like, this is for the male. Somebody who is studious, male. And somebody who is kind of like, emotional, those things go in the female. And you will see this kind of convergence happening kind of few days after the training or 2 days after the training. So that's kind of the idea. So I'm going to skip some of these things. So these are some of the notes from the field. So this is one of them that I had never really thought about how women might experience violence at different stages of her life. It made me reflect deeply on the complexity and the continuity of such experience. So these are like different observations that was made during the training program. And these are officers' reflection on the training, and many of them really enjoy the training. So by the way, this training, of course, you have this official letter coming from your boss that you should attend. But they can come up with 100 different excuses why they don't have. These are active field officers, by the way. So these are not sitting in a police headquarters. These are actually at the police station doing active duty. So they can come up with many excuses. So day one, many of them drove like, 20, 30, 40 kilometers to come to the training program. So we had actually pretty high attendance, like around 84 to 87% attendance for this training program. So this is a handbook, and this handbook, this idea also came up during the pilot, because when we were doing the pilot, many of these officers, they kind of enjoyed, but they said, okay, what am I supposed to do? So, which I feel is like, you can think about a handbook that we give to our own students before the exam. So this kind of handbook tells you, this is what is the problem, this is what you're supposed to do. So this also we learned during the pilot. Now, this design is fairly straightforward. So we just have one treatment, which is a training. It's in 12 districts, which are fairly large. It covers around 42 million people. We did this district by district. The reason being, when we were first doing this intervention, which was pre-COVID, we were very ambitious, trying to do all 10 districts at once, and we realized that it was a big mistake, and then COVID happened, and we had to kind of completely restart the project. And we realized that it's kind of best to kind of be organized and plan one district at a time. So this kind of district by district. And we have around 419 police stations, 202 in control, 217 in the treatment. So most of these things are balanced. So I'm going to skip that. This is kind of the districts. It was chosen based on like, how many number of police stations are there, our power calculation, and where we have kind of more cooperative or proactive officers who would also engage with us. So, there are a few things that played into role, and it was discussed with the police headquarters, like what are those districts that we can choose. So, okay, this skip. Okay, the timeline. The training implementation. So these are, as I said, active officers. Only one officer per police station, the top one, participated. The reason being they are in active duty. You can't just say everybody come for the training. Average police station strength is around 30. Some of the big districts, some of the big police station would have a bit more, but the average is around 30, around 8 to 10 sub-inspectors there can be only one boss, which is called the station house officer, and other are constables and head constables. 2 senior officers recruited at one time, ensuring continuous operation. Each batch drew from multiple police stations. Officers could attend session in different batches within the district. As I said, there was official letter kind of telling them, you should be participating. There's no financial incentive. We can't give them financial incentive. Take up around 84%. Average exposure around 24 hours, spread over 3 days. This is like trainer of the trainer model. So I'm going to skip this and kind of show you a bit of the timeline. We started around this time, and it took a long time before we could actually start, many years to get the permission. And when we got the permission, did the baseline, then COVID happened, we kind of restarted all from scratch. So fairly long time to get this done. So a bit about the sample. These are roughly at the baseline 3,500 officers across 419 stations. This is the distribution, but a bit about what these police stations look like, which is very different than what we see in the US. 62% of the stations have separate bathroom for men and women. 30% have separate barrack, means where they can stay at night, for male and female. This has been a big problem in the context of Bihar, especially they have been hiring a lot of female officers. 65% have separate lockups for male and female detainees. Only 21% provide a separate room for female victims staying overnight. So a lot of structural problems. Staffing, average 21 male, 5 female officers. Average distance to nearest highway, pretty close, 5 kilometers. Nearest healthcare. So it also tells you that there's been a lot of improvements in many parts of India, especially in the context of building highways and healthcare facilities. So these officers are actually fairly kind of old, but because they also join late, these competitive exams, they take a long time to get in. Average age 47, 90% of the police officers are married. 19% are from scheduled caste, 3% from scheduled tribe, 39% is this other backward caste, and 36% are from the general category. 33% have completed 10th grade, 17% 12th, and 41% hold a graduate degree. Average years of experience is 22. Okay, so we collect various outcomes, and first is the knowledge, technical and legal knowledge. So for example, if someone comes and is telling you and describing you a problem about gender-based violence, can you identify which code to use? That used to be called as the Indian Penal Code. They should technically know, but it's not obvious that. So we actually wanted to test. You can think about that as a test code. So how are students doing in math? Do they know 5th grade math? That's pretty much how I want to think about this. So that's one. We also collected data on their mental health. One reason was there has been lots of these officers are quite stressed. They work all the year round. They barely get any leave. And then lots of soft skills, things like victim blaming. What's your attitudes towards gender-based violence? Empathy, and most of these are standard scales that we use. So I'm happy to kind of pause and have any questions.
Just a quick clarifying question. These are all collected through a survey? Is any of this coming through your audits?
So most of these outcomes that I'm going to show is through the survey, and I'll tell you what we do as an audit. Those are separate.
Okay, and so are they like hypotheticals? I'm curious how you listed something like victim blaming.
So we do some of these standard scales, and we also have vignette. So we do kind of mix of both. And these are all coming from different literature, borrowing it and adapting it to the context. Back to, okay, yeah. So I'm wondering, how much do the participants know about the overall structure of the experiment and the audits? One of the things I'm just wondering about is there a way to separate out the actual intervention from just the idea that there's some sort of external research team monitoring us with respect to GBV and asking us a bunch of questions about that and collecting data, so maybe we need to do something different? Excellent question. And so there are different ways we try to mitigate that, and I think it's like anybody working in the experimental, like we all kind of, this is the first thing we think about. So we do have these, as I said, some of these standard questions. We have questions which are more vignettes. We collected social desirability bias as well, so we kind of control for that. And we also have these audits, like which are those decoys. And majority of the case, like they know there is a training going on. They don't know much about like who are these researchers. So it looks like, oh, there's a letter that's coming from the boss that you should be doing the training. And yeah, so we have various ways how we kind of mitigated this, like social desirability, vignettes, decoys, and admin data.
A somewhat related question. I was curious how important you think the training curriculum was versus just the signal that's sent from a superintendent, sending this letter, but then also implementing a training that's just so much more intensive in terms of the time required relative to what they've been doing before.
I cannot separate those. So you're absolutely correct. So you have a training, then you have a pedagogy, and then you have other things going on. I don't think the experimental design can separate this out, but we do think based on not just the results, but all the descriptive, it's kind of really the pedagogy that's kind of doing the trick, because we do know that they go through various trainings and usually doesn't work. And even if you pick up the literature, that's pretty consistent, especially in the teachers training literature. Yeah. So, okay. So this is, as I said, like fairly straightforward. We just have one treatment. Many times we all go a bit ambitious and come up with multiple treatment. It's simple. So we have, I'm going to present you results for various set of outcomes. Most of this are going to be as an index. We have, in most cases, we have baseline value where we don't kind of, we also have some of these controls selected by Glasso. And in the context of police, something that's also to keep in mind that you do have transfers. It's pretty common. Nobody can control those transfers. We didn't even try. But what's really interesting, that most of these transfers had nothing to do with the training. Like, suddenly you have somebody new coming up, like, oh, I'm going to change. You have some big incident happening, things change. So typically these transfers are within, sometimes across. We did have transfers, and we look into whether these transfers are correlated with like a lot of these outcomes. It's kind of completely orthogonal, which was my guess, but again, we also look at empirically. So this is the first thing. What we did is they took the training, and right after the training, within the first few days, we went back to them and we collected something called like empathy and perspective taking. Like, did something even happen right away? Because that's when we would expect. So immediately after training, we kind of went both to treatment and control. Why this matters is this expressive arts training is designed to shift how officers feel about victims and see situation from their perspective. So we kind of, this is like kind of the first stage, what we call. And what we see is this index moves by 0.9 standard deviation. And we looked into the literature a bit. It's like these papers not identical to this, but the closest we found, which shows that what people have shown, it moves between 0.04 to 0.16 standard deviation. So our number falls somewhere in between. And then this theater of the oppressed, or expressive arts training, the way it works is through repeated cycles of reflection and action, not one-time lesson. So we hope that what we find here should persist and not decay over time. So what the training achieved. So this is the kind of first main result. So the GVV skill index, it's kind of a combination of everything. And what we see is this moves by 0.08. And when we divide GVV skills into attitude and technical skills, so it's largely driven by attitudes and technical skills, which both improved after the training. And I'm going to show you a bit in a disaggregate way. So this is attitude index. So it's kind of moving the attitude index, empathy, and truthfulness index. So these are the things that's kind of moving with the training. And what I showed before, it kind of combines everything together. So improvements in attitudes towards gender-based violence are driven by reduced tendency to engage in victim blaming and higher levels of empathy. So this is kind of the first. Okay. So what does it tells us that we do? Yeah.
Can you help us like scale these results? Is this one officer went kind of one different on the scale that you gave them, or did like everybody vastly change their perspective? Like what's the average? What's the range of the possible values?
I see, I see. I have not, I mean, clearly it's gonna vary, these numbers, but we did look at heterogeneities along various dimensions. Actually, we don't find much happening. But what you're showing is like, what you're asking is, what's the highest and the lowest within each of
Well,
these?
no, well, just what does 0.09 mean? Is 0.09 big? Is 0.09
So
small?
I'm going to, so 0.09, I'm going to come back to that because we kind of benchmark these results. So this kind of training has not been done. So the closest that we could find is one of these Canales papers, which was done in Mexico. And the other is this paper by Diva Dhar, Tarunjan, and Seema in the context of education in India. And this number is actually pretty similar to what they find in the context of education. But most of these trainings are actually more intensive or much, much longer than us. So it's very hard to kind of cleanly say, okay, this number is comparable to X paper, but we do a benchmarking exercise. And
okay.
Okay, so now what we do next is we try to look into what's driving some of these results. So, so we think about three potential channels through which training could work. First is preference change, empathy goes up, victim blaming falls. So effect should kind of persist no matter where you go, whether you are at X or Y, you should carry that. Social norms. So for example, peers and supervisors reinforce new behavior. So effect should depend on the station level environment. And then the technical knowledge. So a lot of the knowledge that you learn, may require kind of a ongoing reinforcement. So we try to look into this by taking advantage of the composition, the transfers, things like that. So these channels kind of make different predictions. The preference travel with the officers, that's the prediction we make. Norms and skills actually depend on the station level environment. So we use two strategies to kind of answer this question. So we look at heterogeneity by baseline attitudes, who responds and why, and we look into this officer transfer. So the first is who responds to the training. So we find that treatment effects are significantly larger among officers with worse baseline gender-based violence attitudes. What it tells us that attitudes are binding constraints for these officers, and training relaxes these constraints. So the next question is, if training corrects these deep-seated biases, do these change persist when officers moves to a new station? So this is, I'm going to skip because I'm doing okay on time. Yeah. 23. Okay. So we exploit these transfers. So transfers follow general law and order, like, something big happens, you have transfers. Yeah, Emily.
Hey, Emily Nix. So one question I had while listening to this is, one thing I think you could do in the paper, which would be cool, is how much is your training moving attitudes and outcomes versus how much would selecting different police officers be more effective at changing outcomes? And since you have this index, and related to the previous question, you could in your control group take that index and see how it predicts the outcomes you're going to measure right now, and then say, if we instead just, and I'm assuming the index is correlated with certain characteristics that then translate to better outcomes. If we instead change the composition of the force to this, what we would have to do to get the same outcome as the training. And then we can think about which is going to be more cost effective in the long run, because this is an incredible training, but it seems quite in depth. So you might be able to achieve the same goal with two different approaches.
Excellent point. Thank you so much. That's actually very useful. And yeah. Okay, so as I said, we look into this transfers, and I'm not going to show you, like, we have the tables to show that these are kind of orthogonal to the treatment and various characteristics. So yeah, you have this case where the treatment officers move to the control and the control to the treatment. So what we find here is the treated officers who move to control station, the attitudes and gender-based violence skills gain persist. They don't lose. And technical skills attenuate and lose significance. So what we interpret is attitudes and gender-based violence skills are internalized and they travel with the officers. When control officer moves to the treatment police station, where basically untreated officers are moving to the treatment police station, we find significant gains in gender-based violence skills and technical skills, and attitude gains are smaller and not significant. Gains reach the level of actually treated stare. So we we interpret that treated environments transmit skills to untreated peers, which I felt was actually very surprising, at least to me, but very encouraging. Technical skills in this particular context, what happens is transmit via peer learning, so control to the treated, and skills require ongoing reinforcement to persist. That's kind of what we thought about, or how we are interpreting this. So these are the results. So this is when control moves through the treatment, and this is when the treatment officers move the control. So in the interest of time, I'm going to show you a few other things. Okay, and now what we also look at is, does peer composition matter during the training? So effects are larger and significant when peers are weaker or similar at baseline. So what we think is active engagement drives learning, and it's not the passive exposure to better peers. And when peers are weaker, officers take more active role in discussions and exercises. So we think training design should prioritize engagement. At least that's kind of one of the interpretation. And I'm going to skip this. Okay. We rule out few things. So we don't see that these effects decay over time. So these actually persist. We do not see this to be vary by kind of share of female constable in the police station, rural versus urban. And we do also look at, as I said, the effects on mental health. We also thought that, oh, you're basically asking them to come to the police station for 3 days, might be stressful or maybe not stressful. So in this particular context, we actually find that this training program improvements did not come at the cost of any kind of a psychological cost. So we rule out some of these things. I'm going to skip and get to just a few things together. Okay, so we have 3 things going on. So what we call as the preference channel. Effects are largest for the most biased officers. Attitudes and gender-based violence skills persist when treated officers move to control stations. And this is kind of more like really learning and internalizing the training program. What the second is the social norm channel, untreated officers in the treated stations show large gains. And this also caught attention of the senior officers in the police. They were like actually very happy to see that when untreated officer moved to treated police station, this happened. And what we call as the technical skill challenge, skill requires reinforcement. I think, so these are like 3 kind of summaries of what I have shown so far. Now, this was like, do these attitude change translates into real behavior? Like so far, we have shown you all these self-reported outcomes. Now, what we did, and this is also like one of the requests that came from a administrative head of the state that, oh, we have hired 25% is the affirmative action in Bihar, like for women in the police. So what it is to work at the police station being a female. So, and this was kind of also useful because it's also about workplace environment, what's happening when you do the training like this. So to understand this, what we did is we surveyed around 1,800 female constables across 12 districts and across 366 police stations. So we measured perception of workplace inclusion, experience of harassment. This was all done by female surveyors, and officer lists collected from each station. That's how kind of we did the sampling. And what we found is the anxiety score went down. And these officers also reported less harassment at workplace. It's also difficult to, especially in a context of policing where you have a strict hierarchy, reporting is not that easy. But I guess in the world of social media, a lot of things can happen. But having said that, this was very encouraging that we also found workplace environment to kind of improved at this 2 margin. Okay, then. And this is something that I want to spend time on. This is a decoy experiment. It's very hard to do any kind of a decoy in the context of police. So the one decoy was done by Banerjee and Abhijit Banerjee and his co-authors in Rajasthan. It must be like 15 years back. So we took that And in the health context, Jishnu Das and his co-authors, they have done decoys in the context of India. So we kind of like put together both papers. We talked and like, okay, can we come up with a kind of a good protocol to do this in our context? So we wanted to see whether whatever they have learned during the training program, what happens when, let's say, somebody comes unannounced. So we have these standardized victims to evaluate this. As I said, we kind of used all these protocols. So this is the protocol. So we needed approval from the very top, and we could only convince 6 out of 12 districts to do that. To push another 6 would have taken forever. So we decided to just go ahead with the 6. So it required permission from the superintendent of the police, who is the head of in the district in the police. Stations informed via this letter from the superintendent of the police. Timing and identity are confidential. Randomized visits to limit cross-station communication. So this is all like, picking up what we learned from the literature and talking to other people, what's the best way to do this. These station house officers, who are the head in the police station, received official letters about possible decoys. These victims are just like anyone else, both male and female. Crime situation, GVV and non-GVV. We randomized assignment across station. These kind of decoy victims, right after their visit, they would come kind of record everything so that they don't forget. And they revealed their identity and showed letter, especially when the case was going to be filed. And this is kind of how it looks. Not an easy task to do. That's all I can say. I spoke to a lot of the decoys after everything was done. It was pretty intense. So the coverage is 6 districts, around 44% of the police station. Equal representation of treatment and control. 3 decoys visit per station. At least 1 gender-based violence and 1 non-gender-based violence in each case. Total around 549 cases, roughly 1 year after the intervention. And this is what we find. And I'm going to explain you why these things like waste of time. Right? I have only went to a police station here once to get criminal verification letter that I'm not a criminal for my green card application. That's my only experience. But you go to a police station in a, I can't talk about all India, but in the context of Bihar, you'll just like, okay, just keep sitting. Like, maybe somebody's going to show up like, hey, what's going on? So there's a lot of waste of time. Just entering and waiting there. And when you start describing, they would say, oh, victim blaming, and maybe they're not going to believe this. Then every district has at least 1 all-women police station. In Bihar, they only have 1 in each district. In a state like Tamil Nadu in the south, they actually have a lot, but Bihar only has 1. But ideally, in many cases, they're supposed to refer many of these cases to the all-women police station. That's what they're supposed to do. So I'm going to explain you these outcomes and then explaining what are these alternatives. What else can you do? Asking unnecessary questions. For example, what were you wearing? Who did you go with? Lots of and all these things is really what deters women to register cases. And that's why these are the outcomes we look at. And we find that waste of time kind of goes down, false cases goes down, victim blaming goes down, referring to the women police station goes up, and then asking unnecessary question goes down. Yeah. Why this matters is, as I explained, this idea of like dismissing, disbelief and blame are precisely what deters women to register these cases. And that's why we felt this was quite good to see even in the decoys. So that's kind of one result. And these numbers are very similar, or at least the closest is this paper, Canales paper on procedural justice in Mexico. But not in the context of gender-based violence. So this is kind of first result, which addresses some of these questions you were asking about this survey-based outcomes. Then we also got access to the administrative data. And these are actual, well, they're digitized, but these are all PDFs where you go to the police station, you file a case, and like there's a PDF, and they're supposed to be like You can download them technically, but it's never that easy. So we got access to 600,000 cases. We are still working on that. So what we find is this is something still work in progress. So how long does it take to register a case? It's possible that when you enter, it's kind of an informal complaint. They'll start with an informal complaint because the moment it's formal, they have to investigate. And that kind of creates kind of like, oh, this becomes a formal statistics that's reported to their bosses. So they will try to either discourage or they will try to kind of make it a bit informal. So we see that number of days taken to register a gender-based violence offense, it kind of goes down. So this is like roughly 41%. And I feel it's a sizable number. Less precise among non-gender-based violence offense. So this first information report, which is called FIR, it's one of the key first step where police formally recognizes any kind of a complaint. This I felt is a fairly important outcome, kind of much more, probably like a year, 12 months to 14 months after the intervention ended. Then this is from a time use data, which we collected. So this is investigation. So we asked them, how much time do you take for, say, these cases, investigation time, follow-up time, and assisting victims. So we see kind of 4 minutes improvement in investigation and follow-up. What these numbers mean in terms of magnitude, like I don't have a very clear idea, but it's like it's just still consistent that we see these effects along different dimensions after the training. Then there's something called victims reporting behavior. So this is the one, is what's the total number of cases complaint being filed. And we see that slowly these numbers are rising. So there's a bit of kind of a lag, but we see this kind of upward trend. As I said, a lot of the admin data that we have gotten, we still have to do the text analysis, something that we are trying to work on to see whether the quality, what they file in actual crime registration, like, is it changing? Because now you have been trained, you have gained these skills. Do you file these complaints kind of much richer? Do you use the appropriate code? So we are still kind of working on those things, but these are two things that came from the crime registration data. Okay, so we do some, as I said, some effectiveness, and I think this is the closest, this attitude paper. In the context of India, it was an intensive 2.5-year, 28-session adolescent training program with schools in Haryana. It's one of the state. And so half the gains of this intensive program. In terms of another closed paper, which is about opening of women help desk in Madhya Pradesh in India by Sandeep Sukhtankar and his co-authors. They find that this basically the case registration goes up. So, we think that in our context, it's quite good that it's consistent with that. And this is the other paper, that 50 to 70% reduction in negative officer conduct versus 25% from this context in the Mexico. So in terms of, again, it's very hard, like, we all were working on this cost effectiveness, like it's kind of really hard to do that because it impacts so many different outcomes. So, if anybody has ideas, we'd love to get that. So we still think it's a very intensive, but it's a short, low cost training program. The hardest part is getting people to come on for 3 days. But in terms of cost, once the training material is there, I think it's a fairly low cost to implement. So we did work with the police here. So this is something, this is the academy where they train officers. And we kind of collaborated with the boss of this training academy, and they implemented this curriculum in the training academy, and kind of one of the batches was trained, which I felt would be the right thing to do rather than doing training at each police station. The best is every incoming cohort should be trained at the police academy. So that's something as our goal. So we are trying to sign a MOU to just do it forever, but we did do it for one batch. And this is something what we did. I want to also take a moment to thank lots of people from different services in India who kind of made it possible. It's a very long list of people who made this, like it was just insane amount of coordination. These are different RAs who made a big difference to the project. And these are our amazing donors who had faith in project twice and made it happen. Yeah.
I think we have 5 minutes for more questions.
Outcomes that might be interesting is just would be to look at some of these mobility measures like Grija had in her work, and maybe you had in your earlier paper too, but to understand whether, women in these areas are responding by changing sort of their willingness to be out in the world.
The mobility of these officers.
No, I was thinking the mobility of the female populations.
So some of our courses, especially Girija, has been pushing not just the mobility, but also data from the hospitals. It's going to be a big exercise, but yes, we did think about the hospital. I think it would be nice to see if there was a national like any sample survey which has mobility. Actually, that's, yeah. Okay. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Nishith. So you've trained this new cohort that's going to be launched into various police stations. And I think there's a really interesting question to look at because you're hoping that training the incoming cohort will be useful, but we don't really know because part of this is this culture that's created. So you're going to see an incoming group, and some of these people who have been trained are going to show up in police stations where you have already treated the station and you've changed the culture. And some of them are going to have to show up in a place where the culture really hasn't changed. And they're junior officers who probably might have less influence on the culture. And I think it's really valuable to try to follow up and see whether launching these cohorts that are trained has a different success for the officers who show up in a place where the culture has already been improved to those for which the culture hasn't been affected yet. And they're just a junior person in this place. They might revert to the old standard.
So the idea is like having more share of people train in a police station.
Yeah, and you already have random treatment of stations, so you're just going to launch this new cohort into that treatment regime.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you, Steve.
Hi, very cool project. So I was wondering, because it takes a while for the increase in reports. It takes about a year. And I was wondering if this is where it might actually help you that you couldn't send decoys to all stations. So about a year in, you send this letter saying, we're going to send decoys, right? So I wonder if you could see, does that pattern hold in those other districts where you weren't able to send decoys?
Oh, I see. So using the admin data.
Yeah. Just to see, like what is happening with that 12-year. And because maybe it's we're still being monitored. And we're supposed to be, doing this, or maybe it's not. And I think your different districts could tell you.
This is great because it's doable.
Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah.
So also from the admin data, I was curious about selection into the data set. So, I mean, it seemed like from the experience of your decoys that sometimes you just go to the police station, you want to report something, but then you leave because they're ignoring you. So it's like, how should we be thinking about like that margin versus the margin of people like going and getting, you know what I mean? Like only some of this is going to be in the data that you use, and it wasn't clear to me what actually is.
Yeah, so I mean, you're absolutely true that a lot of these cases don't eventually get registered. So what you see is actually that gets registered. So your point is well taken, and
well, some of it is just terminology. Like I don't understand the distinction between complaint and registration, and are these different scales, and when does it enter the data set? And I know that you didn't have an infinite amount of time, but
so in the admin data, what we see is what got eventually registered, like formally registered. We don't see anything that's informal. We don't see we only see that in the decoys. And I was just thinking that can we use decoy to talk about selection? I'm not sure if I but I need to think about the selection because you're absolutely true. In fact, we had thought about doing some kind of a door-to-door campaign and telling people like, hey, some kind of pamphlet that you should go out and kind of, if you feel, register, just to think on the selection issue. But we never ended up doing that.
Yeah, because I think if you take the decoys experiences
Yeah.
as given and say like, now there are 7% of cases that used to get ignored or that aren't getting ignored, you might be able to adjust those admin thresholds to get something that kind of speaks more to who's coming into the station if that's what you want to know, for example.
I think that's possible to do because the decoys, we also know what got registered and we also have the whole spectrum of cases. And we don't have like around 500 something observation, but I think it's possible to use that to benchmark this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I think we're out of time for this session. Sorry, we can talk more over the break. All right, we are
social-
we are ready for the cleanup paper of the day. I don't actually think maybe that's the right baseball metaphor, but last paper of the day will be presented by Ben Pyle. You have an hour. There you go.
Thank you so much, and happy to be batting cleanup. I think that's right. So this is joint work with Itzik Fadlin, Mike Mueller-Smith, James Reeves, Brianna Sullivan, some of whom are in the room. We're going to tell you a little bit about job displacement, crime, and the value of unemployment insurance in the United States. This is work in progress. It's also our views and not those of the Census Bureau. We have a Census Bureau co-author on this project. Additionally, all of the results here have been reviewed for disclosure avoidance protection. If you're interested in the details, the number is there at the bottom, as well as the approval number. So the motivation behind this project, which was also helpfully set up by our previous paper about the importance of jobs in relation to criminal offending, is that jobs have lots of important impacts on people's lives. We think that job displacement is a significant shock, and we know many people face unemployment each year. Millions of Americans each year face these types of shocks. We also have a long line of literature documenting the adverse impacts of these shocks across lots of different dimensions, not only consumption and earnings, which one might expect, but things like mortality, residential location, lots of other features of people's lives that are impacted in a foundational way when they lose long-held jobs. It's a subset of the literature discussing these issues. We also have a budding literature that suggests that it can similarly increase criminal activity. One might imagine having potentially higher returns in the absence of legal income, trying to supplement that with illicit income. You might also think of having scarring effects as you're trying to insure yourself against this loss of income and turning to criminal behavior due to, hysteresis and job skills, but also being marked with a criminal record, potentially having downstream lifelong income consequences. So there is a program, not surprisingly, that is targeted towards alleviating some of the stressors during this period of job loss. There's a large literature studying the unemployment insurance system in the United States. This is a massive social insurance program covering over 150 million Americans against job loss, with about 35 billion in annual benefits, higher during the pandemic. And there is suggestive evidence that a lot of these gains are coming from the value of liquidity that this program provides, providing supplemental income during this time of lost income that you would have expected to be having from your job. So what we're going to do in this study is think a bit about to what extent this unemployment insurance system can help shape or prevent criminal behavior after a job loss. We might think that it can help to correct for market failures among job losers and reduce crime externalities during this period of high stress. This can highlight the social insurance value of the unemployment insurance system beyond simply just looking at labor market outcomes and consumption. If you think there's externalities, we're going to assess how that might impact sort of optimal uninsurance rates. So in this paper, we're going to use United States administrative records on labor markets and crime, covering the years 2005 to 2019. We're going to characterize the dynamics of earning losses and criminal offenses around job loss. This is going to be a relatively traditional mass layoff job separation. So thinking about sort of a different population than we were thinking about in the last paper where we had short tenure. We're going to be focusing on a population who's had a few years of work experience, right? So this is the traditional unemployment shock for the mass layoff design is going to impose some previous earnings restriction. That's the population we're going to be studying there. We're going to analyze how unemployment benefits can then reduce this criminal behavior that might happen after a job loss. We're going to study several different dimensions of the unemployment insurance system. So one thing that can happen is thinking about the unemployment insurance system as just a dollar amount that someone receives. But of course, we all know that social programs are significantly more complicated than that in their administration. In today's talk, I'm going to tell you something about benefit generosity. So when you lose your job and you file for unemployment insurance system and eventually claim unemployment insurance, you'll have a dollar amount that is given to you based on your previous earnings history. It will be some fraction of your previous earnings. Changing benefit generosity would say, well, for every dollar you were earning, we were going to give you 40 cents. Now we will give you 50 cents. So that's one dimension that one might think of the unemployment insurance system. There are others. Papers have studied things like benefit take-up rate. So you might think about some people not being aware of the system and not applying for it. You might also think about employers challenging applicants who are applying for unemployment insurance, saying, hey, you're not eligible due to X reason, and making it more difficult to establish take-up. So those are the two we're going to focus on in today's talk. We will have some results quite shortly, and I'll tell you a little bit about where we're going with that in terms of duration, which is yet another margin of the unemployment insurance system you might think matters. So this will be how long are you being paid benefits for? Can you have benefits for 5 weeks, 10 weeks, 26 weeks, longer than that after your job separation? And of course, these are not all of the different complexities one could have in the unemployment insurance system, but those are the three we're going to study in this paper. So to highlight the main findings of what we're gonna show you in this paper, we're going to document that in the short run, being laid off is going to increase the number of felonies by about 1 per 100 people in these layoff events. The short run here is meaning that year of job separation. We'll show you that this decays over time into the longer run, but that's the headline result in terms of offending after having this dramatic job separation in this mass layoff. A typical policy reform in our setting is going to be about a 5 percentage point change in the replacement rate. This is also helpfully about a 1 standard deviation change in the replacement rate in our data. So you can think of those somewhat interchangeably. When a state reforms the unemployment insurance system, they tend to do so by about 5 percentage points. And that's about the same standard deviation that we document in our sample. And we think that that prevents about a 15% of this effect of an increase in offending of about 1 per 100 people involved in a layoff. We're going to help you think about which lever, or a policymaker think about which lever they might want to pull within the unemployment insurance system if they now believe that there is this externality that they should be accounting for. Okay, should we make take up easier? Should we increase the replacement rate? Should we increase the duration? Which of these levers is going to be optimal in the sense of both consumption smoothing, but also this new externality we're documenting in this work? So, of course, we're not the first folks to think about many of these issues. In fact, we're sort of marrying many different literatures together. If I were to give you all of the papers, unfortunately, that would probably be the full talk, but I will just give you a very brief overview of sort of what we think we're talking about. So we're thinking about the value of unemployment insurance and income replacement. So we know that the unemployment insurance system is crucial for consumption smoothing. Recipients have been documented to have little liquid wealth. We're going to quantify some of these large social externalities of unemployment insurance along this dimension by measuring this crime reduction. We're also going to reproduce some of the results on the unemployment insurance system and labor market. So we have previous work documenting that extensions have been generally found to increase the non-employment duration, but there's some evidence that is keeping workers from exiting the labor force entirely. There's also some suggestive evidence about improving match quality. We're going to help document whether unemployment insurance might prevent one sort of leakage from the licit labor market into illicit work during job search, which might, increase match quality going forward, as well as increase sort of formal employment for longer trajectories. And we're going to speak to this literature on unemployment insurance and crime. Some of the people in this room have worked on thinking about unemployment insurance and how it might prevent crime, especially around unemployment insurance benefit kinks. We can think about exploiting different sets of variation. We're going to use this sort of simulated instrument approach in our setting, as well as an AKM style identification to generate our variation that we'll be showing you in relationship to the generosity of the system. So we're going to provide some national evidence across multiple different dimensions of the unemployment insurance system in several different settings. So where are we going for this talk? So hopefully you are sufficiently bought in that this is an important and interesting question and that we have something to say to several literatures. You probably are going to want to know a little bit more about the data and context we're working within, so we'll give you a little bit of background on that. I'll show you first the dynamics of the economic outcomes around job loss. So what we're going to do is do the mass layoff design. We're going to do that thing, and we're going to show you a bunch of results around that. Then we're going to overlay with that mass layoff design the impacts of the unemployment insurance system on post-layoff criminal activity, as well as its impact on economic outcomes. We're going to do that in two phases. We're going to first show you something about the replacement rate generosity, and then we're going to show you something about this margin on firm take-up effects. I was planning to show you something on duration, but some of you may be aware that Census has changed some disclosure rules, so we are held up for a few months until that gets fully resolved. But as a preview, we think they're interesting and hope you will find them interesting when they are hopefully and optimistically released soon. We're going to conclude by helping you sort of make sense of all these different moving parts into a model. It's helpful to have, one of these optimal unemployment insurance models. We have them. We take one traditional one, the Bailey-Chetty model, and we're going to add in this externality of crime. We're going to show you how these different dimensions these different externalities might impact what you might want to do in that optimal model, and then give you some sort of worked examples of, okay, if we pull this lever, we're going to cause this much additional, prevent this much crime, but we might cause this much reduction in earnings. Okay, so what is the data that allows us to answer this question? So we're going to use the universe of workers across 18 states accessed via the Census Bureau FSRDC. And what I mean by the universe of workers is really going to be the tax filers. We're going to link the W-2 tax records from everyone in the United States. We're going to use 1099-G filings, demographic data, including information on race, sex, all of these things, and geographic locations. And we're going to use from this data the W-2 for earnings and employment. Some of you may be less familiar with 1099-Gs. These in our setting are going to show unemployment insurance filing. I'm going to say a few words about that up front because we are working on some improvements to how we are measuring unemployment insurance system in our setting, but it's worth caveating the current results to sort of tell you exactly what we're measuring in the 1099-Gs. Right now we have a yes, no, did you receive a 1099-G? A 1099-G includes things that are not unemployment insurance system on it. So we're measuring unemployment insurance take up with a bit of noise. One of the things that you might have in mind for the 1099-G filing is, state withholding can appear on in this form. So there's going to be a little bit of measurement error. Fortunately, the improved 1099-G data has become recently available. So in our subsequent releases, we're going to be able to not only tell you something about did you file or should I say, did you receive a tax filing indicating that you have received unemployment insurance benefits? We're going to be able to tell you something about the amount of money you've received from that 1099-G document. But for now, just think of it as a yes, no, did this person get a 1099-G in that year? And we're using that as a proxy for having unemployment insurance benefits that year. We're going to link that. Hopefully many of you are aware of this great CJARS data. We're going to track legal outcomes, including new court charges and prison data. We have this nicely covered for 18 states, which is why we're limiting our sample to these 18 states. We believe we have good coverage of our crime outcomes during our time period for these states. We're going to harmonize offense types to tell you something about not only the aggregate amount of crimes that we are preventing, but try to give you some sort of sense of the costs of the crimes that are being prevented via access to the unemployment benefits. Okay, so that is the setup of the data. What are we going to do with all of this data? We're going to first try to tell you who was involved in a mass layoff event. We try to follow the literature here. One thing that is slightly different in our setting than you may be more familiar with is oftentimes these are going to be shown at the quarterly frequency. If you're using the LEHD or the other variations of this, you might expect to see this at the monthly or quarterly version. We're not going to be able to do that, right? We're using W-2 data. That's yearly. We're going to show you this at a yearly frequency. There's some cost to that, but it allows us to have greater coverage for what we're doing. What we end up doing is we're going to be able to identify about 1.5 million job separators in mass layoffs among firms with greater than 25 employees. And we're going to focus on these firms that are losing at least, a third of their employees. We're focusing in the main analysis for this project on men aged 18 to 45. But we have some supplementary analysis where you can include women or expand the sample in other ways. We're going to require at least 2 years of tenure at the firm. So you've been employed at this firm who had at least 25 W-2 filers edit for at least 2 years. And then you do not appear in the next year, and that will be defined as a mass layoff along with this 1/3 of your coworkers. We're going to compare these displaced workers to non-displaced workers. This is common in this literature. We're going to do this by defining being involved in this mass layoff as having your dominant job be lost if you are working at multiple employers. We have a secondary design if you don't want to do the comparison between displaced and non-displaced, where we're just looking at displaced in different states over time, and we have that as a robustness check, but we'll proceed this way to begin with.
So the 1 in 100 number you gave us to begin with,
yes,
is that conditional on being in this sample, and we're comparing within the mass layoff people who did and didn't get UI, or is that comparing people who weren't laid off to people who were laid off in the same firm? Catch me up on where 1 in 100 applies.
Yes, so this is going to be the first coefficient off our event study where we're showing you the mass layoff event. So you're going to have to be in our sample of job losers, and you're going to be compared to the people who are the job stayers in that year. But I'll show you, you can also look at this and see similar results if you're just comparing, not for the direct effects. So that's our estimate for the direct effects where you're focused on this mass layoff design. You can see how this would trace out in future years as well.
I think you probably want, when you present this, to give some more information about the distribution of ages among people who satisfy this. You have to have 2 years of tenure, because I think this is, becoming more shocking by the minute, because young people are in the crime game, and young people who are less skilled are in the crime game. And if you have 2 years of tenure as a conditioning variable, you're going to tend to be older and more skilled. And so the fact that you're doing this sample selection and then still getting these results, I think you're kind of burying the lead in a way, in terms of, if you're finding results in this sample, heaven knows what it would be in samples that were more kind of prone to be involved in crime.
No, thank you. I think this is worth highlighting in our data, right? This is a selected sample amongst people who have high rates of employment and are, well attached to the labor force and experiencing a really disruptive event in their life. So if you read sort of news stories about this, you can see some of these events happening in real life where someone will experience one of these shocking layoffs, and you'll have these stories. And at least, obviously news articles are not going to be up to the scientific standard, but when you do it in the event study framework, I think we find support for some of these studies that show, look, someone had their career and identity wrapped up in these lives. Not only are they losing that, but they're losing their income. And that's increasing the rate of offending at about 1 per 100 of these people who are losing these jobs. But I think you're exactly right in making this point of, like, this is connected to a set of people who are well attached to the labor force relative to what you might expect in terms of sort of, if you're reading this in the sense of, like, what is the value of a job? That's not what we're studying. What we're studying in this context is this mass layoff event for well-attached people. Yeah.
So can I just understand the identification, how you're using the mass layoffs? So you're not comparing workers at firms that experience these layoffs versus workers at other firms, where the mass layoff is kind of exogenous. You're saying within the mass layoff event, you're comparing the displaced versus non-displaced, but isn't that part endogenous, or is there something about it being less endogenous? Like, what's the role that the mass layoff plays? Couldn't you look at a firm that didn't lay off, that laid off just a couple workers, and compare displaced versus non-displaced? Like, is the mass layoff helping you in some way?
Our hope is that the mass layoff is not allowing for sort of endogenous layoffs of lower performing workers. That's the hope of using the mass layoff design, where it's something about the people being laid off relatively at random due to a firm reduction.
And what's the thinking behind why that would be the case?
Good old literature.
Yeah, which is so one could also look at firm shutdowns, which maybe would get at this. If yeah, it is not fully random, and you might be worried about a little bit of selection. If you're worried about that, we can do some reweighting. So like we're hopefully getting rid of some of the endogeneity. If you don't think we got rid of all the endogeneity, maybe you would expect to see some pre-trends in our event study or something along those dimensions. So we can sort of try to assure you of the comparability with pre-trends. We can also do things like tighter earnings restrictions on the pre-earnings, which would make these sort of mechanically look more similar on the W2 dimension. You can do entropy weighting, all of these things we do. The point estimates move very, very little when we make these changes. So we sort of rely on this previously long literature on mass layoffs, and then we do some of the more modern methods to try to get around whatever else you might think is going on. Yes.
A quick clarification. This is before the layoff or after the separation?
This is pre-layoff.
Okay, good.
Get a set of matched firms that are in the same industry, same size, et cetera, but don't close.
Yes.
So, and I think that would be a nice addition to this, because Gibbons and Katz, have this layoff limits paper, and there is part of literature that's concerned about endogeneity, but you've got data where you can create several different control sets and show people robust.
Yes, happy to do that as an additional robustness check in future iterations of this. We can expand the control set, and we can also, one thing that I will highlight is, even if you don't like that as the control set, once we're doing the unemployment insurance work, then we're looking at people who are being laid off in different environments of unemployment insurance system. So that should help hopefully make you feel more reassured about the unemployment insurance results, regardless of whether you like this version of the layoff structure on causing crime directly. But I should say, we do think that we are getting rid of a good amount of the endogeneity of the layoff. It also helps us just identify people who we think might be eligible for unemployment insurance system in the first place. One thing about using administrative data, like the tax data, is it can be hard to figure out who would otherwise have been laid off or quit in order to determine who might be treated by a change in unemployment insurance.
Perfect control dilemma problem with the free earnings, but you're worried about some type of negative shock is the reason of those. I went off the wagon again. Now I've been fired. My previous earnings don't matter. But with mass layoff, it's not about me, it's about
Exactly. We are worried. Like one would be worried if one was just running this as without the last layoff event study of someone committing a crime and being fired for committing the crime. The mass layoff will help us get around that issue for sure. Yes. It's a good idea. Thank you. Okay, so.
Ben, let me just answer something about the event study.
Oh, sure.
Hi, I'm Itzik Fadlan. I'm one of the authors. So I just wanted to say, as Derek was saying, there's a whole literature on mass layoffs. What we're doing here, we're basically saying we're taking that literature as is, and our causal analysis is basically when we have the interaction with the policy. So this one, and you'll see in all the literature of mass layoffs, there's always some pre-trend because there's always something leading up to that, whatever you're trying to do to clean it up. So just think about this as event studies of what happens around some event that is well defined, and the causal analysis steps in when we're thinking about policy variation. Thank you.
Thanks, Itzik. So here is this long-running thing in the literature that we run for job loss around mass layoffs. We're going to set up sort of the dynamic effects of job loss, tracing it out in event time using fixed effects and relative time fixed effects. We're going to normalize these effects to 2 years before the event, and our usual identifying assumptions are certainly going to apply in our setting as well. So we're inheriting this literature. So here is what you might see in the annual earnings results. So you see, as is common in this literature, large declines in income and annual earnings in the year of the layoff, and this persists for our follow-up period, which we're going to have 1, 2, and 3 years after the event. So in year 0, the event happens sometime during the year. And you can see a partial reduction in earnings relative to year 1, where they will more likely to be unemployed for the full year. As you can see, we will see short-run declines of about $4,000 in earnings and a longer-run decline of about $8,000 in earnings. So relatively large declines off of a base of under 40,000. If you were to look at sort of the extensive margin, you can think about this as sort of about 11 percentage point decline in the probability of having a W-2 in the coming years. So this is sort of the direct effect, is showing that what we're doing to create the sample gets us back to where we might expect for the earnings results. We also can track UI receipts. So what we have here is a sharp increase in unemployment insurance receipt as measured or proxied for by this 1099-G filing, which is going to have a bit of noise in it. But we see this increase in unemployment insurance receipt in the year of the mass layoff of about a 27% increase in unemployment insurance claiming, concentrated in the layoff year, which is going to motivate us to break out the results in year 0 when you're sort of receiving the unemployment insurance benefits. And then we're going to also look at the longer run. So 1 to 3 is going to be considered longer run in our setting because we think most of the benefit receipt is going to be concentrated in this first initial year of the layoff. So here are the results for criminal behavior after job separation. So these are what was highlighted at the beginning of the talk. We see a sharp increase in the probability of being charged with a felony following the event, with relatively flat pre-trends before. We see a 79% increase in charge probability. Much of this is loading into the first year and first 2 years of the layoff event, having this idea of a large disruptive event in someone's life, causing stressors to people's lives, causing loss of income, all of which can generate criminal behavior. And it starts to tail off as we get further away from this event. We view this large increase in the short run, suggesting there might be some role for liquidity constraints driving some of this result. And if you would prefer to think about, rather than this sort of extensive margin where we're thinking about any felony charge, one might also be interested in the number of felony charges. So not just extensive, but intensive margins. Here is where we see 1 additional felony per 100 job losers in that first year. Again, increasing in the initial years and then tailing off as we move away from the event. We can run this on many different measures of criminal engagement. You might think about looking at any charge as opposed to conditioning on just felony charges. You can look at this in terms of prison entry. All of these look relatively similar in terms of the general story that's happening. Of course, not all crimes are going to be equally socially costly. So what we do in this analysis is now we're going to group all of the crimes. We're going to say if you're charged for a felony or a misdemeanor, we're going to track that. We're going to show you first the short run effects amongst a different set, amongst a broad range of potential criminal behavior. And you can see sort of broad-based increases in offending. Yes, yeah.
It's fair to say from the numbers in that preceding slide that the whole game is being.
So for any felony charge, we're seeing an increase of about, 0.005 relative to 0.01, so half. So like it seems like the average one is going to be sort of, if you're committing a crime, you're committing 2 crimes or two charges, I would say, something around there. I mean, a little bit higher ratio than that, but you could do the ratio of those 2 things to try to get at that. But we do think there is like room on both margins here. Yeah.
think the important thing is that the market that's only half the game is, I wouldn't vary that.
Yes, and certainly like as we go through doing a cost benefit analysis sort of work, what we're going to do is take the number of crimes that we think are prevented, map on dollar amounts to that, and tell you how much social benefit you are helping by introducing unemployment insurance benefits.
What one quick procedural thing? I think we are back on the live stream, Summer. Is that right? So if you could use a microphone to ask the questions, that would be great.
Okay. So I assume that motor vehicle theft is in the larceny category. I would be curious to see that on its own because it's, I think across a lot of research, we found that it's like the only crime that really responds in the way that we would expect to economic incentives. So if this was mostly being drawn by motor vehicle theft, it would be nice to know.
Yes, we don't have that broken out as a separate category, and because this was done in the census, I don't want to tell you like a back of the envelope ratio without making sure that's disclosed.
No, it definitely not necessary, but it would be neat.
Certainly something we can do, right? We have all the infrastructure for coding these by more narrow crime types. If I were to give you sort of the full set of crime types on here, of course, the figure would be unreadable. So we tried to group it into things that we're going to add value to. These are the ones that are currently entering our cost benefit. So if you think that the average motor vehicle theft is different in social costs than the average larceny, we're going to want to adjust for that, certainly. Yeah.
Sorry, it's not causal, but I was curious whether the people who commit crimes and the people who collect unemployment insurance are the same. Because it looked like a kind of modest increase, like proportionally large, but not that many incremental people filing for UI, and then a very small, although proportionally very large increase in the number of people committing felonies. You're smiling.
Thank you. I would love to tell you that answer. And the short answer is it is held up under review at the moment, but it is run. And yeah.
I don't know if this is on. So part of the reason why the first stage seems so small is because there's all this other stuff that's showing up in the 1099Gs. So the marginal effect is going to shrink because everyone getting like state tax refunds are also filing 1099Gs. And so I think that if you interpret that as our first stage, you're going to be thinking it's too small. But just make sure the magnitudes you're getting those right. Like the reduced form effect on the extensive margin is like 0.005, right? So it's like 1 in 200 people might be committing crime. So it's much smaller.
Thanks. Jeff.
Have you calculated, and can you tell us the fraction of the people who are in a mass layoff who are monetarily eligible for UI?
Yeah, pretty much everyone's going to be in our setting because of the 2-year earnings requirements. You'd have to be earning very, very low amounts for those 2 years in the W-2. I have not calculated it. If you wanted me to guess, it's like 99%. It's almost everyone.
All right.
This is a well-attached set. There's a couple of states that have quite high thresholds.
That's what was my concern was. So there might be states in here where you really have to have a lot of attachment to get.
There are, but even on those high states, I think we're gonna include them as being eligible. Yeah. Okay, so if you look at what these load on, we see a lot of it loading onto larceny, drug use, and assault, suggesting both some move for sort of household strain as well as this income motivation. But we also do see, pretty widespread increases in offending across many different types. Okay. So that is sort of the mass layoff setup. We think we have some evidence that being involved in one of these mass layoff events does generate criminal behavior. So is there room for the unemployment insurance system to sort of work to do some combating of that criminogenic impact of these layoff events? So how do we do that? We need some variation to study in order to do that. So there are some variation that we're going to go through. Before we get into that, though, we want to talk a little bit more about the theory of why we might expect there to be an effect here. So if we think that post-job loss increases criminal activity like we see in the data, and we think that these effects are concentrated primarily in the immediate aftermath of job loss, although we do see them persist at lower degrees for future years, we might think that this could be consistent with short-run liquidity constraints. So we also might think of there being a tension with expanding an unemployment insurance generosity to address externalities if we think unemployment insurance benefits might increase non-employment, right? So we've thought a bit earlier today about the role that being at work might have as an incapacitation effect. If you think that that's an important channel and you think that unemployment insurance removes people from the job for at least some weeks, then you might think of that being a criminogenic effect of unemployment insurance through this channel of extending non-employment, fighting against that incapacitation. However, if you think it's about this liquidity channel or helping to smooth out income during this stressful time, you might think of a ability to fight crime by addressing this with some money through the unemployment insurance system. So in order to assess that, we can look at this empirically through two complementary sources of variation that we'll show you today, and we're going to have a third down the road in terms of duration. We're going to use a set of simulated instruments to try to summarize the generosity of the unemployment insurance system across the 50 states. So what this is going to do is we're going to exploit policy-induced variation from state unemployment insurance laws. In our sample, this is going to have a standard deviation of about 4.2 percentage points here. And the 4.2 percentage points that I'm referring to is this replacement rate. So the replacement rate is the share for each dollar you are to have earned and then lost by losing your job, how much will the unemployment insurance system pay you? So a rate of 40% would be 40 cents on each dollar. The average return would increase that by 4 cents per dollar. In order to get that variation, what we do is rely on some previous literature that looks at, say, a fixed sample in this, the SIP. So what you do is you look at all the people who lose their job in the SIP, you run them through this calculator, and what that will do is we'll spit out a replacement rate by state and year, which will give you this a simulated instrument that moves across the states.
Ben, just real quickly, the simulated instrument is for people who get benefits or for all people?
This is people coded as job losers through no fault of their own in the SIP.
In the SIP, and if they get nothing, they're a zero. They lower the replacement rate or they're not in the calculation. That's what I'm trying to get.
So this is not relying on actual receipt of unemployment insurance benefits. This is for these job losers. If I were to calculate how much benefits you would receive based on the characteristics of your pre-earning job path, how much would you have received? So
from the SIP.
From the SIP.
But the question is, in that SIP calculation, do you have to get unemployment insurance?
You do not.
So low coverage of unemployment insurance will reduce the replacement rate as you're measuring it.
So it doesn't, this simulated instrument is not going to include any measures of take-up. It will only include the formal take-up measure. So let's say that there was an earnings threshold cutoff that someone wouldn't meet. So someone was earning $100 and per week, that would not qualify them to receive unemployment insurance system. That would be a zero. Someone who was earning 1,000 and chose not to file for unemployment insurance, they would be coded as 50 or whatever. They would be coded as what they would receive had they applied.
It's kind of a theoretical entitlement.
Yeah, we're trying to get rid of all of the actual behavior of the agents who are going to be claiming or receiving these benefits and only be capturing the variation that's due to the policy changes. But this is a way of summarizing what are complex changes, both in terms of caps or as well as like income threshold eligibility limits.
I mean, I know this well, but the one concern I have is my understanding about how these operate on the SIP is the people in the SIP, when they lose a job, if you only have a month, if you don't report a lot of earnings prior to losing that job, you're not gonna, the simulated instrument will say, hey, you don't get many benefits because your earning history. Is that right? Or am I wrong?
That's correct.
But your sample that you're applying this simulation to, they all have 2 years of work experience.
Yes, so we are not matching the exact set of variations. So we might be introducing some, I would say, noise into our instrument that we're using, which I think would bias us towards finding a null result because that would be unrelated variation in the program to our program sample. So if you're concerned about that, I think that would bias us towards finding nothing.
Unless things are different in states that are more stingy about UI in other ways. Then the states that are stingy about UI are really different than the states that aren't stingy about getting UI in terms of work history, aren't they? I'm not sure about that.
In terms of work history, so it would the income threshold is not particularly correlated with the replacement rate, but there are a couple with a couple of states that are exceptions. Yeah, but we could also net that out. So we can net out that bottom variation if you're less comfortable with it. Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand what's the worker behavior that you're worried about. I mean, you're getting a lot of attenuation by using this instrument you're not running the worker's actual earnings through the calculator. But you think that the separation is exogenous. So what kind of worker behavior in the years before the separation event are you worried about that leads you to take all this attenuation instead?
We'd be a little worried about picking up, I think, worker type. So that would be one thing of like higher earnings mechanically generating higher benefits. This is just the state environment. So we're not incorporating any of that individual's sort of experience in the workforce, which helps us get away from some of the worker type concerns, I think. Yes. Yes. Okay, so the second set of variation we're going to use. So this first set is thinking about replacement rate, how much you get per dollar of earnings. The second is, are you taking up the program in the first place? We think some firms are going to be more friendly in terms of communicating to their workers that they are eligible for these benefits, or in terms of not fighting their workers in terms of applying for these benefits. So we think that some firms are going to be helpful in terms of accessing these benefits, while some won't, which will tell us something about worker take-up of the program. So something about the extensive market. Yes.
Just a small suggestion. I think there's another slightly more direct way you could leverage the employer heterogeneity. So I think your event study design identifies employer specific effects. So you could estimate the employer specific effects on UI take up and the employer specific effects on felonies. And then you could kind of plot those one against the other and just ask, do the events that lead to larger UI take up also have larger effects on felony commission?
Yes, I don't think we've run that directly. Yes, thank you. Okay, so the last one we could do is this benefit duration, which is coded up, and we're gonna again simulate the benefit duration. You'll have a simulated instrument across duration. You can include that as an interaction in this as well.
Oh, sorry, I'm just confused about the AKM effects thing.
Yep.
Where like you think about getting UI when you stop working at a firm, and so you have many periods where you're working at the firm and not getting UI.
So it'll be I'll tell you a little bit more about this in a couple of slides, but you're gonna have to separate, and you're gonna have to have a firm that has 2 mass layoff events, and we're gonna be looking at that follow-up year of claiming. So an individual who works at a firm, 2 different firms with mass layoff events.
Okay.
It'll be a subset of the sample, but yes, otherwise that would be a problem.
All right.
Here's the variation we're looking at. In the interest of time, I'm not going to show this for too long, but this is the simulated instrument if you want to run it across the states during our time period. So this is that replacement rate instrument that we're going to be looking at. As you can see, some variation across states. Some states are reforming. The one thing that I will highlight is, I think with the exception of Montana, almost all the states have declines. So we're not really going to be studying too many expansions outside of the Great Recession. It's mostly going to be reductions in the generosity of the program over time. So how do we think about this instrument in the context of our identification strategy? What we're going to do is then attach these instruments to our relative time indicators and sort of trace out the impact of the instrument through the course of the layoff while also having this layoff design going forth. We're going to recenter our instrument so you can have everything interpretable as usual. So we run this in a very similar way to what you have already seen in terms of the mass layoff design, adding in this interaction term where you have the relative time interacted with the generosity at time of job loss, as measured by our simulated instrument. So one thing that we find is that the replacement rate in terms of take-up is relatively null. So a 1 standard deviation increase in the replacement rate doesn't seem to dramatically increase UI take-up across these job losers. The expansion is going to be on the intensive margin of receipt, which we can't measure in our tax data, right? We have the extensive margin of 0, 1, did you claim benefits? But we don't have the intensive margin. If you're curious, I will click on this very quickly, which is just if you were to run this in the SIP so that you have an idea of what the intensive margin looks like, it's about $38 extra per month for that first year, and then about $15 per month in the long run. And this is sort of what you might expect in terms of the extensive margin. Or the intensive margin, excuse me. So here I'm just showing you these interactions of relative event time with the simulated instrument. So the idea here being an increase in the simulated instrument means that the program is more generous. Therefore, a more generous program leads to fewer number of felony charges or any felony charges. A lot of this is going to be loaded in this short run effect where you are receiving the benefits and then sort of tailing out over time, but again, and losing some significance over time. And we see a decline of about 0.013, which I'll help you interpret in just a slide. So one way of summarizing these results is trying to think about them in the context of our job loss estimates. So you can think about, what is the impact of, how likely are people to file for, say, unemployment insurance, or claim unemployment insurance in that year following the layoff. We see this increase in the light blue, and then the dark blue is a 1 standard deviation increase in our simulated instrument, and how much does that generate in terms of additional unemployment insurance claiming. We see increases in some, but we have basically a null on UI claim. In terms of earnings, we see some evidence that's not quite statistically significant of additional dollars from the unemployment insurance system, reducing some of the earnings in the year of layoff, but again, not significant and relatively small. Here we can see this in terms of crime. So a 1 standard deviation increase, not knocking off all of the impact of being laid off in terms of additional charges or number of charges, but knocking off a bit, a significant chunk of what one might experience, or sort of insuring against this criminal behavior. So this is all in the short run. So this is that first year where you're receiving benefits. You might also want to know something about how this works out in the longer run. So we can show you that as well. So here is what you might see in the longer run. Again, we have a null in terms of additional UI claiming. You might expect that these people aren't going to be claiming additional UI benefits in those years 2 through onward from after the layoff. We do see, again, not very many significant results in terms of any work or W-2 earnings along this dimension. And the point estimates are going the same direction in terms of criminal behavior, but we lose some precision here. So you might also think about which crime types this seems to be loading on in terms of the preventative effect of the unemployment insurance generosity in terms of a variety of crimes. The ones that it seems to be loading on primarily are going to be some of these income generating crimes. You might think of larceny and drug use. where we see these largest and most precise impacts. And we view this as consistent with the unemployment insurance system, providing some short-run liquidity needs in acute need periods after this layoff event.
I guess I'm just confused about the idea that drug use is a revenue generating crime.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not. Sorry.
People. Well, no, but well, what did you say?
I misspoke. It should be that could be a stressor version also.
It could be a stressor.
A stress reduce if you are using drugs to cope with that. Yeah.
So we give people more short run liquidity, and then that makes them want to do drugs less. Okay.
Don't say anything you wouldn't want to be live streamed.
Careful pause before answering that question. Okay. The next version of this is looking at this AKM approach. So thinking about this firm-specific take-up premium. So we're going to run the same design with a new instrument. But in order to get the new instrument, we're going to do a bunch of work and to try to understand which firms are sort of more conducive to their separated workers claiming unemployment insurance. So we're going to have to reduce our sample a bit because we're going to need to have this twice separating workers in these mass layoffs. So that's going to cost us quite a bit of sample. In order to get around this, we're going to also bring women back into our sample in order to try to get a larger connected set of firms. So that we're going to try to alleviate some of the cost of doing something like this in terms of identifying the AKM, the fixed effects for these firms. We're going to increase our sample for generating the instrument, but we're going to use that instrument again only on the men. So we're expanding the sample to figure out the instruments, reducing it back when we're actually doing the difference in difference and event studies that I'll show you. So we might think of firm effects being larger if, for instance, they are less likely to contest separating workers' unemployment insurance claims, or if firms are otherwise more conducive to their workers claiming these benefits. So
is this really worth it? You're changing the sample so much. But I mean, these are now people that were displaced from firms that are really under a lot of stress. And so the whole kind of sampling exercise is so much different. If you got the same results, I don't know if that would be good news or a challenge to the whole enterprise, because you're kind of changing the nature of the sample in such a fundamental way in terms of the stressors that these people are subject to.
I would say we're not quite losing as much sample as I think you have in mind. So we need the firm to have been identified by having a twice separating worker edit, but not all of the workers in our sample are going to be twice separating. We just need to get that firm fixed effect off someone who was at two different firms that had the mass layoff events. We're keeping the mass layoff firms. Everyone at those mass layoff firms, so that's going to be the instrument, is going to be the firm at your time of layoff, your first layoff, which is going to be our event study, the generosity of that firm, which we're identifying off of these two twice movers. So we do need the twice movers to identify the firm fixed effect, but we don't need it to generate the instrument interaction.
So one thing you may want to do is look at the industries. And I'm going to guess too, since you have the Great Recession in there, it's going to be more common than at other periods that you may have this. And also, I was going to wait to see if you're going to talk about heterogeneity. I just thought that starting on your point, which is like, this is a different group of people and we typically think of these people are in their 30s on average. Your sample is big enough that I think you can potentially, I think in a separate project, because this project is already huge,
try to think more about what we can learn about determinants of crimes for different groups. And so things I was thinking about is like, depending on your priors, depending on your age, and just understanding like who are people who are pushed into crime at a time period when we think that you're way beyond the age crime curve. And so even just, these two dimensions, age and priors, I think would be really interesting in a separate project.
Thank you. We actually do have them released for one of our designs in sort of an appendix that I'm assuredly not going to have time to tell you about all of them, but you I'm happy to chat with you afterwards about which groups seem to have the largest effects. But we do a bunch of cuts, right? So you can cut by age. We also think that gender is interesting, so we cut on gender. We cut on sort of the ratio of dependency in your household earnings. So if you're the main earner in your family, does that impact you differently than if you have other family incomes? Lots of really, really interesting heterogeneity that I won't have time to really get into in greater depth here because I want to tell you something about the AKM results. So the AKM results right now look like this. A 1 standard deviation increase in employer effect increases our unemployment insurance take up in this margin in this model, which one would expect because that's what this instrument is designed to do, right? It's like the instrument's supposed to be a more generous firm will increase UI take up. That is what we find. We think this juice is worth the squeeze because the extensive margin is going to be, so I think, a substantially different margin of benefits than something like increasing the replacement rate. So again, we see somewhat similar results in terms of reductions in any both the extensive and intensive margin in terms of felony engagement, both just slightly larger than our replacement rate in terms of if you're scaling this to 1 standard deviation. Again, we can try to summarize this in these nice bar charts where the light blue is tracing out the direct effects of the job loss, while the dark blue is going to be this 1 standard deviation movement in terms of generosity of the firm. And here we see that the more generous firms, more UI filing under this margin, something we didn't see in the replacement rate. And this is by design of the instrument, right? This is what this instrument is supposed to be getting. More generous firms, more UI filing. That is the instrument we're studying. Here we do see a statistically significant reduction in W-2 earnings in that initial year, and that will persist for years to come. And we see similar reductions in crime for any measure that you want to use here. We can trace this out into the longer run. We see reductions in any work, W-2 earnings persisting for future years, and a little bit more precision, but again, similarly sized estimates, if slightly larger, for this firm take-up premia.
So, I mean, you're talking quickly about age, but during this time period, the age distribution of crime and criminal justice involvement has changed dramatically, such that, last year, 34-year-olds had higher arrest rates than 20-year-olds, which is just bizarre. And so I wonder how that's going to conflate, given that, you're talking about 20-year-olds having 50% less involvement in criminal justice 10 years later, in terms of, and so how does that affect this kind of analysis when you're thinking, when the proclivity for crime is dropping dramatically, particularly among young people?
So I think that'll impact more of our heterogeneity analysis than what I'm showing you right now. You can always think about sort of the composition of job losers mattering for the size of the effects and how you interpret that. But yeah, you're exactly right on terms of the age crime curve flattening. You can also trace this out into crime types. Here you see, again, this larceny and drug use. Maybe slightly different if you want to squint at it, but you're getting into a lot of different tests here. And again, in the longer run. We run a bunch of robustness checks, many of which I told you about already. You can reweight. You can do a state level design where you're not relying on comparisons to the job stayers. You can just compare people who are losing their jobs in more or less generous states. Things look quite similar across those dimensions. I'm not going to try to do a model in 1 minute. I'm going to tell you we have a cool model with the normal Bailey-Chetty insurance versus moral hazard term with some additional terms that you want to think about that we can try to discipline with our estimates from our event studies in terms of the less crime or this sort of cross term where you're thinking about additional time out of unemployment plus crime effects. Where we're going, in addition to all the excellent suggestions we've gotten today, we're going to try to expand this model to have these 3 different levers to adjust. You can think about these interactions of this complex system having various trade-offs. The replacement rate, the take-up, and the duration all interacting with each other. We're going to think about the net costs of changing each lever. From what I've already shown you, we see like a larger decline in earnings in the take-up margin and a similar declines in crime across both levers. So that might tell the policymaker about which lever they want to pull in which situation. We're going to also do some of the combinations of crime and labor supply that we've talked about as well. So what did we learn from this exercise, or what are we learning from this exercise? We hope to have convinced you that there's some short-run liquidity constraints that are generating short-run criminal activity that can persist again for a few years, but is concentrated at the time of this very disruptive event, causing both household stress and liquidity constraints. We think we are providing novel evidence of UI system being a useful way of reducing crime in a nationwide sample of many job losers in the United States, and sort of this direct policy implications for optimal UI from overlooked reductions in crime, thinking about these externalities that the system might have or generate. Thank you.